Marx's Capital and Hegel's Logic. A Reexamination. Edited by Fred Mosely and Tony Smith. Introduction. Fred Mosely and Tony Smith. The relation between Hegel's philosophy and Marx's theory has long been an important question in Marxian scholarship, and a controversial one, because both authors are so wide-ranging and controversial in themselves, which makes the relation between them even more complicated. The unique feature of this book is that it has a specific focus on the influence of Hegel's logic on Marx's economic theory in Capital. It will not be directly concerned with the influence of Hegel's philosophy on Marx's early writings, or on Marx's theory of history, or his theory of the state, and so on. Rather, the main focus will be on Marx's theory in Capital. In recent decades, there has been some new thinking about the relation between Hegel's logic and Marx's Capital, which goes loosely by the name New Dialectics, exemplified by the work of Chris Arthur, Tony Smith, Geert Rutten and Roberto Feinske. All are authors in this volume. See the introduction to Arthur 2002 for a good introduction to this new line of research. The new dialectics is different from the old Marxian dialectics, or diamad, which was concerned primarily with the influence of Hegel on Marx's theory of history, and the eventual triumph of socialism. The new dialectics, by contrast, is concerned mainly with the influence of Hegel's logic on Marx's theory in Capital of capitalism, as a given historically specific society, hence it is also called systematic dialectics, as opposed to historical dialectics. Different authors have different interpretations of Hegel's logic and systematic dialectics, but they all agree that Hegel's logic is important for understanding Marx's theory in Capital. The aim of this book is to contribute to this new line of research. The papers in this volume were originally presented at the 22nd annual meeting of the International Symposium on Marxian Theory, ISMT, at Mount Holyoke College, where Fred Mosely is Professor of Economics, in August 2011, and the papers have been revised for this volume. The 12 authors are divided between 7 economists and 5 philosophers, as is fitting given the interdisciplinary nature of the subject of the relation between Hegel's logic and Marx's economic theory. 7 of the authors are regular members of the ISMT and 5 were specially invited participants because of their expertise on this topic: Caligaris, Hansel, Inigo Carrera, Meany, and Robles. This is the 8th conference volume of the ISMT. Please see the list of titles at the end of this introduction. In January 1858, while working on the Grundrisse, the first draft of Capital, Marx wrote a well-known letter to Engels in which he stated that a recent fortuitous review of Hegel's logic had been of great service in his own theory, especially with respect to the method employed in his theory of profit. He commented that he had overthrown all previous theories of profit. By the way, I am discovering some nice arguments. For instance, I have overthrown the whole doctrine of profit as it existed up to now. The fact that by mere accident I again glanced through Hegel's logic has been of great service to me as regards the method of dealing with the material. Point 1. What exactly did Marx mean by this obviously important but too cryptic remark? What discoveries had Marx made? Which specific aspects of Hegel's logic was Marx referring to? And what was the relation between these aspects of Hegel's logic and Marx's theory of profit specifically? Countless scholars have called attention to this letter as evidence of the influence of Hegel on Marx, but no one has satisfactorily answered these important questions about the relation between Hegel's logic and Marx's theory of profit. These are the kinds of questions that Mosely posed in organizing the conference. Part 1 of this introduction will discuss the main themes and controversies of this volume, and Part 2 will provide brief summaries of the individual chapters. 1. Main themes and controversies. 1.1 Marx's inversion of Hegel's logic. It is well known that Marx interpreted Hegel's logic as idealist, following the general interpretation of Hegel's logic at the time, especially Feuerbach, and he claimed that he inverted Hegel's logic in his own theory. In the postface to the second German edition of Capital, my dialectical logic is, in its foundation, not only different from the Hegelian, but exactly opposite to it. For Hegel, the process of thinking, which he even transforms into an independent subject, under the name of the idea, is the creator of the real world, and the real world is only the external appearance of the idea. With me the reverse is true, the ideal is nothing but the material world reflected in the mind of man, and translated into forms of thought. The mystification which the dialectic suffers in Hegel's hands by no means prevents him from being the first to present its general forms of motion in a comprehensive and conscious manner. With him it is standing on its head. It must be inverted, in order to discover the rational kernel within the mystical shell. 2 Tony Smith has argued in previous work, and in his chapter in this volume, that Hegel's logic can be interpreted as materialist rather than idealist, following contemporary Hegel scholars such as Terry Pinkard and Robert Pippin. Smith's interpretation can be briefly summarized as follows: Hegel assumes that there is a set of fundamental objective determinations in the world. These objective determinations of the world can be comprehended by the determinations of our thought is at home in the world. Furthermore, we can think about our thinking and we can construct an ordering of the essential determinations of thought. Since we can comprehend the world, the ordering of the essential determinations of our thought will also be the ordering of the essential determinations of the world. Hegel's logic appears to be idealistic, because it is about the determinations of thought. But it is not really idealistic, because it is based on the materialist premise that these determinations of thought correspond to determinations of reality. Roberto Feinschke's chapter interprets Hegel as a kind of realist. According to Feinschke, Hegel's dialectic is not an external application of logical rules to objective reality, but is instead based on the self-development of a determined content, or the peculiar logic of a peculiar object. Mark Meany's chapter presents a similar materialist interpretation of Hegel's logic and argues that Hegel's absolute spirit is not an external force, but is instead, using strange language, the internal unifying principle of an independently given objective reality, which is an organic whole. And because objective reality is an interrelated organic whole, certain materialist logical rules apply to the theory of an organic whole. The logical development is from the abstract to the concrete, and from the universal to the particulars. He argues that Marx followed these logical rules closely because he regarded capitalism an organic whole. It looks as if these logical rules are an external application, but the logical rules of the theory mirror the relations of determination of objective reality itself. So the surprising conclusion of this line of interpretation is that, although Marx thought that he was inverting Hegel, he was in fact following Hegel's own materialist logic, in analyzing capitalism as an independently given objective reality, which is an organic whole. However, 2 chapters in this volume, one by Inigo Carrera and the other by Gaston Caligaris and Guido Starista, argue the contrary view that Hegel's logic is definitely idealist, because the starting point of his logic is a pure thought form, pure being. As a result of this idealist starting point, the whole of Hegel's logic is necessarily idealist. Therefore, Marx's inversion is necessary: pure thought forms must be replaced by real material forms. Marx's own starting point is the commodity, which is a real material form, not a pure thought form, and Marx's theory explains the self-development of the real forms of capitalism, commodity, money, capital, and so on. Caligaris and Starista criticize Smith's materialist interpretation of Hegel and argue that, even if Hegel's pure thought forms are an attempt to reflect real material forms, it still has to be demonstrated that this attempt was successful, that is, that Hegel's pure thought forms are an accurate reflection of real material forms. Much better to theorize the self-development of the real forms themselves directly, rather than indirectly through pure thought forms. 1.2 Hegel's logic of the concept and Marx's theory of capital. An important development in recent decades in Marxian scholarship has been the exploration of the influence of Hegel's logic of the concept on Marx's theory of capital. 3 This connection was first discussed by philosophers in Germany in the 1960s and 70s. Specifically, it was argued that the main levels of abstraction in Marx's theory, capital in general and competition, were an adaptation of Hegel's moments of the concept, universality, particularity, and singularity. See Feinschke 2009 for a review of this literature. However, the main question in this literature, following Rostalski, was whether or not Marx abandoned the logical structure of capital in general and competition in his later work, not the relation between this structure and Hegel's logic of the concept, which was presumed. Since the 1980s, there have been several important works in English that have emphasized the relation between Marx's theory of capital and Hegel's concept logic. Felton Shortall, 1994, Chris Arthur, 2001a, Mark Meany, 2002, and Roberto Feinske, 2005. All these authors emphasize that Marx's exploratory outlines early in the Grundriss, pages 266 and 275, are clearly in terms of the moments of Hegel's concept, universality, particularity, and singularity, and that these outlines are strong evidence that Marx was following Hegel's concept logic in some way, at least in the Grundriss. The proximity in time, a few weeks, of these outlines and Marx's letter about Hegel's great service strongly suggests that Hegel's logic of the concept was at least part of what Marx had in mind in this letter. These authors argue further that Marx did not abandon this Hegelian logical framework in later years, but maintained this framework in all the later drafts of Capital. Several chapters in this volume have to do with this important question of the relation between Marx's theory of capital and Hegel's logic of the concept. Mosely's chapter argues that Marx utilized Hegel's moments of the concept of universality and particularity as the basic logical structure for his theory of capital and surplus value. Hegel's moment of universality corresponds to 3. The singular noun concept is misleading, because it means a plural set of categories that contain an accurate account of the universal and necessary features of reality. Marx's level of abstraction of capital in general, theory of the production of surplus value, and Hegel's moment of particularity corresponds to Marx's level of abstraction of competition, theory of the distribution of surplus value. Mosely argues that Marx first developed this Hegelian logical framework in the Grundriss and maintained this basic framework in all the later drafts of Capital. Feinske's chapter argues that Marx utilized all 3 moments of Hegel's concept logic, including singularity, and that Marx maintained this framework until the end, although he changed the location of several key aspects. Accumulation was moved from particularity to universality, and interest-bearing capital was moved from generality to singularity. In the final versions of Capital, concept logic became less important and was replaced by Hegel's logic of the essence, that is to say, manifestation, as the primary logical framework of Marx's theory. Meany's chapter argues that, in the Grundriss, Marx utilized all 3 parts of Hegel's science of logic, being simple circulation, essence, capitalist production, and concept, capital as organic unity. Meany does not discuss the later drafts of Capital. With respect to Hegel's concept logic, Meany argues that Marx's theory followed the logical rules of the concept, from the abstract to the concrete and from the universal to the particulars. He also argues that interest-bearing capital corresponds to Hegel's idea at the end of the logic of the concept. Smith argues that the main part of Hegel's logic that Marx appropriated was not the concept logic but was instead his essence logic. Murray also argues that Marx utilized both Hegel's concept logic and, more importantly, his essence logic, as competing points of view, or discordant discourses. See next section. 1.3 Marx's Capital as Hegelian subject. A related issue discussed in several chapters has to do with the Hegelian concept of subject. The question is, does Marx's utilization of aspects of Hegel's concept logic imply that Marx regarded capital as a subject in the Hegelian sense of the term? Moishe Postone, 1993, was the first to argue that Marx's concept of capital is similar to a Hegelian subject, in the sense that capital acquires an independent existence and dominates the capitalist mode of production, similar to the domination of objective reality by Hegel's subject. Arthur, 2001a, has made a similar argument in terms of the absolute spirit. Capital is a universal power which dominates over human beings, similar to Hegel's absolute spirit. Ricardo Bellofiore's chapter in this volume presents a similar interpretation and adds a quantitative dimension, Marx's concept of capital is similar to a Hegelian subject, in the sense that capital produces surplus value and is self-valorizing. Belofiore emphasizes that capital can produce surplus value only if it succeeds in dominating labor in production, but if capital does succeed, then capital produces profit is a true statement of capitalist reality. Belofiore presents several passages from Capital to support his interpretation, and he argues that the German verb erscheinen, to appear or be manifested, in these passages connotes that, although the appearances under discussion, for example, capital appears to be self-valorizing, are bizarre, these bizarre appearances are nonetheless real, that is, are truthful and accurate representations of capitalist reality. Igor Hansel's chapter argues, to the contrary, that the verb erscheinen in these passages, and elsewhere, does not connote that these bizarre appearances are true, but rather that these bizarre appearances are not only false, but they are also necessarily false. That is, these false appearances are the inevitable products of capitalism itself. Capitalism creates its own smoke screens that hide its true reality. Hansel discusses in particular a well-known passage from the end of chapter 4 of volume I, in which Marx states that value is the subject of the valorization process, and implicitly that capital is the subject. However, Hansel argues, Marx's theory in chapter 4 is still concerned with the sphere of circulation only, prior to the production process. In the sphere of circulation, capital does indeed appear to be a self-valorizing subject, but this is a false appearance, an illusion. Marx's theory of surplus value proceeds to demonstrate that capital does not itself produce surplus value, and thus is not a self-valorizing subject. Capital can be valorized only by incorporating labor from the outside and exploiting labor in production. Patrick Murray's chapter also argues against the view of capital as a Hegelian subject. As mentioned above, Murray's interpretation is that Marx appropriated both Hegel's concept logic and his essence logic. He argues that Marx used Hegel's concept logic in order to explain capital's pretense to be a self-valorizing subject, and he counterposed this concept logic with Hegel's essence logic, which demonstrated that capital is not really self-valorizing, capital is an impostor, and Hegel's essence logic helps Marx expose the pretense of capital. Meany presents a similar interpretation and argues that, although interest-bearing capital is the idea of capital, in the Hegelian sense of being the culmination of all the previous theoretical development, if interest-bearing capital is viewed in isolation from profit-bearing capital and the rest of the economy, especially labor, as the classical economists were prone to do, especially the vulgar economists, then interest-bearing capital appears to produce its own interest, but this is a fetish, an illusion. Tony Smith also argues against the interpretation of capital as subject for a different reason. According to Smith, a Hegelian subject applied to society means that society is harmonious and does not have internal conflicts. But capitalism obviously has internal conflicts. Valorization is coercively imposed on workers by capital, and therefore capital cannot be a Hegelian subject in this sense. Part 2 will provide brief summaries of the individual chapters in this book. 2 summaries of individual chapters. 2.1 Idealism and Materialism. Tony Smith's chapter, Hegel, Marx, and the Comprehension of Capitalism, notes that Marx adopted 2 important aspects of Hegel's thought. First, the methodological framework of Marx's theory, systematic dialectics, is taken over from Hegel. But there is a major modification. While Hegel's major writings present an affirmative systematic dialectic, Marx's theory is critical. Later levels in the critique of political economy do not overcome the antagonisms found at its start, they articulate the same antagonisms in more concrete and complex forms. Second, Marx's concept of capital was modeled on what he took to be Hegel's logic of the concept. Smith argues, however, that this concept of capital is not in fact isomorphic to the logic of the concept that Hegel affirmed, but rather illustrates the sort of essence logic Hegel rejected. The chapter concludes with some critical reflections on recent attempts to connect Hegel's logic with Marx's critique of political economy. Mark Meany's contribution, Capital Breeds, interest-bearing capital as purely abstract form, responds to Roman Rostalski's observation that Marx's Grundriss manuscripts make massive reference to Hegel's science of logic. This presents the challenge of taking each of the terms and phrases borrowed from the logic and linking them to Hegel's work. It is not enough, however, simply to note a similarity in terminology. The employment of a term or phrase in the logic is a function of its placement within the development of the whole, and the same is true of the Grundriss. In his chapter for this collection, Meany examines the specific transition from profit-bearing capital to interest-bearing capital, making use of both philological exegesis and a close analysis of the logical structure of Marx's arguments. He explains Marx's deployment of phrases such as self-reproducing and real capital at precise points in the manuscripts by linking Marx's language to the logical terms and phrases Hegel uses in his presentation of realized genus, the concrete universal. 1. Inigo Carrera's chapter, Dialectics on its Feet, or the Form of the Consciousness of the Working Class as Historical Subject, argues that the need to place dialectics on its feet is not a matter of adapting Hegel's logic to a materialist point of view, but is instead the necessity of transcending the historical character of logic itself. It starts by considering that Marx recognizes consciousness as the way in which human subjects govern their actions as individual organs of their process of social metabolism. Therefore, he recognizes the forms of consciousness, hence, scientific method itself, as historically determined forms of social relations. Consequently, he faces logical representation itself as the historical form of a consciousness which bears the contradictory necessity of producing objective knowledge in order to produce relative surplus value, while at the same time it must remain blind to its own alienation. Thus, logical representation ideally places into relation the concrete real forms according to a constructive necessity, which appears as the objective product of a naturalist abstract free consciousness. On the other hand, Marx's Capital follows in thought the real movement of the general social relation of the working class, thereby discovering the necessity of its consciousness as an alienated being that bears the necessity of producing itself as an alienated consciousness that is aware of its own alienation and of the historical powers it derives therefrom. Gaston Caligaris and Guido Starista's chapter, Which Rational Kernel? Which Mystical Shell? A contribution to the debate on the connection between Hegel's logic and Marx's Capital, argues that in the logic Hegel managed to discover the simplest form of existence of the real, the movement of affirmation through self-negation. As a consequence, he correctly presents the method of science as the systematic unfolding of the immanent life of the subject matter. However, insofar as Hegel's systematic dialectic begins with the simplest thought form, his subsequent derivation of form determinations unfolds a whole series of redundant categories which, from a materialist standpoint, correspond to the immanent necessity of pure thought only and do not express the inner movement of the simpler determinations of real material being. The chapter further submits that an immediate reason behind that spurious starting point resides in his methodological procedure of extreme abstraction, which arbitrarily casts aside all particular determination until reaching a wholly empty universal. By contrast, the chapter argues that Marx finds a materialist alternative to Hegel's abstraction in dialectical analysis, which moves by searching for the more abstract or simple content of the concrete form he is immediately facing. 2.2 Marx's theory of capital and Hegel's logic of the concept. Fred Mosely's chapter, The Universal and the Particulars in Hegel's Logic and Marx's Capital, argues that the two main levels of abstraction in Marx's theory are capital in general and competition, and that this logical structure was a creative appropriation of Hegel's logic of the concept, and specifically the first two moments of universality and particularity. Marx's capital in general corresponds to Hegel's universality, and the main question addressed is the universal property of all capitals, the production of surplus value, and the determination of the total surplus value produced in the economy as a whole. Marx's level of abstraction of competition corresponds to Hegel's moment of particularity, and the main question addressed is the derivation of the particular forms of surplus value, equal rates of profit across industries, commercial profit, interest, and rent, and the division of the predetermined total surplus value into individual parts. Mosely argues that Marx discovered this creative appropriation of Hegel's moments of the concept while working on the Grundrisse, and he maintained this Hegelian logical structure in all the later drafts of Capital. Roberto Feinska's chapter, on Hegel's methodological legacy in Marx, argues that Hegel's legacy for Marx is methodological. If Marx is not interested in a formalistic application of models from Hegel's logic, he is true to its fundamental principle, the Auslegung der Sache selbst, the dialectical self-development of a determined content. The mode of exposition, presentation, of this content is the Darstellungsweise, which is called by Marx the only scientific method. Feinska tries to show how, from a partially abstract application of the structure universal, particular, singular, which clearly derives from Hegel's science of logic, Marx moves to a dialectically more consistent formulation of it. This allows us to follow the development of the several abstraction levels of Marx's theory of capital through its different stages of elaboration, from the first conception to the final outline. This, although uncompleted, turns out to be dialectically more consistent than the first draft. Ricardo Bellofiore's chapter, Lost in Translation? Once again on the Marx-Hegel connection, first summarizes Marx's main criticisms of Hegel and the views of a number of Marxian theorists who have discussed them. He then presents his own interpretation of the movement from commodity to money and capital, stressing what he terms its dual path. The first path reconstructs the circularity of capital as subject, as an automatic fetish. It is here that Hegel's idealistic method of positing the presupposition served Marx well. The second path concerns the constitution of the capital relation, and therefore the linear exploitation of workers and class struggle in production. We find Marx's radical break from Hegel here. Bellofiore argues it is crucial to distinguish the objective, thing-like and alienated nature of capitalist social reality, its fetish character, from the attribution of social properties to the things themselves as natural attributes, fetishism. While the latter is deceptive, mere semblance shine, the former appearance is all too real Erscheinung. Patrick Murray's contribution, The Secret of Capital's Self-Valorization laid bare, how Hegel helped Marx to overturn Ricardo's theory of profit, argues that Marx's appropriation of Hegel's logic of essence enabled him to show that profit is the necessary form of appearance of surplus value. In overturning the existing theories of profit, Marx overturns classical value theory, which explains individual prices as expressions of individual, labor, values, replacing it with a holistic labor theory of value that holds only for the total capital. For individual capitals, profit is in fact proportional to capital's magnitude, and, apparently, nothing else. Capital's expansion seems to be its doing, capital appears to be a self-valorizing automatic subject. In overlapping the presentation of capital, which appears to mimic the self-sufficient movement of Hegel's concept, with the presentation of surplus value as the essence that necessarily appears as profit, Marx lays bare capital's secret. Capital increases in value, is valorized, only by appropriating the unpaid labor of wage workers. Igor Hansel's chapter, The Circular Course of Our Representation, Schein, Grund, and Erscheinung in Marx's economic works, deals with the ways Marx proceeds from a certain cluster of concepts of political economy as a science to other ones. It starts with a short overview of Marx's procedures in Capital Volume I leading to the manuscript Chapter 6, Results of the Immediate Process of Production, and it shows how they correspond to a circular type of theory construction. For a better understanding of this type of theory construction, Hegel's logico-categorial reconstruction of the movement of scientific knowledge from Schein via Wesen to Erscheinung as given in his Science of Logic is explicated together with a reconstruction of the way Marx draws on Hegel's category clusters Schein, Wesen, and Erscheinung, and their orderings. Finally, an epistemological account of the category pair Schein and Erscheinung with respect to Marx's economic works together with a description of the peculiarities of German syntax of that pair is presented. 2.3 Different views of the dialectic geared Rutten's chapter, an outline of the systematic dialectical method, scientific and political significance, explores the methodology of systematic dialectics. Building on the work of Hegel and Marx, Rutten reconstructs this method with a view to the contribution it may make to the investigation of contemporary capitalism. He argues that systematic dialectics provides a framework for distinguishing the institutions and processes that are necessary, rather than contingent, for the capitalist system. This methodological framework also aids in the detection of the strengths and weaknesses in the actual structure of capitalism. Generally, the earlier parts of a systematic dialectical presentation help delineate the strengths of the system as well as contradictions, compare Marx's Capital, while the latter parts help to develop the comprehension of its weaknesses and contradictions, not fully developed in Marx's unfinished project. Any undue focus on one or the other can lead to political paralysis. Weaknesses should be understood in the context of the system's strengths, and vice versa. In Rutten's view, the political significance of the systematic dialectical method lies here. Chris Arthur's chapter, Marx, Hegel, and the Value Form, reconstructs Chapter I of Capital, which is generally regarded to be the chapter in which the influence of Hegel's logic is most easily detectable, and argues that Hegel's categories are indeed relevant. After an analysis of the commodity using Hegel's categories of being, categories drawn from Hegel's doctrine of essence are deployed because the oppositions characteristic of its structure are suited to a study of the doubling of the commodity into commodities and money. This discussion of Marx's first chapter is part of a broader project to provide a systematic dialectical reconstruction of capital. This is premised on the view that there is a significant homology between the movement of exchange, generating through a practical abstraction a system of forms of value, and the movement of thought, generating Hegel's system of logical categories. Mario Robles-Baez's chapter, Dialectics of Labor and Value Form in Marx's Capital, a reconstruction, reconstructs the dialectic of the determination of the social value form of commodities. It argues that the meaning of the categories is actualized throughout the progression of the moments that constitute the logical structure of Marx's presentation of his concept of capital as a self-valorizing subject in capital. This implies that the category of measure, that is, money as the measure of value and the rate of profit as measure of capital, and the dialectical unity of the labor value content of commodities and its money form, are actualized together through these moments. It is not until industrial capitals relate to each other that they are socially posited and commodities acquire the money form of prices of production. The main conclusion is that it is only at this moment in the progression that the social abstract labor time underlying the social value forms of all kinds of commodities as products of capitals is simultaneously posited and actualized. Conclusion: this book does not provide definitive answers concerning the relation between Hegel's logic and Marx's economic theory in Capital. But it does make significant progress in understanding this relation. As a number of the chapters establish, Marx's account of many important dimensions of capitalism traces a dialectic of essence and appearance with unmistakable Hegelian overtones. There is also a general consensus among the authors in this collection that Marx described his concept of capital in terms taken from Hegel's logic of the concept. Evidence is also provided that convinces the co-editors that at least part of what Marx meant in his famous 1858 letter about Hegel's logic, while writing the Grundrisse, has to do with how Hegel's logic of the concept, more specifically, the moments of universality and particularity, helped Marx distinguish the levels of abstraction of capital in general and competition, and thereby work out the relationship between total surplus value and its individual parts. An important open remaining question for future research is whether or not Marx later abandoned this Hegelian framework in the later drafts of Capital. This would at least partially solve the long-standing mystery of what Marx meant in this letter, although Marx may also be alluding to other ways in which he found Hegel's logic useful. Other matters remain much more contested. As we have seen already in this introduction, some authors in this collection hold that the order in which Marx presents the determinations of capitalism closely corresponds to the ordering of categories in Hegel's science of logic. Others vehemently reject this claim. Many of the scholars whose papers are published here regard Marx's criticisms of Hegel's idealism as completely warranted. Others hold that Marx presented a caricature of Hegelian thought, and that in more charitable and defensible readings Hegel's deepest ontological commitments are not open to the standard objections that have been made against them. Some authors of the chapters herein hold that Hegel's philosophy revolves around an abstract subject whose, imagined, reign over flesh and blood human subjects is isomorphic with capitals, all too real, reign as an abstract subject over living labor. Others find this reading of Hegel inconsistent with his insistence that universals should never be reified, and this interpretation of capital incomplete in light of Marx's insistence that capital is nothing but the products of living labor forcibly separated from their producers. The chapters in this book provide many promising ideas for the further exploration of these and other dimensions of what is one of the most interesting and important intellectual relationships in history. It is hoped that this book will stimulate further research along these lines. Part I: Idealism and Materialism. Chapter 1: Hegel, Marx, and the Comprehension of Capitalism. Tony Smith. Marx's early assessment of Hegel was almost entirely negative. Later, however, as he began to construct his critique of political economy, he took over aspects of Hegel's methodological framework. The core concept in his critique, the concept of capital, also has unmistakably Hegelian echoes. I shall argue that Hegel's logic does indeed contribute to the comprehension of capitalism, but not quite in the way Marx thought. Marx's early critique of Hegel. After the French Revolution, religious leaders throughout Germany blessed the restoration of aristocratic and monarchical privileges. Marx's fellow student radicals concluded that the emancipatory promise of the French Revolution would remain unfulfilled in the absence of a fundamental critique of religious consciousness. Ludwig Feuerbach's 1841 The Essence of Christianity provided such a critique. Feuerbach explained how the supposedly transcendent heavenly realm was merely a reified projection of earthly life, a result of treating predicates referring to human activities, knowing, loving, as if they applied to an absolute subject. God is knowledge, God is love. Hegel was thought to express orthodox views with an unorthodox terminology, with absolute spirit, his term for God, being a projection of the human into an alien, non-human, form. Building on Feuerbach's account, Marx attempted to show in detail how Hegel's political philosophy also represents the alienation of humanity from itself. Hegel conceptualized the state as a transcendent power over society, analogous to the heavenly realm's supposedly transcendent power over earth. Just as the heavenly realm is nothing but the projection of human activities in an alien and reified form, Marx insisted that the state is grounded in the alienation and reification of social life. Marx went beyond Feuerbach when he asked why religious alienation takes place. Answering this query required a critical account of the social world from which religious consciousness springs. Religion is the self-consciousness and self-esteem of man who has either not yet found himself or has already lost himself again. But man is no abstract being encamped outside the world. Man is the world of man, the state, society. This state, this society, produce religion, an inverted world consciousness, because they are an inverted world. Religious distress is at the same time the expression of real distress and also the protest against real distress. 1. It follows that, to abolish religion as the illusory happiness of the people is to demand their real happiness. The demand to give up illusions about the existing state of affairs is the demand to give up a state of affairs which needs illusions. 2. Marx initially agreed with most of his cohort that emancipation from a state of affairs which needs illusions meant dismantling the political rule of aristocrats and petty despots. Fairly soon, however, he came to see that merely political emancipation would be inadequate. 3. The political privileges granted to aristocrats and despots were not the root of the problem. The core issue was the dualism of state and society, defining the modern state as such, a dualism established and maintained by the egoistic spirit of civil society. 4. Just as belief in an otherworldly, divine realm was generated by material social practices on earth, the existence of the state as an allegedly transcendent power above society was also rooted in historically specific social practices. And just as to abolish religion as the illusory happiness of the people is to demand their real happiness, to demand the abolition of the state as a transcendent power is to demand a social order which does not require such a state. Marx referred to the required transformation as the democratization of social life. Insofar as democracy confirms that the supposedly transcendent state is nothing but the powers of society in an alien form, democracy is not merely one political form among many, it is the underlying secret of all political forms. 5 While the call for merely political emancipation could be addressed to citizens in general, this no longer suffices once it is recognized that emancipation involves socio-economic transformation. And so the young Marx addressed his theory to a quite different sort of social agent, the proletariat, defined as the class which stands in an all-round antithesis to the premises of the German state. 6 We could hardly be further away from the apotheosis of the German state which Marx found in Hegel. At this point, Marx was well aware that he had not sufficiently established his major theoretical and practical claims. He knew that he had not developed an adequate understanding of the material social practices of modernity, making do with vague references to the egoistic spirit of civil society. Marx's immersion in the philosophical debates of his student days did not adequately prepare him to develop the sort of theory he now required. He therefore abandoned his polemical engagement with Hegel, and devoted years to the intensive study of classical political economy. Marx never renounced his vehement condemnation of Hegel's philosophy. It would be natural, then, to expect that Hegelian thought would not have played a constructive role in his mature writings. However, in the course of composing the vast manuscript we know as the Grundrisse, Marx wrote to Engels that Hegel's logic was of great use to me as regards method of treatment. 7 Marx's goal was to reconstruct in thought the essential determinations of the capitalist mode of production, beginning with the simplest and most abstract social forms, commodity, value, money, and proceeding step by step to progressively more complex and concrete determinations. The term for this sort of project is systematic dialectics, and for all its undoubted shortcomings Hegel's logic provided Marx with a model for this sort of methodological framework. 8 Issues connected with the methodological dimension of the Hegel-Marx relationship will be discussed in the final section. In the meantime, Marx's belief that Hegel provided a key to understanding capital will be considered. Hegel's logic and the concept of capital, the main features of Marx's concept of capital can perhaps best be introduced by contrasting Marx's position with non-Marxian perspectives. Mainstream social theorists almost universally hold that, 1. Commodities are essentially means for the satisfaction of human wants and needs, 2. Money contributes to that same end by providing a measure of the value of commodities, a means for circulating commodities, and a store of value, and 3. Generalist commodity production accordingly revolves around C circuits, in which unneeded or unwanted commodities are exchanged for money which is then used to purchase different commodities. Addressing the given agent's needs and wants more satisfactorily. No one, of course, would deny the existence of M circuits, in which social agents invest money in the production and circulation of commodities, hoping to sell them later for a profit. But money is conceptualized as merely a proximate end here, sought as a means for obtaining goods and services at some subsequent point in time. 9 Moreover, no one would ever deny that the proper background conditions must be in place for the circulation of commodities and money to further human flourishing. Some argue that relatively extensive political regulation is required, others advocate more minimal political regimes. Hegel made an immensely important contribution to these ongoing debates. 10 From Marx's standpoint, however, these debates do not go deeply enough into the nature of capitalism, and Hegel's contribution to them is not his most significant contribution to the understanding of modern society. While mainstream theorists may disagree on countless issues, in Marx's estimation their views share the same fundamental flaw: they all fail to recognize the systematic subordination of C circuits under M circuits. There are texts where Marx argues for the primacy of the drive to expand monetary circuits by simply appealing to Hegel's logical point that the very concept of a quantitative limit implies the concept of quantities beyond those limits. 11 As the enemies of Marx, and of a Hegelian informed reading of Marx, never tire of repeating, however, it is illegitimate to jump from the abstract logic of quantity to a substantive claim about a historically specific social order. A much stronger justification can be developed from the fact that in generalist commodity production units of production are compelled to make exchange for money their primary end. Their production is undertaken privately, and the social necessity of their endeavors can only be validated through sale of their products for money. Point 12 Also, without a sufficiently high level of monetary returns, a given unit of production would not be able to purchase the commodity inputs required to participate in the next circuit of production. Finally, each unit must also fear finding itself at a competitive disadvantage vis-a-vis competitors beginning a new round with significantly greater financial resources. In brief, units of production that systematically direct their endeavors to valorization, that is, the appropriation of monetary returns exceeding initial investment, necessarily tend to survive and grow over time. Those that do not do so tend to be pushed to the margins of social life, or eliminated altogether. Most individual agents, of course, do not make the acquisition of money their preeminent goal. They seek money as a merely proximate end that ultimately serves as a means for acquiring goods and services. Access to monetary resources, however, generally depends upon a connection to units of production directed towards the appropriation of monetary returns. For example, income allocated to investors, employees, or pensioners, or the dependents of any member of these groups, comes from, and returns to, M circuits. Point 13 This practical compulsion to connect with monetary circuits compels us to accept the theoretical claim that the use of money as a means in C circuits is systematically subordinated to the valorization imperative, the accumulation of money as an end in itself. For most mainstream theorists, capital is simply a general term referring to anything used in production and distribution processes, from tools, raw materials, and embodied skills, so-called human capital, to the money that purchases these inputs. But the use of tools, raw materials, and embodied skills preceded the first hominids, and numerous pre-capitalist social formations used money to purchase products. This usage therefore occludes the historically specific nature of capital in contemporary capitalism. For Marx, capital is initially defined as the unifying principle underlying M circuits. Insofar as the domination of these circuits is historically specific to modern capitalism, so too is this definition. In the most general terms, capital as value in process begins with money, proceeds to the production and circulation of commodities, and culminates with an appropriation of money exceeding the initial investment, ready for reinvestment on the next level of complexity and concreteness. M circuits are expanded through distinguishing commodity inputs, means of production such as raw materials, machinery, plant, labor power, and so on, commodity outputs, and the production process, P, in which labor power is set to work on other inputs in order to produce the output. In a social world dominated by capital circuits, it is legitimate to speak of 1. The initial money invested on the level of society as a whole in a given period, 2. The aggregate set of commodities produced and distributed in that period, and 3. The total sum of money capital appropriated from sales of those commodities at its completion, after individual circuits of capital have run their course. From this perspective, capital can be defined as value in process on the aggregate level. No previous historical formation has made the ceaseless expansion of surplus value, the difference between M and M, the ultimate end of social life. We must now look at how Marx describes capital, value in process, more closely. Both the money and the commodity function only as different modes of existence of value itself. Value is constantly changing from one form into the other. Without becoming lost in this movement, it thus becomes transformed into an automatic subject. Value is here the subject of a process in which, while constantly assuming the form in turn of money and commodities, it changes its own magnitude, throws off surplus value from itself considered as original value, and thus valorizes itself independently. For the movement in the course of which it adds surplus value is its own movement, its valorization is therefore self-valorization. Value suddenly presents itself as a self-moving substance which passes through a process of its own, and for which commodities and money are both mere forms. 14 Marx is well aware that the notion of a non-human subject that is somehow a self-moving substance is bizarre. These are technical terms associated with the very Hegelian theory that Marx had earlier rejected so strongly. Marx did not waver in his condemnation of the metaphysics of absolute idealism. But in effect he insists in this passage that Hegelian categories are required by the critique of political economy. In his view, the structure of capital is precisely isomorphic with the structure of Hegel's absolute. Marx took Hegel's absolute to be a self-actualizing universal that somehow externalizes itself in a series of forms, returning to itself step by step. This unfolding of the absolute embodies a logic of the concept, described by Hegel as the distinction of the individual from the universal, which as such is continuous with that which is differentiated from it and is identical with it. 15 In Marx's reading of Hegel, these specific determinations are ultimately of no interest in and of themselves, apart from their contribution to the absolute self-actualization. 16 Capital, the self-valorization of value, not only can but must be understood in exactly the same terms. The particular determinations of value in process make up capital's self-externalization and return to itself. When Marx uses the Hegelian terminology of subject and self-moving substance to refer to capital, he is claiming that the logic of capital instantiates Hegel's logic of the concept. Capital is a universal distinct from its moments, while being simultaneously continuous and identical with these moments, which together constitute capital's process of self-valorization. Further, the moments in this process are ultimately of no interest to capital in and of themselves, apart from their contribution to the totalizing end of capital accumulation. The homology between Hegel's logic of the concept and the logic of capital appears exact and complete. Marx's claim, in brief, is that capital must be comprehended as an absolute subject in the Hegelian sense of the term. One of Marx's most prominent contemporary interpreters, Mosely, expresses the point as follows: Marx does not simply invert Hegel's concepts in a materialist fashion. Rather, in an effort to grasp the peculiar nature of social relations in capitalism, Marx analyzes the social validity for capitalist society of precisely those idealist Hegelian concepts which he earlier condemned as mystified inversions. Marx suggests that a historical subject in the Hegelian sense does indeed exist in capitalism. His analysis suggests that the social relations that characterized capitalism are of a very peculiar sort. They possess the attributes that Hegel accorded to Geist spirit. It is in this sense, then, that a historical subject as conceived by Hegel exists in capitalism. 17 More specifically, the Geist constitutes objective reality by means of a process of externalization or self-objectifications, and, in the process, reflexively constitutes itself in a manner precisely isomorphic with capital's reign as a subject and self-moving substance. 18 On this reading, Hegel's contribution to the comprehension of capitalism could not be more profound, even if completely unintended. The significance of Marx's concept of capital for contemporary normative social theory has yet to be adequately appreciated. Contemporary liberal theorists hold that our deepest political values call for an institutional framework allowing individuals freely to pursue their own conceptions of the good while maintaining neutrality regarding competing conceptions of the good on the level of society as a whole. Their communitarian critics claim that every healthy political community has a conception of the good embodied in its traditions and practices, and that this conception has priority over those of individuals, since the very identity of individuals is forged through socialization into the values of their community. 19 Liberal and communitarian positions are both fundamentally flawed, neither incorporates an adequate concept of capital. Communitarians are correct to insist that a particular conception of the good is institutionalist on the level of society as a whole, even in the capitalist societies that most proclaim their commitment to liberalism. But it is not a conception of the human good as they fantasize, it is the inhuman good of capital. Liberals are correct to note how individuals in modern, capitalist, societies are in principle free to select their own ends. But they do not recognize how human freedom and human ends are systematically subordinated to the freedom and ends of capital. Marx's interpretation of Hegel unquestionably helped him formulate these revolutionary insights. But the question of what Marx himself thought is not the only question we can ask. Putting aside what Marx said, what should we say about the relationship between Hegel's logic and the critique of political economy? Hegel's logic and the concept of capital. 2. Approaching the question from the Hegel side, one consideration that should make us pause before accepting the standard picture of Hegel accepted by Marx, Postone, and so many others is the content of the culminating section of Hegel's logic, the absolute idea. This section is devoted entirely to a discussion of the methodology employed in that work. 20 We do not find hymns of praise to an alien subject greedily subsuming flesh and blood human beings to its alien ends. We find instead reminders that in point of contents, thought is only true in proportion as it sinks itself in the facts, accompanied by a sober discussion of the claim that the progression from one category to the next has been simultaneously analytic. Each succeeding category is implicit in what has gone before, and synthetic. Each determination adds a new content to what has gone before. 21 This suggests that Hegel's absolute may not be the grand puppet master that Marx takes it to be. A reasonably charitable reading of the text suggests instead that absolute thought refers instead to anyone's thinking insofar as it cognizes the immanent soul of the material and concedes to it its right to its own proper life. Marx's own self-professed goal. 22 To put the point provocatively, to the extent Marx's systematic reconstruction in thought of the essential determinations of capitalism truly captures the capitalist mode of production in its own proper life, Marx's thinking can legitimately be said to exemplify absolute thought in Hegel's sense of the term. 23 When assessing Marx's reading of Hegel, it is also important to recall that Hegel uses crucial terms in unfamiliar ways. It is natural to assume that to talk of a self-actualizing universal is to refer a thought construct, treating it as an entity somehow capable of action. But it turns out this is simply Hegel's inexcusably idiosyncratic way of discussing the relationship between thinking as an activity, your thinking, my thinking, the thinking of any I, and the thoughts that are the products of this activity, the product of this activity thinking, the form or character peculiar to thought, is the universal, or, in general, the abstract. Thought, regarded as an activity, may be accordingly described as the active universal, and since the deed, its product, is the universal once more, may be called a self-actualizing universal. Thought conceived as a subject, agent, is a thinker, and the subject existing as a thinker is simply denoted by the term I. 24 Similarly, Hegel tells us that the odd idea of a self-acting content of thought is to be understood as a content objectively and intrinsically determined, which is precisely Marx's notion of a cognition that concedes to the material its right to its own proper life. 25 The meaning of the undeniably strange 20 It is certainly possible to indulge in a vast amount of senseless declamation about the idea absolute. But its true content is only the whole system of which we have been hitherto studying the development. I do not need to downplay the differences between the two theorists. Marx rightly rejected Hegel's expansive account of the a priori constraints on empirical experience. On the other hand, Marx too rejected a naive empiricism, and there are good reasons to assert that Hegel's position does not in principle rule out empirically responsive though not empirically legitimate categories. See Pippin term infinite thought also turns out to not be as strange as first appears. Anyone who accepts that we are capable of thinking about our thinking accepts infinite thought in Hegel's sense of the term. The nominal explanation of calling a thing finite is that it has an end, that it exists up to a certain point only, when it comes into contact with, and is limited by, its other. In having a thought for object, I am at home with myself. The thinking power, the I, is therefore infinite, because, when it thinks, it is in relation to an object which is itself. 26 These are, admittedly, quite odd ways of talking, even by the odd standards of philosophy. But the realities to which Hegel refers with these terms are not odd in the way in which capital is odd. I cannot think of any reason why anyone would adopt Hegel's usages in a future socialist society. But it would, I think, be completely correct to say after the reign of capital has been overthrown that thought is a self-actualizing universal, that a content can be self-actualizing, or that thought can be infinite, in Hegel's sense of these terms. This suggests that the relationship between these Hegelian themes and capital is by no means as intimate as Marx supposed. An equally important reason to question Marx's reading can be found in Hegel's own account of what an institutional framework would have to look like to instantiate the logic of the concept adequately. In the most general terms, it would have to constitute a rational social order. In Hegel's, unsurprisingly idiosyncratic, sense of the term, the rationality of any ontological region is constituted by a thorough mediation of universality, particularity, and singularity in that region. Such rationality is established theoretically by reconstructing the fundamental determinations of the given region as a system of syllogisms in which each of the functions of the notion universality, particularity, individuality, as it is brought by intermediation to coalesce with the other extreme, is brought into union with itself and produces itself. 27 This intermediation takes a specific form in specific regions. In the sphere of socio-political institutions and practices, objective spirit in Hegelian terminology, rationality is not merely a matter of intermediations constituting an organic system reproducing itself over time. Rationality has in addition a strong normative dimension involving the freedom and flourishing of individuals and communities. Hegel believed that the complex mediations in modern political society connecting individual agents, a civil society incorporating generalist commodity production, particularity, and the modern state, universality, could be reconstructed in terms of a system of syllogisms establishing the requisite objective normativity. He briefly reconstructed this social order as a system of syllogisms in the following passage from the Encyclopaedia Logic. In the practical sphere, the state is a system of three syllogisms. 1. The individual or person, through his particularity or physical or mental needs, which when carried out to their full development give civil society, is coupled with the universal, i.e. with society, law, right, government. 2. The will or action of the individual is the intermediating force which procures for these needs satisfaction in society, in law, etc., and which gives to society, law, etc. their fulfillment and actualization. 3. But the universal, that is to say the state, government, and law, is the permanent underlying mean in which the individuals and their satisfaction have and receive their fulfilled reality, intermediation, and persistence. 28 The philosophy of right should be read as Hegel's most comprehensive and detailed attempt to establish the strong normative justification of the modern socio-political order through this sort of system of syllogisms. Hegel's argument for the rationality of the modern social world cannot be accepted. His social ontology includes free individuals, their motives and acts, the intended and unintended consequences of those acts, the, supposedly, quasi-natural association of the family, free associations of individuals in civil society, the political community and its customs, laws, and state apparatus, and external relations among states in world history. Capital is invisible. And that, as they say, is like Hamlet without the prince. None of the agents and institutions just listed can be adequately comprehended in abstraction from the alien power of capital to subordinate human ends to its end, the self-valorization of value. The question here, however, is not whether Hegel's own social and political theory is satisfactory. It is whether Hegel unintentionally contributed to the understanding of capitalism by developing a logic of the concept precisely homologous with the logic of capital. This would be the case if it were possible rationally to reconstruct a social order of generalist commodity exchange as a system of syllogisms mediating universality, particularity, and singularity along the requisite lines once capital has been made visible. This cannot be done. As noted above, Hegel's logic of the concept calls for a distinction of the individual from the universal which as such is continuous with that which is differentiated from it and is identical with it. As we have also seen, in the region of socio-political practices and institutions this continuity and identity are to be taken in a strong normative sense in which the well-being of individuals and groups in a community is systematically furthered by the universal organizing principle of the society. Capital is not connected to individuals and groups in this way. Fundamental human ends, health, stable communities, challenging work, free time for relations with family and friends and projects of our own choosing, and so on, are furthered in a profoundly partial and precarious manner, to be sacrificed when the valorization imperative demands their sacrifice. In the relevant sense applicable to the region of socio-political practices and institutions, the concept of capital does not fit what Hegel referred to as the logic of the concept. Marx, however, was correct to think that Hegelian categories illuminate the social ontology of capitalism. We just need to look elsewhere. Essence logic and the critique of political economy let us return again to the initial level of Marx's theory. The generalist commodity production examined there involves a more extensive form of sociality than previous modes of production. Social connections of unprecedented scale and scope are established as commodity producers respond to the wants and needs of an indefinite range of social agents dispersed over an indefinite geographical range. This sociality, however, takes an indirect form. Producers have no ex-ante assurance that their endeavors will actually play a role in social reproduction. Their privately undertaken production must be socially validated ex post through exchange, or else their efforts will have been wasted. Adopting a term from Kant, we may term this form of sociality dissociated, or asocial, sociality. Insofar as privately undertaken production is socially validated, products acquire a special property, value, exchangeability in definite proportions. This qualitatively homogeneous property is distinct from both the heterogeneous qualitative properties that make particular goods or services useful to their purchasers, use value, and from the particular ratios in which they are exchanged for other things, exchange value. Similar considerations allow us to distinguish the concrete, qualitatively heterogeneous, features marking off one form of labor from another, concrete labor, and the qualitatively homogeneous, feature all socially validated labor's share of being value-producing, abstract labor. We must also note that if generalist commodity production is to be viable, a generalist means of social validation is required, a particular thing in which value, an abstraction, appears concretely in a socially objective manner, a thing with the abstract and homogeneous property of universal exchangeability. This thing, whatever it is money. The following diagram depicts the inherently circular relationships of mutual determination in play. Marx's notion of fetishism refers to the relationship between sociality and the social forms of commodity, money, and value. Every social division of labor meets social wants and needs by mobilizing the creative powers of social agents, and the powers of nature, the past cultural achievements of humanity, scientific and technological knowledge, and so on, that social agents mobilize through their acts. But when sociality takes the historically specific form of dissociated sociality, these social relations are mediated through relations among things, commodities, money. Before considering how this framework relates to Hegel's logic, we should first pay close attention to how Hegel defines the project of this work. The study of truth constitutes the proper problem of logic. In our everyday mind we are never troubled with questions of the truth of the forms of thought. We may also express the problem of logic by saying that it examines the forms of thought touching their capacity to hold truth. Point 29. The first part of the logic, the doctrine of being, considers explanatory frameworks, forms of thought, in which truths regarding the qualitative, quantitative, and measured determinations of individual somethings can be articulated. Hegel establishes the inadequacy of this level by showing that thought forms supposedly referring to an individual something logically require a transition to its other. This is not to deny that the categories of quality, quantity, and measure have a capacity to hold truth. There are theoretical and practical contexts in which the use of these categories is completely appropriate for expressing the truths with which we are concerned. Hegel's point is simply that there are more concrete and complex ontological structures, or, better, structured processes, the truths about which cannot be formulated with these relatively abstract and simple logical categories. Marx's theory begins where the doctrine of being ends. Hegel starts with the pure simplicity and utter emptiness of a category enabling only an affirmation of being. Marx begins with the complexity of the commodity in generalist commodity production, rent in two by the massive gulf separating, the nonetheless inseparably conjoined, dimensions of use value and exchange value. Hegel then considers attempts to categorize a supposedly separate something in terms of what it is in itself, abstract labor value, concrete labor commodity, use value/exchange value money, dissociated, sociality apart from its relationship to what is other, with the incoherence of all such attempts a result. Marx, in contrast, begins his critique of political economy with a social world in which, a. no separate commodity can be adequately comprehended in itself, apart from its relations to other commodities, and b. no separate act of producing commodities can be adequately comprehended apart from its relations to other acts within a social division of labor. 30 This is why Marx insists that the immanent measure of value is not labor time, but socially necessary labor time. 31 In contrast, the second major part of Hegel's logic, the doctrine of essence, does provide categories applicable to the social ontology of generalist commodity production. Essence categories come after those of the doctrine of being in Hegel's ordering because they define cognitive frameworks that allow truths about more concrete and complex states of affairs to be articulated. The determinations in the doctrine of essence come in pairs, neither of which can be considered apart from the other. In Hegelian jargon, each is reflected in the other. Truths are articulated within explanatory frameworks relating an essence and its appearances, a cause and its effects, a substance and its accidents, and so on. Marx's account of the relationship between value and money is a paradigmatic instance of such an explanation. 32 The value of commodities is an essence that necessarily must appear in money. Each is reflected in the other. Money is first and foremost the socially objective measure of value, while value can only be actualized through money, its form of appearance. Generalist commodity production must be conceptualized as a set of relationships among things, commodities and money, with value reigning as the essence of these relationships. The underlying truth of this essence, abstract, homogeneous, and quantitative value, is adequately manifested in its form of appearance, abstract, homogeneous, and quantitative money. As Marx shows, however, matters are much more complicated than this. Money may be the adequate form in which value appears, but what precisely is value? It is the reified and alien form sociality takes when it is in the historically specific mode of dissociated sociality. From this perspective, value and money together are the explanandum, what is to be explained, while the explanans doing the explanatory work is the form of sociality in generalist commodity production. From this perspective, sociality is the essence of the realm under investigation. And this essence is not manifested in a form adequately expressing its truth. When sociality takes the historically specific shape of dissociated sociality, social relations do not and cannot appear as what they essentially are. When Marx writes that each individual carries his social power, as also his connection with society, in his pocket, we are to take this assertion literally. 33 The state of affairs systematically occludes the essential matter, the dominant form of sociality in our epoch. In proportion as the producers become dependent upon exchange, exchange appears to become independent of them. Money does not create this opposition and this contradiction, on the contrary, their development creates the apparently transcendental power of money. 34 Marx reveals the social ontology of generalist commodity production to be more complex, and more bizarre, than anything found in Hegelian social theory. But categories from Hegel's logic must necessarily be employed to comprehend it adequately, even if the Hegelian echoes remain unnoticed. The social ontology of generalist commodity production is defined by two completely incommensurable essence logics in Hegel's sense of the term. On the one hand, value is the essence commodities must possess to play a role in social reproduction. This essence adequately appears in the form of the money that validates the production of those commodities. But the value of commodities is a reflection of the form taken by human sociality in our epoch, and the money that manifests value is nothing but the fetishized appearance of this quite different sort of essence. Each essence claim is incompatible with the other, neither can be reduced to or explained away by the other. This very peculiar essence logic is not overcome when Marx moves to the more concrete level of investigation. The same fundamental contradictions and antagonisms remain after Marx establishes that generalist commodity production is capitalist production. In stark contrast to Hegel's affirmative systematic dialectic, in which later levels overcome the fundamental contradictions and shortcomings examined earlier, in Marx's critical systematic dialectic more complex and concrete theoretical levels reproduce and deepen the initial contradictions and shortcomings. 35 More specifically, Marx's concept of capital does not overcome the fetishism that was a feature of the initial level of Marx's theory. The concept of capital is the concept of capital. Fetishism. The following diagram attempts to depict the mutual determinations on this level of abstraction. From one point of view, capital is an all-powerful essence, uniting its various moments in a dynamic structured process. But capital's activity, the self-valorization of value, is literally nothing but the exploitation of living labor. 36 And the powers of capital are literally nothing but the appropriated collective creative powers of living labor, along with the powers of science, machinery, nature, pre-capitalist cultural achievements, and so on, that living labor mobilizes. These powers necessarily appear in alien form as the powers of capital due entirely to the peculiar organization of social relations of our historical epoch. The individual worker is stripped of all connection with the objective conditions of labor, means of production, means of subsistence, despite the fact that these conditions are nothing but the products of collective social labor. 37 As a result, the individual worker is forced to put his or her creative powers at capital's disposal, thereby making them in a sense capital's powers. 38 So long as the social forms of dissociated sociality remain in place, everything functions as if capital were an absolute subject with transcendent powers standing over the social world, subsuming all other powers under its valorization imperative. But if that form of sociality were to be replaced, the supposedly absolute powers of capital would absolutely dissipate. The entire point of a critique of political economy is to bring that day forward by revealing that the emperor, capital, has no clothes, so to speak. 39 In the affirmative systematic dialectic of Hegel's logic, the contradictions of essence logic are overcome in the advance to the logic of the concept. In Marx's critical dialectic, in contrast, these contradictions are repeated in successively more complex and concrete ways. 40 After it has been made explicit that generalist commodity production is capitalist production, we still confront a bizarre social ontology with two antagonistic, irreconcilable, and yet equally compelling claims to be the essential matter, capital as subject, and self-moving substance, on the one hand, and the powers of, and those mobilized by, human sociality on the other. 41 Hegel did not affirm the rationality of the modern, capitalist, order because his notion of the logic of the concept is homologous with the coercion, alienation, and expropriation of capital. He affirmed its rationality because, lacking an adequate concept of capital, he did not recognize how coercion, alienation, and expropriation pervade modern society. Capitalism does not institute the sort of harmonious reconciliation of universality, particularity, and singularity required to instantiate the logic of the concept in the socio-political realm. Capitalism therefore lacks rationality in Hegel's strongly normative sense of the term. It could even be said that Hegel's logic of the concept provides a categorical framework within which capital can be subjected to critique, although Hegel himself, Marx's methodological framework and Hegel's logic. As noted previously, Marx mentioned that Hegel's logic proved useful to him as he worked out the methodological framework of his own theory. The exact relationship between the logic and Marx's methodological framework, however, remains a matter of considerable dispute. The substantive claims defended above have implications for our understanding of this issue. No adequate treatment of such a complex topic is possible in the space remaining. However, a few provisional remarks can be made in the course of considering two recent hypotheses. 1. A number of prominent Marxian scholars hold that the systematic ordering of determinations in Marx's critique of political economy closely corresponds to the linear order in which Hegel presents the categories of his logic. Authors defending this claim have greatly illuminated Marx's use of specific Hegelian motifs, and Marx may well have had the ordering of categories in the logic in mind as he composed at least part of the Grundrisse. It is much less plausible to think this was the case as he wrote Capital. Nonetheless, I think there are good reasons to be skeptical of this view. Hegel and Marx both insisted that a systematic dialectical theory must be governed by the inner nature of what is being examined, the soul of the object. It would be an amazing coincidence if there were a one-to-one mapping of each step in the two systematic progressions unless Hegel's and Marx's projects were in some crucial respect the same project. Defenders of this view disagree among themselves about what this crucial respect might be. In Arthur's reading of the logic, for example, its categories are abstractions that supposedly determine material reality. 43 This idealist metaphysics, Arthur insists, must be rejected. But, he continues, Hegel's perverse metaphysics is precisely what makes his work indispensable for the comprehension of a perverse social order. Beginning with value, the essential determinations of capitalism are real abstractions that do in fact shape material reality. Hegel's comprehensive systematic account of abstract logical forms thus presages Marx's comprehensive systematic account of the real abstractions dominating social life in capitalism. For Mosely, in contrast, the plausibility of the claim that the progression in Marx's systematic theory corresponds to the ordering of Hegel's logic is rooted in a far more positive assessment of Hegel. 44 In Mosely's reading, the logic develops the most comprehensive and accurate account ever provided of the determinations of organic wholes. In so far as the capitalist mode of production is an organic whole, any comprehensive and accurate reconstruction of its determinations will therefore parallel the ordering of determinations in the logic. In the previous section of this chapter, I argued against reading the logic as the unfolding of a reified and all-powerful absolute thought, appealing to Hegel's own statement that logic examines the forms of thought touching their capacity to hold truth. If this interpretation is accepted, the foundation of Arthur's account of the relationship between the logic and the methodological framework of Marx's theory disintegrates. It is simply not plausible to think that an ordering of the forms of thought touching their capacity to hold truth must coincide more or less exactly with the systematic ordering of the essential determinations of capitalism. The two projects are just too different. Mosely's quite different, and quite incompatible, explanation for the correspondence of the two orderings suffers from a quite different problem. If the substantive account given in earlier sections of this chapter is accepted, the social ontology of capital is far more complex, contradictory, and bizarre than the normal organic wholes Hegel theorized. As argued above, Hegel's and Marx's theories develop in quite different directions. Hegel's affirmative systematic dialectic moves forward through the overcoming of contradictions to arrive at progressively more rational, logical forms. Marx's theory also progresses in the sense that later determinations allow a more complex and concrete comprehension of generalist commodity production than earlier ones do. But in Marx's critical dialectic, later determinations do not provide explanatory frameworks in which higher-order truths can be articulated in the manner of Hegel's logic, just the opposite. The most fundamental contradictions and antagonisms examined by Marx at the beginning levels of abstraction are not overcome as the theory progresses. They are instead repeated in more complex and concrete forms. Rather than revealing the inner nature of capital in ever more adequate ways, the later categories in Marx's progression reveal how capital's inner nature is progressively obscured, so that it appears as if circulation time, machinery, financial instruments, land and so on can themselves create value and surplus value. In any attempt to establish in detail a one-to-one mapping of the categories of the logic and the essential determinations of capitalism, there will, I believe, be many cases where the disanalogies between two supposedly homologous categories are at least as striking as the parallels. For reasons given in the previous section, for example, I believe that the disanalogies between the categories of utter simplicity in Hegel's doctrine of being and the already explicit and irreducible complexity of the beginning determinations of Marx's theory are far stronger than any analogies that might be drawn. In other cases where a particular Hegelian logical form does correspond quite closely to a particular determination in Marx's ordering, I believe it is very likely that there will be one or more other places in Marx's dialectic that it illuminates just as well. This would seem to undermine the claim that there is one and only one primary point of correspondence between the determinations in the two systematic progressions. 45 There may be good reasons, then, to regard the project of tracing a one-to-one mapping between the categories of the logic and the determination of Marx's critique of political economy as a hermeneutical straitjacket we need not put on. 2. A quite different account of way Hegel's logic illuminates the methodological framework of Marx's theory shifts attention from the complete set of determinations in both accounts to the grand sweep of Marx's theory and the categories from a particular chapter in Hegel's work. In this perspective, the movement from capital in general, understood as the theory of the production and circulation of total social capital, through many capitals, the redistribution of total social capital within and across different sectors of capital, to bank capital, the empirically existing form of capital as such, corresponds to the moments of universality, particularity, and singularity examined in the chapter of the logic titled The Concept. Marx had Hegel's progression in mind at crucial points as he worked out the architectonic of his theory. 46 Here too, however, the question of what Marx himself may or may not have thought is not the only question worth asking. We may also inquire whether there are sufficient reasons for us to say that the grand sweep of Marx's theory follows Hegel's treatment of universality, particularity, and singularity. Serious complications arise regarding each of the three supposed correspondences. At the beginning of a Hegelian systematic ordering, the universality we find is an empty, indeterminate, abstract universality. 47 At the conclusion of the theory we attain a comprehension of concrete universality, that is, a universality whose determinations are fully developed and explicit. 48 Marx's notion of capital in general is not homologous with either of these notions of universality. Capital in general is not an empty abstraction. Nor is it transcended as Marx's theory advances, the way the immediate, simple, form of abstract universality is transcended in Hegel's methodological framework. The aggregate sum of total social capital determined on the level of capital in general remains the key determining quantity on more concrete theoretical levels. 49 On the other hand, capital in general does not correspond to the Hegelian notion of concrete universality either. The latter includes all essential determinations of the relevant region, while the level of capital in general abstracts from all essential determinations of capital not directly relevant to the production and circulation of total surplus value. No less importantly, concrete universality in Hegel's framework represents the culmination of a normative progression, an advance in rationality to the highest form attainable in the given ontological region. This all-important dimension of Hegel's affirmative systematic dialectic is thoroughly absent in Marx's critical dialectic. On the theoretical level of many capitals, Marx explores how competition tends to equalize rates of profit through a logical distribution of surplus value within sectors of industrial capital, and between industrial capital, on the one hand, and non-industrial capitals and rentiers, on the other. This account of many capitals can indeed be interpreted in terms of the Hegelian notion of particularity. But the theoretical level of many capitals is just one of the places in his theory where the Hegelian notion of particularity comes into play. Were it not for the separation of particular units of production from each other and from the users of their products at the very beginning of Marx's systematic progression, all concrete labor would be immediately social labor, and sociality would not take on the alien form of the monetary value of commodities. Particularity in this sense pervades all levels of determinations in a systematic reconstruction of a social order based on dissociated sociality. Further, commodities and money are also the particular forms taken by capital in its circuits, while Department I and Department II, producing means of production and subsistence, respectively, are the particular forms of the reproduction of total social capital examined in Volume 2. Particularity will obviously also come into play on the much more concrete levels of the unwritten books on competition, the state, foreign trade, and the world market. There does not appear to be any special reason for us to assert an exclusive connection between the notion of particularity and the level of many capitals. Finally, singularity in Hegel's sense of the term can only be adequately instantiated on a theoretical level of full concreteness. The conceptualization of bank capital in the Grundriss and Volume 3 of Capital in Principle abstracts from the state, international trade, and the world market. It therefore lacks the full concreteness required for an adequate instantiation of singularity in Hegel's sense of the term. No less importantly, for Hegel singularity refers to the highest form of rationality attainable in a given ontological region. 50 No Marxist would ever describe bank capital in these terms. Its characteristic circuit, M, represents the most irrational form of the fetishism pervading a social order of dissociated sociality, generating the belief that capital can create surplus value out of itself. For these two reasons, bank capital cannot be interpreted as a category of singularity in the proper Hegelian sense of the term. 51 In the logic, Hegel developed a methodological framework progressing from simple and abstract determinations to progressively more complex and concrete levels of analysis. Marx adopted this framework for his critique of political economy. 52 But this was, I believe, a more creative adaptation than the two hypotheses considered in this section suggest. Chapter 2 Capital breeds, interest-bearing capital as purely abstract form. Mark Meany Introduction. The Rostalski Challenge. Roman Rostalski describes Marx's Grundriss manuscripts as making massive reference to Hegel's Science of Logic, SL. Point 1 I propose that Rostalski's characterization leaves us with an interesting challenge, to supply the footnotes. Taking on the Rostalski challenge would first involve solving the problem of just how to go about providing citations amid such massive reference. There are over 100 logical terms and phrases in the Grundriss that Marx borrows directly from SL. Meeting the challenge would entail close textual and philological exegesis. To establish a citation, you would have to link a term or phrase as found in the Grundriss to a term or phrase as found in SL. The methodology sounds simple enough, but anyone who has ever done this sort of work knows just how mind-numbingly difficult it can be. The magnitude of difficulty increases exponentially, not least because SL is one of the most semantically dense works ever composed and, of course, the Grundriss manuscripts are no walk in the park either. Yet, this is precisely what meeting the Rostalski challenge entails. In this chapter, I provide an illustration of the value of the empirical approach of philological exegesis in examining the relationship of Marx's Grundriss to Hegel's SL. I choose a particularly netlesome transition in the Grundriss from profit-bearing capital to interest-bearing capital in illustrating just how tightly Marx weaves SL into the fabric of the manuscripts. In preparing the transition, Marx describes capital as self-reproducing and multiplying and, as such, perennial. Point 2 Moreover, he goes on to say that when capital relates itself to itself as self-reproducing, it distinguishes itself within itself from itself as profit, and then supersedes the separation and thereby expands itself as the subject of a self-expanding circle, or spiral. Point 3 Capital breeds. Point 4 If Nicolaus's translation here is difficult, it is only because Marx's German is likewise excruciatingly turgid. More than one commentator has found Marx's choice of words here at least puzzling. Yet, Marx's use of the German language at this point in the manuscripts is a rich vein from which to mine numerous nuggets in establishing a relation of indebtedness, in dropping a footnote, as it were. We can go a long way toward solving the puzzle of the origin of Marx's wording in this complex transition to real capital by linking the Grundriss to SL, at the appropriate juncture. So, for example, by making use of this methodology, I will show how we can explain Marx's deployment of phrases such as self-reproducing and real capital at precise points in the manuscripts by linking Marx's language to logical terms and phrases Hegel uses in his presentation of realized genus, the concrete universal. In the conclusion, I move from the illustration to claim that we can meet the Rostalski challenge only by dropping a footnote for each and every transition in the Grundriss manuscripts as making massive reference to SL, a truly daunting task. A note on method in meeting the Rostalski challenge: we must supplement philological exegesis of the relation of the Grundriss to SL with an appreciation of why Marx would use a specific logical term or phrase at a certain point and yet never again use that same term or phrase anywhere else in the manuscripts. For example, Marx uses self-reproducing and self-expanding circle only and precisely at the locations in the manuscripts where he describes real capital as distinguishing itself within itself from itself as profit, and then superseding the separation thereby expanding itself als subject decreases. I submit that an answer to this question rests on Marx's understanding of the absolute necessity of the ordering of the logical categories in SL. Marx agrees with Hegel on this point. The necessity of the ordering of logical categories makes Hegel's method the scientifically correct method. In meeting the Rostalski challenge, we must therefore supplement our philological exegesis with an understanding of the ordering of economic categories in the Grundriss manuscripts in relation to the ordering of logical categories in SL. In short, we map logical terms or phrases in dropping footnotes by remaining faithful to the logical structure of both works. Logical terms or phrases provide us with signposts to logical structure. The logical structure of both works, in turn, provides us with clues in our construction of a philological map. In dropping footnotes capital breeds, interest-bearing capital as abstract form 43 conditions of the possibility of synthetic a priori knowledge. A return to the introduction. I do not pretend to be an economist. I do not entirely understand Marx's treatment of profit from the point of view of economics. We can, however, provide an analysis of the underlying logical categories of the structure of the arguments. We can also provide an analysis of the logical categories of a particular argument in relation to the structure of the whole of the Grundriss. Moreover, by using philological exegesis, we can link the underlying logical categories of particular arguments regarding profit and the overall logical structure of the manuscripts to Hegel's SL. Of course, our philological exegesis and logical analysis of Marx's treatment of profit must be coupled with an appreciation of his understanding of the scientifically correct method and the underlying necessity of the ordering of logical categories. In a letter to Engels dated January 16, 1858, Marx stated that a rereading of SL provided him with the conceptual tools that allowed him to unlock the secrets of profit. 5 Of course, Marx treats of the nature of profit-bearing capital, or what he calls real capital, only at the very end of the Grundriss manuscripts. Intuitively then, we might conclude that he here implies in his letter to Engels that he used SL in ordering the entirety of the materials of the manuscripts. Of course, intuitions aside, proving such a claim is the object of my work. He also expressed the desire to make accessible to the ordinary human intelligence what is rational in the method which Hegel discovered but at the same time enveloped in mysticism. 6 Elsewhere he lamented that he wished he had time to extract and make accessible the rational kernel contained in Hegel's treatment of scientific method. What did Marx take to be the rational kernel in Hegel's scientific method? In the section entitled The Method of Political Economy, Marx gives us an all too brief account of the proper method of procedure in an exposition of the capitalist mode of production. While he does not explicitly credit Hegel here for having discovered this method, it is clear in his criticism of Hegel that Marx is indebted to him for it. One begins with what is given in experience, complex or concrete things. Because concrete things are the result of a concentration of many determinations, one's initial conception is chaotic. Investigation initially consists in moving analytically from this chaotic conception of a concrete whole to the simple determinations that are constitutive of it. Having arrived at the simplest determinations of the concrete whole, one then proceeds to order these determinations of the whole in such a fashion that one reconstructs the whole in one's mind. We can see, in Marx's short exposition of the nature of the scientifically correct method, an elaboration of what had only been hinted at in earlier works. He reiterates what had been stated in the German ideology as the premise of true scientific exposition. The subject is society, real men acting together to create and reproduce their conditions of existence. The real remains after theoretical exposition as before, independent of the thoughts of the scientist. Nevertheless, the real is said to comprise a system of hierarchically ordered relations. The nature of the subject matter, therefore, is not given to sense. Since the whole is a functioning system of hierarchically ordered relations, the reconstruction of the real in the way of thought must be accomplished in a systematic manner. It is important to note at this point that the term concrete has two particular denotations for Marx. It is on the one hand the ontologically prior real. It is, in the language of the critique, an organism. As stated in the German ideology, as expressed in the language of the idealists, it is substance or society as subject or a totality. The capitalist mode of production is represented in the poverty of philosophy as a self-moving, self-reproducing whole comprising hierarchically ordered, dialectically related forms of existence. On the other hand, the term concrete also denotes the complex. In this sense it describes things such as existing social systems and also are scientifically adequate concepts of them. What is required in order to arrive at knowledge of the complex is that one must move from simple or abstract determinations of the whole toward a complete elaboration of the system of relations that comprise it. The achievement of such a result in a totality of thoughts is said to be a mirroring of the concrete that is the ontologically prior real. Now, because the concrete as ontologically prior is an organism and so on, the method that one uses in reconstructing the real in thought must be adequate to the object. Such a method must be based on the exposition of what had been termed organic development in earlier works. In fact, as Marx here states, this method is the only way that the mind can appropriate the real as such, that is, in a totality of thoughts. In saying as much, Marx echoes what he had said concerning Hegel's scientific method in The Poverty of Philosophy. Hegel is merely reconstructing systematically and classifying by the absolute method the thoughts which are in the minds of all. 7 In contending that the real, capital, is a system of hierarchically ordered and dialectically related parts, which must be appropriated by the mind in and through the use of a scientifically correct method based on the exposition of organic development, Marx is committed to the claim that the real can only be known through what Hegel terms Wissenschaft. I have demonstrated elsewhere the manner in which Marx's introduction is indebted to Chapter 2 of Section 3 of Volume 2 of Hegel's SL.8. I will not revisit the arguments here, only to say that, following Hegel, Marx distinguishes Wissenschaft into two parts or moments, cognition, or a method of inquiry, and comprehension. Cognition is, in turn, further subdivided into two stages, analysis and synthesis. In the initial stage of research inquiry, the investigator first analyzes a given living whole by breaking it down into its ultimate constituent parts and reducing it to simple concepts. In moving from an initial chaotic conception, an investigator proceeds by way of simple concepts to isolate the abstract highest essence of the organic whole. Of course, we know it took Marx years of research to reduce the parts of capital to simple concepts in isolating its abstract highest essence amid raw economic data in order then to begin to synthesize the data into a theory. Whereas in the initial stage of cognition in research inquiry an investigator first moves from the concrete to the abstract in analysis, the work of synthesis is a movement from the abstract toward a theory about the interrelation among the members of the organic whole. I trotted out this well-worn dictum only to make the point that Marx provides us in the introduction with a fine example of the application of the latter stage of the method of inquiry through his synthesis of simple concepts into a general theorem of capital. In his exposition of the theorem, Marx moves from abstract universality in definition, through particular determinations in division, to a demonstration that capital is an organic whole of interrelated members. As he notes in Exchange and Production, the method of inquiry is complete with the synthetic advance to, or deduction of, a general theorem. Production predominates over the members of a totality, distinctions within a unity. 9 Moreover, a definite production determines a definite consumption, distribution, and exchange as well as definite relations between these different moments. Yet, for Marx as for Hegel, a general theorem is not comprehension. cognition, or the method of inquiry, does not result in the comprehension of the living whole. As I have discussed elsewhere, following Hegel, the scientifically correct method is for Marx an a priori synthesis and not a general deduction of a theorem per se 10 for Marx as for Hegel. The work of analysis and synthesis in the method of inquiry provides an identification of the abstract highest essence of a given concrete whole, along with the deduction of a general theorem about the interrelationship among the members of a totality, distinctions within a unity. Cognition or the method of inquiry in no way results in a mirroring in thought of the living whole from which the investigation originates. Though necessary, the analytic and synthetic components of cognition are not sufficient to reproduce the organic whole in the mind of the investigator in the way of thought. For example, in an application of the method of inquiry, Marx's research no doubt led him to the conclusion that we must define real capital as profit-bearing capital that becomes a commodity by entering into circulation as interest-bearing capital. However, the simple deduction of this conclusion does not facilitate a comprehension of profit. In the Grundriss, Marx labels interest-bearing capital as the purely abstract form of capital. 11 From a Hegelian logical standpoint, this is an extremely important observation. It provides us with a philological clue as to the ordering principle of the whole of the Grundriss manuscripts. Recall that Marx distinguishes between two meanings of the term concrete. On the first meaning, the term denotes the ontologically prior real men acting together to create and reproduce their conditions of existence. The exposition of capital is thus grounded on the ontologically prior concrete, but, since this concrete is a systematic or organic whole, it can only be comprehended in and through a systematic exposition. The second meaning of the term concrete denotes the comprehension of real capital in a totality of thoughts by way of the reconstruction of this organic whole in the mind through the systematic exposition of it. According to this latter meaning, the concrete is not the starting point, but the end result of the exposition in the comprehension of the organic whole. The reconstruction of real capital in the mind through its systematic exposition presupposes the work of cognition or the method of inquiry. Comprehension thus entails beginning the systematic exposition with the most simple or abstract determinations of the whole identified in the work of cognition. The development of the systematic exposition starts from these abstract determinations and, through the development of progressively more concrete determinations, finally arrives at the knowledge of real capital as an organic unity. In this way, scientific exposition is for Marx what it is for Hegel, namely, circular in nature. Real capital is latent or immanent even in the simplest form of simple circulation. While the latter is, of course, an incomplete or partial manifestation of capital, it nevertheless must be taken as one form of existence of it, that is, it is real capital as it appears. The organic system of real capital is therefore the ground or foundation of the entire development contained in the Grundriss. Scientific exposition is not circular in a spurious sense, because our knowledge of the living whole must await the complete elaboration of the entire system of relations that comprise real capital. It is only as a result that we comprehend real capital as profit-bearing capital that becomes a commodity by entering into circulation as interest-bearing capital. As I say, I do not profess completely to understand in economic terms Marx's analysis of the nature of interest-bearing capital here. However, I can say that, by using philological exegesis, we can link logical terms and phrases that are indicators of the underlying logical categories of particular arguments focused on real capital as profit-bearing capital that becomes a commodity by entering into circulation as interest-bearing capital to specific logical terms and phrases in precise locations within the overall structure of Hegel's SL. In short, philological exegesis coupled with the analysis of the logical structure of the arguments provide us with evidence that, when Marx defines interest-bearing capital as the purely abstract form of capital, he is telling us in Hegelian terms that interest-bearing capital is the idea of capital. As such, it is that end toward which all things proceed and produce in the realm of capitalist production. Interest-bearing capital structures the whole of reality toward the end of its own self-reproduction. As Marx clearly states, it is capital that relates itself to itself as capital. 12 Moreover, Real capital as such is the ordering principle of the course of the entire systematic exposition contained in the Grundriss. The absolute method as synthetic a priori advance. In the final chapter of SL, Hegel describes the absolute method as comprehension. Here he claims that a proper application of the absolute method results in the comprehension of an organic whole, because the method results in the complete presentation of the Begriff concept of that whole. In his description, Hegel reviews the entire course of SL. Comprehension presupposes the results of the research of analysis and synthesis in the cognition of inquiry. Comprehension does not begin, therefore, with the empirically given or with empirical universality as such, but with universality that is the objective immanent form that the researcher had identified in the research undertaken through the cognition of inquiry. The beginning of true cognition thus contains implicitly all the determinations that characterize the essential nature of the concrete totality. Progress consists in comprehending the nature of the whole within this universality. To this extent, the absolute method is analytic because the analysis of the subject matter takes place entirely within the Begriff of the concrete totality. However, the complete nature of the concrete totality is not cognized within this initial universality. The absolute method is therefore just as much synthetic because the advance is made from the initial abstract universality to particular determinations or conditions of the objective immanent form. Comprehension of a concrete totality is thus a function of the explication of the many moments that relate to each other in constituting the concrete, organic whole. Comprehension is thus a synthetic method, but one that we must clearly distinguish from the synthetic component of the cognition of inquiry. It is enough to say that the absolute method is also analytic to distinguish it from the latter. While the analysis of the subject matter takes place entirely within the Begriff of the concrete totality, the exposition entails a synthetic advance from the abstract to the concrete in an explication of the self-reproduction of the concrete, organic whole. For this reason, the absolute method entails a synthetic a priori advance. I will not here review the entire course of SL, but suffice it to say that Hegel begins his exposition of the absolute method with the immediate content of knowledge and with thought in its merely conceptual phase. The logical categories employed provide us with a view of the immediate forms of existence of an organic whole. The first determinations must be presented as a mere diversity, because the whole is presented in its immediacy and not as the organic, self-reproducing whole. Without going into specifics as to the precise nature of the logical moves, the synthetic a priori advance proceeds from this initial immediacy or abstract universality to a consideration of the relationships among particular determinations of the organic whole. In the second book of the first volume of SL, Hegel demonstrates that reflection on the immediate content of knowledge reveals an underlying reality in terms of which the immediate being of that which appears is to be explained. Reflection on external relations reveals an inner essence that is presupposed by them. Things are not as they appear, but they exist in and through internal and external relations. Hegel concludes his first volume with an exposition of the organic whole as a self-causing unity of appearance and essence. In Volume 2, Hegel provides a full explication of this self-causing unity as a concrete totality in the logic of the concept. In sections 1 and 2 of the second volume on the logic of the concept, Hegel lays bare the absolute method as entailing a movement from the abstract to the concrete in the presentation of the objectification of an organic whole. In synthetic a priori knowledge, the organic whole is of course immanent within the entire development and as such is the foundation of the many categories of the first volume. Organic unity was merely implicit in its appearance in being, posited or set out as what it essentially is in essence, and, in the logic of the concept, the organic unity is explicated as self-reproducing. As self-reproducing, the organic whole is the universal organizing principle of the entire presentation of logical categories, a concrete universal. Elsewhere, I have documented by utilizing philological exegesis precisely how, in the chapter on money, Marx used Hegelian logical categories in his presentation of the arguments regarding the relation among the economic categories of product/commodity and money within simple circulation, the immediate being of capital. 13 In true Hegelian fashion, Marx begins his synthetic a priori advance with the immediate content of knowledge and with thought in its merely conceptual phase. He presents the first determinations of circulating capital as a mere diversity, because he must begin his a priori synthesis with circulating capital in its immediacy and not with the end result as an organic, self-reproducing whole. I have also documented that, once Marx exposes capital's appearance in simple circulation, he then moves to distinguish between the appearance and an essential, underlying reality. 14 The underlying reality is not an external relation among things, but a system of internal, interdependent relations. Finally, I have documented how, in the third, final, and most concrete stage of his synthetic a priori advance, Marx examines capital as real capital, a complete, complex organic whole realized in and through the production of profit-bearing capital, a concrete universal. 15 Throughout the process of synthetic a priori knowledge, capital as such has been immanent in the entire development. It was implicit in its mere appearance as simple circulation, it was posited or set out as what it essentially is in the second stage of exposition, and, in the final development, it proved itself to be an organic unity of circulation and production to the end of the production of interest-bearing capital as the purely abstract form of capital. As such, interest-bearing capital is the universal organizing principle of the entire manuscripts as the idea of capital, or capital that relates itself to itself as capital. The relation of form to content in the rules of logic at different stages of exposition in SL, Hegel reiterates that the rules governing the movement of thought in an a priori synthesis of logical categories are very precise. While the analysis takes place entirely within the begrip of the organic whole, the logical rules that govern the relation between logical categories within the exposition entail a step-by-step synthetic advance from the abstract to the concrete in moving from universality through particularity to individuality at each stage toward the full explication of the self-reproduction of the concrete totality. No logical move is wasted, each category plays an essential role within the process of the synthetic a priori advance. The ordering of logical categories is thus absolutely necessary. Here, we could digress on Hegel's critical appropriation of Kant's development of the rules that govern the precise relation between logical categories in conditioning the possibility of synthetic a priori judgments. We might also discuss Hegel's use of Aristotle in his criticisms of Kant. Suffice it to say, however, that the absolute necessity of the ordering of logical categories in an a priori synthesis of the begrip of an organic whole is the reason why Hegel maintains he has developed the scientifically correct method in SL. Marx agrees with this claim. It is, as it were, the rational kernel of Hegel's exposition of method. Hegel tells us that the rules of logic that govern the relation between logical categories in an a priori synthesis of the begrip of an organic unity depend on the goal of the logic of a particular section within the whole of SL. As I say, Hegel begins his presentation of the idea with the immediate content of knowledge and with thought in its merely conceptual phase. Hegel intends for the logical categories in the logic of being to provide us with a view of the immediate forms of existence of an organic whole. As a consequence, the exposition of the content of the logic of being is an exposition of the external relations between things as they appear as objects of sense. Because Hegel is concerned in this section to expose the external relations between objects of sense, the logical categories are themselves externally related to each other. As Hegel states, the logical rules that govern the relation between categories in the a priori synthesis within the logic of being entail a mere passing over into as a transition or a vanishing of one into the other of logical categories. Likewise, in the beginning of Marx's a priori synthesis of the begrip of real capital, the rules of the logic of being govern the relation among logical categories that undergird and govern the relation among economic categories in Marx's treatment of simple circulation. Without going into specifics as to the precise nature of the logical moves, Marx frequently refers in this section of the manuscripts to the relations among product/commodity and money as a passing over into of one economic category into the next or a vanishing of one into the other. He thus begins his a priori synthesis of the begrip of capital properly according to the scientifically correct method, with capital's immediate forms of existence. Such forms of existence are things or objects of sense. The logical rules that govern the relation among the logical categories that Marx uses to structure his presentation of simple circulation entail that he presents the economic categories as externally related. The commodity is exchanged for money and money is exchanged for the commodity in a virtual infinite series of exchanges. According to the precise rules that govern the logic of being, the commodity drops out of circulation only to be consumed, while money remains hoarded as dead treasure. Simple circulation is in no way productive of capital. As Marx states, simple circulation cannot ignite itself from within and, as a consequence, its immediate being is pure illusion. Simple circulation is the mediation of extremes, which it does not posit. In an a priori synthesis, Marx proves decisively that capital cannot be defined in terms of an external relation among things. In the logic of essence, the precise rules of logic that govern the relation between categories lead Hegel to demonstrate that reflection on the immediate contents of knowledge reveals an underlying reality in terms of which the immediate being of that which appears is to be explained. The process of synthetic a priori knowledge reveals an inner essence that is presupposed by the external relations of being. Constitutive relations are not solely external. The rules of the logic of essence entail an exposition of relational properties of things, rather than an exposition of the external relations between things. Because the logic of essence is an exposition of the essential relations within an organic whole, Hegel defines the logical categories of essence relationally. In being, logical categories vanish into each other; in essence, logical categories are constituted in dyadic relations. Likewise, in the Grundriss, Marx's exposition of the essence of capitalist production reflects the logical form of the categories of the logic of essence in an a priori synthesis from the abstract to the concrete. Once Marx exposes capital's appearance in simple circulation, he then moves to distinguish between appearance and an essential, underlying reality. Because the second stage of his a priori synthesis is an exposition of internal, essential relations, Marx uses the logical categories of the logic of essence to define economic categories relationally. Without going into specifics as to the precise nature of the logical moves, the logical rules that govern the structure of the logical categories that undergird Marx's presentation of the essential relation among economic categories require that he begin with a relatively simple identity, for example, money, the commodity, or the whole of the working day. Marx then uses the appropriate logical rules to demonstrate that the simple identity of money, the commodity, or the whole of the working day implies or posits contradictory sides, which are nevertheless correlated aspects of an individual series. The logical rules that structure the relation among specific logical categories in essence entail that the contradictory sides of these economic categories are phases in an a priori synthesis of a single, more concrete whole. The logical category that undergirds this more concrete whole likewise entails logical categories that undergird the contradictory sides of economic categories that then are superseded in the a priori synthesis of a single, even more concrete whole. At the end of the second stage of the exposition, the logical rules that govern the relation between specific logical categories enable Marx to demonstrate how these twofold relations among economic categories are superseded, preserved yet transformed, in an essential organic unity of the different, interdependent moments of production and circulation. He can thereby achieve at the end of the second stage of his exposition a new definition of circulating capital as a totality of inseparable moments. The organic unity of circulating capital will then serve as the basis of a third stage in Marx's synthetic a priori advance. Hegel achieves the goal of the exposition of the logic of essence and brings the second stage of the a priori synthesis of the begrip of an organic unity to completion when he demonstrates that the matter under consideration is an essential, organic unity of different but interdependent moments. In the third, final, and most concrete section of SL, Hegel will scrutinize this complex organic whole. Through the logic of the concept, Hegel presents, not the becoming of the organic whole, but rather the organic whole as it proceeds from itself. Because the content of the exposition of the logic of the concept differs essentially from that of the two preceding sections, the logical rules that govern the logical form or relation between categories differ as well. In being, the categories pass over into each other. Transition characterizes their ordering of one category in relation to the next in an a priori synthesis from the abstract to the concrete. In essence, reflection characterizes how each category is related to or reflected in the next. The nature of the relation of the categories in the logic of the concept is neither one of transition nor one of reflection. The logic of the concept is the logic of development proper. Development is an explication of what is immanent in what has come before. Each category represents the whole of the organic unity when viewed from a certain perspective. Each is therefore both the whole of the system and one of its specific moments. The general motif continues to be a synthetic a priori advance from the abstract to the concrete in moving from universality through particularity to individuality. Thus, while each category is the whole of the system from a certain point of view, the logical rule that governs the relation between categories continues necessarily to dictate a movement from the abstract to the concrete. The precise positioning of each category is therefore a function of the relation to the others as determined by the begrip of the concrete, organic unity in the process of a synthetic a priori deduction. Likewise, Marx's exposition of capital as it proceeds from itself reflects the logic of the concept, the logic of development proper. In the third, final, and most concrete stage of his a priori synthesis, Marx presents capital in general as a complete, complex organic unity. Because the rules of logic that govern the relation among the logical categories that undergird Marx's analysis of real capital differ essentially from the logical rules that govern the relation among logical categories that Marx used in the exposition of the previous two sections, the logical form or relation among economic categories here differs as well. In simple circulation, transition characterized the ordering of economic categories in a synthetic a priori advance from the abstract to the concrete. In his exposition of an underlying, essential reality, reflection characterized the relation between economic categories. In this final section of the Grundriss, the relation between economic categories is neither one of transition nor one of reflection, but development. Without going into specifics as to the precise nature of the logical moves, Marx follows the rules of logic that govern the relation between the categories of the logic of the concept in a presentation of what was immanent in the preceding stages. In keeping with the precise nature of the rules of a synthetic a priori deduction, Marx uses the categories of the logic of the concept to represent at a higher level of exposition all the many economic categories that serve to expose the becoming of capital. Rather than as moments in the becoming of capital, Marx presents them here as form determinations of capital as it proceeds from itself. As a consequence, each economic category represents the whole when viewed from a certain perspective. Each category is the whole of the organic unity of capital and a specific moment of it. Hegel divides his exposition of the rules that govern the logic of the concept into subjectivity and objectivity in the final stages of an a priori synthesis of the begrip of an organic whole. In subjectivity, the logical rules entail that Hegel re-examine the many categories he used in his presentation of the becoming of the concept at a higher level as form determinations of its own self-reproduction. The concept of the concept is a concept of a differentiated whole comprising its own particular moments. The concept is an organic system that determines the nature of each of its moments as well as their relation to each other. Each moment is therefore shown to be a phase within the entire development of the system. In objectivity, the rules of the logic of the concept entail that Hegel formulate an a priori synthesis of what he terms the process of the objectification of the concept. The initial process of objectification entails the supersession of the immediate form of objectivity and the positing of a form that is adequate to the end of the concept. The end, in turn, endows objectivity with a self-moving principle or soul. Likewise, without going into specifics as to the precise nature of the logical moves, the rules of logic governing the relation among the logical categories that Marx uses in his consideration of circulating and fixed capital as specific form determinations of circulating capital entail that Marx then develop an exposition of the objectification of capital. Marx first describes how capital supersedes the means of production in their immediate form and then posits them in a form adequate to its own end in itself. Marx describes, in turn, how machinery then undergoes a series of transformations such that capital endows machinery with a principle of self-movement or a soul of its own. In conclusion, we see for Hegel that the logical rules that govern the precise relation between logical categories are dependent at each stage of the a priori synthesis on the subject matter under consideration and the thought of it. Hegel repeatedly emphasizes that form and content are reciprocally related and determined by one another. Thus, at each stage in the process of a synthetic a priori deduction, the nature of the content determines the form of thinking, but, likewise, the form of thinking determines the nature of the content. Since the form and content are inseparable, the development of the logical categories in an a priori synthesis of the Begriff of an organic whole is absolutely necessary. The logical rules of transition from one logical category to the next inexorably link each category to the prior development and, in turn, form and content determine subsequent developments. Each category appears within a systematic whole of the a priori synthesis. It depends on the rules of logic that govern the development of the categories that precede it and on the rules of logic that govern the development of the categories that follow. Indeed, each category requires the whole of the a priori synthesis in order to have any sense at all. Marx was keenly aware of the rules of logic that govern a synthetic a priori deduction of the Begriff of an organic unity. Indeed, we find him characterizing Hegel's SL as reconstructing systematically and classifying by the absolute method the thoughts which are in the minds of all. He was keenly aware of the intimate, reciprocal relation between form and content in the synthetic a priori advance of logical categories in the absolute method. Because Marx sought the complete comprehension of the entire nature of capital and, to be more specific, of capital in general in the Grundriss, he did not consider Hegel's treatment of the rules of logic that govern the ordering of logical categories in a presentation of the absolute method lightly. Rather, he understood those rules, he saw the absolute necessity of the ordering of the categories and, as a consequence, he understood the scientific nature of a dialectical exposition of capital as organic unity based on Hegel's treatment of the absolute method. He therefore respected the precise ordering of the logical categories in his presentation of economic categories in his a priori synthesis of the Begriff of capital. Comprehending profit and interest in the Grundriss, the Rostalski challenge revisited. To summarize, we must supplement our philological exegesis in meeting the Rostalski challenge with an understanding of the rules of logic that govern each stage of the process of an a priori synthesis of the Begriff of an organic whole, in order properly to understand Marx's ordering of economic categories in relation to Hegel's ordering of logical categories. In short, we map logical terms or phrases in dropping footnotes by remaining faithful to the logical structure of both works. Logical terms or phrases provide us with signposts to logical structure. The logical structure of both works, in turn, provides us with clues in our construction of a philological map in meeting the Rostalski challenge. When we turn our attention to the transition in the Grundriss manuscripts from profit-bearing capital as real capital to interest-bearing capital as the purely abstract form of capital, we must remain mindful of the reciprocal relation of form to content in an a priori synthesis, or in comprehension. The logical rules of the movement from one logical category to the next inexorably link each category to the prior development in the advance, and, in turn, form and content determine subsequent developments. Each logical category appears within a systematic whole. It depends on the rules of logic that govern the development of the categories that precede it and on the rules of logic that govern the development of the categories that follow. Indeed, each category implicates the whole of the a priori synthesis in having any meaning at all. One cannot, therefore, as with formal logic, simply extricate forms of thought from SL and apply them piecemeal to some externally given content. The employment of any one logical category in an a priori synthesis of the Begriff or comprehension of an organic whole commits one to the use of them all in a proper deployment of the scientifically correct method. In short, Marx would not simply extricate logical categories from the middle of SL and apply them in some piecemeal fashion in blatant violation of the rules of logic that govern the relation between logical categories at each stage, precisely because he sought a synthetic a priori deduction, that is, the comprehension, of circulating capital. It so happens that I use a passage taken from the very end of the manuscripts to illustrate the value of the empirical approach of philological exegesis in examining the relation of the Grundriss to SL. I must therefore rely on the reader to bear in mind that I abstract from some very rich content indeed in order to make my point. I will argue via our qualified, philological exegesis that Marx makes use of that part of the logic of the concept that Hegel terms the process of genus in his consideration of the genesis of real capital. Consequently, I abstract not only from the logical exposition that immediately precedes this transition, but also from the entirety of the two preceding stages of his synthetic a priori deduction. So, for example, at the end of the first stage of his a priori synthesis, the rules of the logic of being entailed that Marx define money as dead treasure in his characterization of the mere appearance of the begrip of circulating capital. At the end of the second stage, the rules of the logic of essence entailed that Marx define money as realized capital in his consideration of the essence of circulating capital. That is, when money first stood at the beginning of the production process, the presuppositions of capital appeared to come in from the outside as external presuppositions for the arising of capital. This second return of money to the beginning of the realization process of capital afforded a chance to clarify certain issues that remained unclear upon the first entrance of money in the realization process, that is, as money in transition from its role as value to its role as capital. Marx states at the end of the second stage of his synthetic a priori advance that now money as realized capital represents a completed circuit of production and circulation, in which the entire process is now circumscribed by capital itself. Capital no longer proceeds from presuppositions in order to become, but rather it is itself presupposed, and proceeds from itself to create the conditions of its maintenance and growth. 16 In keeping with the precise nature of the rules that govern the progress of synthetic a priori knowing, Marx uses the categories of the logic of the concept to represent at a higher level of exposition all the many economic categories that serve to expose the becoming of capital. As I say, I must therefore rely on the reader to bear in mind that I abstract from some very rich content indeed in order to make my point. In our use of philological exegesis, we must remain mindful of the entire logical development that has led up to this point at the end of the third, final, and most concrete stage of the a priori synthesis of the begrip of circulating capital as organic unity. As we will see, the rules of the logic of the concept entail that Marx define money as interest-bearing capital or the purely abstract form of circulating capital. In dropping footnotes at the end of the manuscripts, philological exegesis coupled with the analysis of the rules of logic that govern the logical structure of the arguments will provide us with the evidence to exhibit how Marx made use of the logic of the concept in his a priori synthesis to define money as the purely abstract form of circulating capital. The generation of profit and the reproduction of capital as capital. In the final sections of the Grundriss manuscripts, we find a number of logical terms and phrases of particular note that are useful for our purposes. These terms and phrases serve as philological indicators that Marx remains logically consistent right up until the very end of the manuscripts in following the rules of logic that govern the relation between specific logical categories in the logic of the concept in Hegel's a priori synthesis or comprehension of Begriff. For example, Marx's use of such terms as self-reproducing, perennial, self-immortalizing, proceeding from itself as an active subject, and the subject of the process all have important correlates to logical terms and phrases in SL, at a precise juncture. Of particular note is Marx's use of the phrase subspecie capitalize when he states, surplus value thus measured by the value of the presupposed capital, capital posited as self-realizing value, is profit, regarded not subspecie eternitatis, but subspecie, capitalize. The surplus value is profit. 17 Marx further describes capital as self-reproducing as follows, capital as capital, the producing and reproducing value, distinguishes itself within itself from itself as profit, the newly produced value. 18 Finally, after capital has distinguished itself within itself from itself as profit, and in so far as this newly produced value is itself of the same nature as the capital, Marx states that it supersedes the separation again, and posits it in its identify to itself as capital which, grown by the amount of the profit, now begins the same process anew in larger dimensions. 19. It is here of course that Marx describes capital as a self-expanding circle, a spiral. Again, without a doubt, it can be difficult to view such terms or phrases as self-reproducing and multiplying as logical terms or phrases, but, according to Hegel, that is precisely how we must view them. For, after he addresses the reproduction of the living organism in the life process of absorption and assimilation of an external object, Hegel demonstrates how the logical rules that govern the relation between categories in the logic of the concept entail that we then consider self-reproducing individuality, or the process of genus in a synthetic a priori advance toward Begriff. The three moments of the concept, universality, particularity, and individuality, form the basis of the process. I will not here go into the exact logical moves that precede the becoming of genus. I will only say that Hegel initially defines the self-reproducing individuality as self-identical in the particular moments of its existence. In the process of genus, the concept relates itself to itself through self-reproducing individuality. The logical rules governing the relation between logical categories entail that Hegel define the process as one in which the genus distinguishes itself within itself from itself and relates itself to itself through self-reproducing individuality. Genus relates itself to itself as a process of production of itself as a product. The product is the actual concept, the germ of the living individual, namely, sperm. Hegel defines the process of genus as an infinite process. The genus distinguishes itself within itself from itself as self-reproducing individuality, and then supersedes the separation in its own process of self-reproduction and multiplication, only to begin the process again in a self-expanding circle. The result is the realized genus, or the concrete universal as immanent and actual in all its particulars. Hegel closes out the chapter entitled Life with concluding remarks on a new vista that opens up to us through the realized genus. The self-reproducing and multiplying individuality of the living species conditions the possibility of the explicit emergence of the idea. What had been merely implicit now becomes explicit when the idea relates to itself as idea through simple universality, an abstract image. The latter is the form of the living species which is produced in a mind in the first, most abstract moment of cognition. In short, the development of the entire SL vanishes in this simple universality or abstract form of the living species as it is produced in the mind in and through the initial emergence of logical category of cognition, the idea as it relates to itself as idea. In meeting the Rostalski challenge, we are able to identify numerous philological indicators through the use of identical logical terms and phrases here at the close of the manuscripts in a side-by-side comparison of the Grundrisse manuscripts and SL. For example, as we note above, Marx defines capital at this juncture in his synthetic a priori advance as self-reproducing since capital distinguishes itself within itself from itself as profit, the germ, and, in so far as this newly produced value is itself of the same nature as the capital, then, after it has distinguished the profit, as newly reproduced value, from itself as presupposed, self-realizing value. It supersedes the separation again, and posits it in its identity to itself as capital, which, grown by the amount of profit, now begins the same process anew in larger dimension. 20 Capital breeds. Moreover, Marx states that once capital is posited as self-reproducing, it is posited as capital, or capital as capital. In short, Marx defines profit-bearing capital, subspecie capitalis, as real capital. As real capital, profit-bearing capital is value posited as simultaneously self-reproducing and multiplying, and as constantly self-equivalent presupposition, distinguished from itself as surplus value posited by itself. 21 In an a priori synthesis, Marx has now demonstrated that capital is a concrete universal immanent in and expanding through its particular moments of production and circulation. With the advent of real capital, there is conditioned the possibility that capital should attain a higher form of existence in the exposition than previously observed. Real capital is further defined as realizing itself again as money. there now exists the possibility of a more complete or complex exposition of capital with the presentation of it as it enters into circulation as a commodity. This it does as interest-bearing capital. Here Marx tells us that capital does not stand opposite labor in exchange, rather, interest-bearing capital stands opposite profit-bearing capital. Point 22. As such, interest-bearing capital is said to be the purely abstract form of profit-bearing capital, or capital as it relates to itself as capital. Point 23. We can see here that Marx progresses from a consideration of real capital, or capital as capital, to a consideration of capital as it relates to itself as capital. As I stated at the outset of this chapter, this is an extremely important observation that Marx makes. In labeling interest-bearing capital the purely abstract form of profit-bearing capital, Marx remains logically consistent in closely following the rules of the synthetic a priori advance of absolute method that govern the relation between logical categories in the logic of the concept. Philological exegesis shows us that he carries his synthetic a priori deduction beyond the emergence of capital as a concrete universal in profit-bearing capital, through to the point at which capital now relates to itself as capital through interest-bearing capital as the purely abstract form of capital. Insofar as Marx follows the rules of the logic of the concept, he carries his a priori synthesis to the point at which the idea of capital has become explicit. For, in Hegel's synthetic a priori deduction of Begriff, the idea first becomes explicit as idea through the realized genus in self-reproducing individuality as concrete universality. The exposition of concrete universality conditions the possibility of the emergence of the idea as it relates to itself as idea. Hegel defines the initial emergence of the idea as it relates to itself as idea as the abstract form or simple universality of the idea. Purely abstract form as fetish. As we have seen, Marx follows Hegel in defining the real as an organic whole. Since it is an organic whole and not a simple unity, it comprises different elements that integrate to form the whole. These different elements combine to form a unity precisely because their integration is a function of the organizing principle of the whole. The latter, while present in the particular elements, is not reducible to them. It must therefore be a universal organizing principle of the whole. Because each of these particular elements contained within the whole is determined by the universal organizing principle, each contains this principle of the whole within itself. It therefore may be said of each particular element that it is an expression or representation of the whole. But since it is only a part of the whole, it expresses or represents the whole only in a partial manner. The fullest realization of the universal organizing principle awaits the complete systematic exposition of the system of relations that orders and organizes the integration of the many elements, in hierarchical fashion. As each form of existence of the organic whole is only part of the whole, each is incomplete within itself. It therefore requires for its very existence the other elements that comprise the whole. Hegel would say that what each element or form of existence excludes from itself, it requires in order to exist as a part. In this way, each element is contradictory within itself, when taken in isolation from the other parts. It excludes from itself the other forms of existence, yet requires them for its very existence. It therefore contains within its existence reference to what it excludes. In other words, since the universal organizing principle of the whole is immanent in each part is determined by that which is external to it, that is, its opposite. Thus, each part is both different from, or in opposition to, every other part. Yet each is at one and the same time in identity with every other, as parts of a whole. The higher, more complete, or complex form of existence that emerges from the contradictory nature of the more partial manifestations of the whole does not abolish these lower forms when it emerges. Rather it includes and preserves within itself the less complex, less adequate forms. Hegel terms this special relation Aufhebung. This is a core concept of the scientifically correct method. Anything less than the complete exposition of the organic whole is a partial and therefore inadequate manifestation of it. When a higher, more complete, or more complex form of existence emerges within the synthetic a priori advance, it cancels out the inadequacies of the less complex. But this does not mean that this higher, more complex form of existence annihilates the less developed forms of existence. These less developed forms are in fact transformed, since they are now parts of or elements in a greater whole within the systematic exposition. They are included and preserved within the more complex whole, since the whole is dependent upon the different forms of existence that unite to produce it. The synthetic a priori advance continues up to the complete exposition of the universal organizing principle. Hegel's elaboration of the absolute method for a systematic exposition of an organic unity is complete with the synthetic a priori deduction of the most complete, most complex stage or form of existence in the advance, that is, the idea of the organic whole. As the highest, most complex, most complete manifestation of the organic whole, it is the aforementioned universal organizing principle. It has, in this sense, been present all along since the outset of the exposition. With the advent of the idea, all the partial manifestations of the whole are included or preserved yet transformed aufgehoben as parts of the concrete, complex, organic whole contained in a totality of thoughts within the mind of the scientist. The end result is the complete exposition of organic unity comprising a system of relations of different forms of existence organized by the universal principle. Likewise, Marx's systematic exposition of real capital in the Grundriss is complete with the synthetic a priori deduction of the most complex stage or form of existence of the advance, that is, money as interest-bearing capital. As the highest, most complex, most complete manifestation of the organic whole, it is the aforementioned universal organizing principle. It has, in this sense, been present all along since the outset of the exposition in simple circulation and money as the universal representative of wealth. With the advent of the so-called purely abstract form of capital, or capital as it relates to itself as capital, the idea of capital, all the partial manifestations of the organic whole are now included or preserved yet transformed aufgehoben as now parts of the concrete, complex, organic unity of real capital within its most complex manifestation as the purely abstract form of money as interest-bearing capital. We must keep this core concept of Aufhebung in the forefront of our minds as we perform the work of a qualified philological exegesis at the close of the Grundriss in providing citations for such rich logical categories as self-reproducing and purely abstract form. The danger exists that we might fail to keep in mind in a totality of thoughts all that has come before that has led to this point in the two texts. In short, our attempt at mirroring the concrete might end in a pile of shards, scattered, disconnected parts, when we fail to hold together the living whole in our minds in a comprehension of real capital. And just so, Marx criticizes a host of political economists for this reason in conjunction with his synthetic a priori deduction of capital as self-reproducing and multiplying in the concluding sections of the manuscripts. These criticisms are related to and build on criticisms found in the introduction. There, Marx criticizes the method of the political economists because it led them to a conception of the whole as comprising accidental relations. As a result, they engaged in a crude tearing apart of production and its particular determinations. They merely set alongside it profit-bearing capital its particular determinations. As a result, the classical political economists neglect the real relationship among particular determinations in the living whole. This criticism of method is brought to bear in the closing sections of the Grundriss. The political economists see interest-bearing capital set alongside profit-bearing capital. Finance capital invests in industrial capital and realizes an increased amount of money extracted from profit-bearing capital given the investment. From the perspective of such political economists as Dr. Price, money as interest-bearing capital appears to have an innate quality by virtue of which it increases in enormous quantities resulting from geometrical progression of numbers. 24 In this way, their method predisposes political economists to regard capital as a self-acting thing, as a mere self-increasing number, without any regard to the conditions of reproduction. Marx notes that this notion of capital as a self-reproducing being, as a value increasing by virtue of an innate quality of money, has led political economists to create marvelous inventions that leave the fantasies of the alchemists far behind. By contrast, The core concept of Aufhebung in Marx's scientifically correct method allows him to understand why the political economists would perceive the increased amount of money in interest-bearing capital as an innate quality of money. All the preceding developments of the exposition of real capital do in fact vanish with the emergence of an increased quantity of money as interest-bearing capital, that is, understood in terms of Aufhebung. The method of political economists such as Dr. Price entails that they see only an increased quantity of money because of a crude tearing apart of the real relationships of the living whole. Even though the preceding developments in the exposition do in fact vanish with the emergence of interest-bearing capital as an increased quantity of money, Marx's method allows him simultaneously to see in interest-bearing capital the idea of capital, or capital as it relates itself as capital, a purely abstract form, because the higher, more complete, or more complex form of existence that emerges from the contradictory nature of the more partial manifestations of the organic whole has not abolished these lower forms when it emerges. Rather, money as interest-bearing capital includes and preserves within itself the less complex, less complete stages of the exposition of real capital. The application of Hegel's Wissenschaft allows Marx to hold a totality of thoughts in his mind so that he is able to see in this increased quantity the true source of the self-reproduction and multiplication of real capital. As Marx states, living labor, as appropriated and absorbed by capital, appears as capital's own vital power, its self-reproducing power. 25 Conclusion: we cannot overstate the value of philological exegesis in examining the relation of the Grundriss to SL. Though mind-numbingly difficult, philological exegesis is essential in meeting the Rostalski challenge. However, we must supplement philological exegesis with a close analysis of the logical structure of the arguments. In short, we must supplement philological exegesis through close attention to the rules of logic that govern the stages in the progress of the synthetic a priori knowing of Begriff in Wissenschaft, or comprehension. We can accurately map logical terms or phrases in dropping footnotes only by remaining faithful to the logical structure of both works. Logical terms or phrases can provide us with signposts to logical structure, but we must be careful to follow the rules of logic that govern the precise relation between logical categories in accurately constructing a philological map and thus dropping footnotes in meeting the Rostalski challenge. Chapter 3 Dialectics on its feet, or the form of the consciousness of the working class as historical subject. 1 Inigo Carrera 1 Placing dialectics right side up in his afterword to Capital. Marx defines his method as a dialectical one. In so doing, he explicitly recognizes Hegel as the first to present its dialectics general form of working in a comprehensive and conscious manner. 1 However, he also points out, my dialectic method is not only different from the Hegelian, but is its direct opposite. With him it is standing on its head. It must be turned right side up again, if you would discover the rational kernel within the mystical shell. 2 What does it mean to place dialectics right side up, starting from Hegel's inversion? The question cannot be avoided, unless someone were to believe that Marx was incoherent and actually based his developments on the logic of Hegel, of which the latter considered his method to be its content. 3 Although he stated the necessity of inverting this method. Could it be about replacing idea where Hegel uses the term with matter in order to reconstruct a dialectical logic? 4 Is it about providing materialist content for Hegel's logic? 5 Is it about placing capital where Hegel places idea? 6 These changes imply changing the content upon which logic operates. But Marx refers to placing the method itself right side up. Therefore, the point is the very form of the process of knowledge. Could it be about Marx applying the logic of essence where Hegel applies the logic of being? 77 In this case, the inversion would only have a partial character, as if it could be said that Hegel's logic uses arms where it should use legs. But the problem pointed out by Marx is that Hegel's method is inverted from head to toe. Could the change in form mean proceeding from a general logical structure to one particularly appropriate to its object? In an early stage of the development of his thought, Marx asserted, however, this comprehension begriffen does not, as Hegel thinks, consist in everywhere recognizing the determinations of the logical concept the logischen Begriffs, but rather in grasping the proper logic of the proper object. Point 8. Do we thus reach the answer by resorting to a logic that starts from the simplest category which represents the proper object and makes this category develop itself through its own movement, so as to engender a more complex category, and so on, until an integral system of categories which belong to the proper object is completed? For example, is it about the development of the concept of the commodity engendering the concept of money, and the development of the latter engendering the concept of capital, and so on? 9. Marx himself rejects the idealist inversion inherent in such a procedure. Apply this method to the categories of political economy and you have the logic and metaphysics of political economy, which makes them look as if they had newly blossomed forth in an intellect of pure reason. So much do these categories seem to engender one another, to be linked up and intertwined with one another by the very working of the dialectic movement. Point 110. Moreover, Marx criticizes himself with regard to the risk of letting the form of presentation generate the appearance that his research has fallen into the sort of idealist inversion. The product becomes a commodity, the commodity becomes exchange value, the exchange value of the commodity is its immanent money property. This, its money property, separates itself from it in the form of money. It will be necessary later to correct the idealist manner of the presentation, which makes it seem as if it were merely a matter of conceptual determinations and of the dialectic of these concepts. 11. It happens that logic is a constructive necessity produced by thought, whose movement as such is alien to the movement of the necessity that determines the object. Marx develops, apropos of Proudhon, the unavoidable contradiction implied by any attempt to follow in thought, at the same time, the necessity taken from reality and a logical constructive necessity. When M. Proudhon spoke of the series in the understanding, of the logical sequence of categories, he declared positively that he did not want to give history according to the order in time. Thus for him everything happened in the pure ether of reason. Everything was to be derived from this ether by means of dialectics. Now that he has to put this dialectics into practice, his reason is in default. And now we have M. Proudhon reduced to saying that the order in which he gives the economic categories is no longer the order in which they engender one another. Economic evolutions are no longer the evolutions of reason itself. What then does M. Proudhon give us? Real history? No. History as it takes place in the idea itself? Still less. What history does he give us then? The history of his own contradictions. Point 12. The problem with logic, whatever its alleged degree of generality or singularity, resides in its exteriority with respect to the real necessity. Every logical representation rules its path based on the substitution of the real necessity by a constructive necessity that appears as bearing the power to put thought into motion. Logic, mind's coin of the realm, the speculative or mental value of man and nature, its essence which has grown totally indifferent to all real determinateness and hence unreal, is alienated thinking, and therefore thinking which abstracts from nature and from real man, abstract thinking. Point 13. Once again, what is the point? Let us address the question by reproducing the paths followed by Hegel and Marx as they present the unfolding of their methods. 2. Hegel's idealistic construction of pure knowledge which immediately is fulfilled. Being Hegel recognizes that scientific knowledge, as the science of manifested spirit, starts from empirical, sensuous consciousness, an immediate knowledge, therefore, a knowledge which emerges from practice. Point 14. But Hegel idealistically inverts the fact that knowledge is always knowledge of one's subjectivity with respect to the object upon which one is going to act. Instead of facing the question of knowledge as the discovery, by the subject, of the necessity of its action regarding the potentiality of the object, he inverts the question into that of the re-establishment of the identity between the subjective process of knowing and the objective determination of the potentiality, where the former engenders the latter. He thus represents immediate knowledge as pertaining to a subjectivity which confronts itself from its own exteriority, since it is not capable of recognizing the object as its own self-realization. It deals with a subjectivity whose limitation in determining the object resides in that which is not developed even in its self-consciousness as the determinant of the object, in the fact that it does not recognize itself as a determinant. Consequently, for Hegel, the overcoming of immediate cognition does not consist in the deepening of knowledge of the determinations of the subject and of those of the object, but rather the point is to abstract the movement of knowledge itself, since this movement itself has engendered subjectivity as well as its realization as objectivity. Therefore, immediate knowledge is not followed by the discovery of the content which determines the necessity of the subject and of the object, by penetrating into this content. For Hegel, the point is simply to penetrate the significance of immediate knowledge itself. Point 15. Thus, the very forms of the subject's consciousness, already emptied of their historical determinations by having been abstracted from the object of their action. 16. Become inverted as if they were the pure object of knowledge which in its movement engenders the consciousness, spirit, has shown itself to us to be. This movement of the self which empties itself of itself and links itself into its substance, and also, as subject, has gone out of that substance into itself, making the substance into an object and a content at the same time as it cancels this difference between objectivity and content. That first reflection out of immediacy is the subject's differentiation of itself from its substance, or the notion's separation of itself from itself, the withdrawal into itself and the becoming the pure I. Point 17. The phenomenology of spirit culminates in pure knowledge, the notion of science, which is the absolute truth of consciousness. Point 18. Upon reaching this point, in which the forms of consciousness have been elevated to the condition of being the pure object of themselves, Hegel considers that in absolute knowing, the separation of the object from the certainty of itself is completely eliminated. Truth is now equated with certainty and this certainty with truth. Point 19. Since for Hegel consciousness has thus overcome the difference between knowledge and truth. 220. Pure science contains thought in so far as this is just as much the object in its own self, or the object in its own self in so far as it is equally pure thought. Point 21. And since pure knowing is concentrated into this unity, certainty which has become truth has sublated all reference to an other and to mediation. This simple immediacy, therefore, in its true expression is pure being. Point 22. Thus Hegel arrives at the point of departure of the logic, which is pure science, that is, pure knowledge in the entire range of its development. Point 23. Once this development has been unfolded, thus then logic, too, in the absolute idea, is the idea that has reached a likeness corresponding to itself. The method is the pure notion that relates itself only to itself, it is therefore the simple self-relation that is being. But now it is also fulfilled being, the notion that comprehends itself, being as the concrete and also absolutely intensive totality. Point 24. The relationship that the subject of the action establishes with his/her object by ideally appropriating his/her own potentiality with respect to the object's potentiality in order to transform it, namely, the capacity of the human subject to organize his/her conscious action, appears here completely inverted. Hegel represents it as if it were a particular concrete form of an impersonal rationality, of a self-consciousness, which does not arise from human subjectivity, but, conversely, determines it. Here, freedom is not a historically determined social relation whose development is born in the development of human subjectivity as it objectively advances in knowing its own transforming powers, and therefore transcending itself. Quite the opposite, Hegel idealistically inverts freedom, creating the appearance that it constitutes the attribute of a self-consciousness that only relates to itself in the complete impossibility of transcending its own identity, the idea, namely, in positing itself as the absolute unity of the pure notion and its reality and thus contracting itself into the immediacy of being, is the totality in this form, nature. But this determination has not issued from a process of becoming, nor is it a transition, as when above, the subjective notion in its totality becomes objectivity, and the subjective end becomes life. On the contrary, the pure idea in which the determinateness or reality of the notion is itself raised into notion, is an absolute liberation for which there is no longer any immediate determination that is not equally posited and itself notion. In this freedom, therefore, no transition takes place. Point 25. What is the concrete reality of this freedom? It is but each and all of the concrete forms of the social relation in the capitalist mode of production, private property, value, contracts, right, fraud, morality, ethics, family, justice, guilt, police, state, and so on, conceived as forms inherent by nature in human subjectivity by grace of the self-conscious idea. Point 26. Thus, the state is the actuality of the ethical idea. The actuality of concrete freedom. The principle of modern states has prodigious strength and depth because it allows the principle of subjectivity to progress to its culmination in the extreme of self-subsistent personal particularity, and yet at the same time brings it back to the substantive unity and so maintains this unity in the principle of subjectivity itself. Point 27. The complete realization of Hegel's idea is but the cultivation of the apparently limitless reproduction of the capitalist mode of production with all of its contradictions overcome. 3. Marx's discovery of dialectics as the necessary form of revolutionary consciousness. 3.1 The analysis. Marx synthesizes his critique of Hegel's method as follows: impersonal reason, having outside itself neither a base on which it can pose itself, nor an object to which it can oppose itself, nor a subject with which it can compose itself, is forced to turn head over heels, in posing itself, opposing itself, and composing itself. If we abstract thus from every subject all the alleged accidents, animate or inanimate, men or things, we are right in saying that in the final abstraction, the only substance left is the logical categories. One has only to make an abstraction of every characteristic distinctive of different movements to attain movement in its abstract condition, purely formal movement, the purely logical formula of movement. If one finds in logical categories the substance of all things, one imagines one has found in the logical formula of movement the absolute method, which not only explains all things, but also implies the movement of things. All things being reduced to a logical category, and every movement, every act of production, to method, it follows naturally that every aggregate of products and production, of objects and of movement, can be reduced to a form of applied metaphysics. So what is this absolute method? The purely logical form of movement or the movement of pure reason. Up to now we have exposed only the dialectics of Hegel. Point 28. Next, he observes, Hegel has no problems to formulate. He has only dialectics. Proudhon has the advantage over Hegel of setting problems. 29. By then, Marx had already set his own problem. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the point is to change it. Point 30. This problem places us immediately in the field of action. And the first step in the very realization of action corresponds to its organization. How could action be organized through a consciousness that goes beyond the interpretation of reality, other than by questioning oneself about the objective potentiality of one's action and, therefore, about this action's necessity? That is, the point is now to answer oneself about the potentiality of one's action vis-a-vis the potentiality of its object, namely, about the determination of one's subjectivity as the necessary concrete form of realizing the potentiality of the object upon which action is to be taken. Marx faces for the first time the problem he has posited by reproducing Hegel's course and, consequently, with the perspective that the movement of social life should be explained starting from the movement of the state. Therefore, the overcoming of the barriers to the reproduction of social life should arise from the realization of the state's ought to be. However, just as Marx addresses the practice of such reproduction, he finds that there is a superior social power that imposes upon this assumed ought to be, namely, private interest. He assembly degrades the executive power, the administrative authorities, the life of the accused, the idea of the state, crime itself, and punishment as well, to material means of private interest. Which means to solve each material problem in a non-political way, i.e., without any connection with the whole of the reason and morality of the state. 31 If the state, and even its idea, are but material means of private interest, is political freedom not then a form of this same private interest? How could the state be the subject which is the bearer of human freedom if the political freedom which constitutes it has private interest as its content? Finally, how is it possible to advance, acting politically in a rational manner, without beginning to respond with regard to the necessity of private interest? at the point where Hegel's abstraction found an answer by resorting to the state as the actuality of the ethical idea, thus bringing down all antagonism to an insufficient development of that idea in its historical course, Marx's analysis finds a question, namely, the question about the necessity of the subordination of the state, of politics, to private interest. Therefore, Marx seeks to find the necessity of private interest where it manifests itself in an immediate manner, where the lack of all generic unity represented by the state seems to prevail, that is, in civil society, whose quality is that the only bond between men is natural necessity. 32 The question is now about the organization of the process in which human beings satisfy their natural needs, whose point of departure is the organization of the process of social production. 33-15 Years after setting his problem, Marx synthesized the path followed by his analysis. My inquiry led me to the conclusion that neither legal relations nor political forms could be comprehended whether by themselves or on the basis of a so-called general development of the human mind, but that on the contrary they originate in the material conditions of life, the totality of which Hegel embraces within the term civil society, that the anatomy of this civil society, however, has to be sought in political economy. 34 Now, the analysis faces the categories of political economy. But as soon as these categories are questioned concerning their necessity, they show that, we have proceeded from the premises of political economy. In its own words, we have shown that the worker sinks to the level of a commodity. Labor produces not only commodities, it produces itself and the worker as a commodity. This fact expresses merely that the object which labor produces, labor's product, confronts it as something alien, as a power independent of the producer. Within the producing activity, itself. 35 Since political economy is a system of categories, its critique in search of its necessity as a concrete form of the consciousness that organizes this alienated producing activity, therefore, as a form of alienated consciousness itself, points towards its simplest category. The first category in which bourgeois wealth presents itself is that of the commodity. 36 But Marx's analysis could not stop at a category, namely, at a form in which this alienated consciousness conceives, and therefore interprets, its own determinations. His analysis needed to face the commodity itself. He recognizes in the commodity the simplest real concrete in which the historically specific character of the alienated organization of social production is manifested. With this, he recognizes the commodity as the concrete from which the reproduction in thought of the determinations of the subjectivity able to supersede the capitalist mode of production must necessarily begin. In the first place, I do not start out from concepts, hence I do not start from the concept of value. What I start out from is the simplest social form in which the labor product is presented in contemporary society, and this is the commodity. 37 From the Grundriss to a contribution and capital. Marx makes here a definitive step forward in putting dialectics on its feet, in the same way that in biology it is clear that the cell from which one departs is a real concrete and not a concept or a category. The commodity, namely, the economic cell form in bourgeois society. 38 is equally so. 3.2 The dialectical reproduction of the concrete. Marx presents the point of departure of the dialectical development by stating, the wealth of those societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails, presents itself as an immense accumulation of commodities, its unit being a single commodity. 39 On confronting the commodity as a real concrete and not as a category or a concept, the first knowledge of it could enter an exposition only as a simple immediate knowledge, that is, as the simple observation of a fact for whose necessity the very point of departure cannot account. The supersession of Hegel's inversion is already manifested here in a twofold manner. Against Hegel's abstract pure knowledge, we have here the modest determined concrete being of the commodity and the modest immediate knowledge which has not gone beyond the appearance presented by social wealth in capitalist society. Moreover, the same supersession is expressed in the unity itself between knowledge and being. Here, the existence of the commodity obliges thought to get into motion from its exterior, far from that pure knowledge from whose immediateness pure being emerged. At the same time, this point of departure is empty of any concept able to be placed in motion, either by imposing upon it a given logical structure, or by expecting that it can get into motion by itself as a consequence of its proper logic. To overcome its immediateness, knowledge needs to confront analytically the commodity in its reality, in search of the necessity that gives it its character as that simplest social form. The point is to confront the commodity in its real existence, in order to analyze it with the purpose of discovering why it presents the peculiar social property of being a use value that bears the unnatural power of being an exchange value. Marx performs this analysis, thus discovering that this attribute of the commodity, its value, emerges from its being a materialization of a labor which appears to lack any specific quality. He raises the question about the necessity of this labor as the determinant of value, a question which can only be answered by analyzing this same labor. He thus discovers that the labor represented as the value of commodities embodies a material quality, that of being a productive physiological expenditure of the human body, and a social quality, that of being that physiological expenditure applied to the production of use values for other individuals, of social use values, which has been governed in its application by a private consciousness and independently of those individuals. Thus, the analysis discovers socially necessary abstract labor, performed in a private and independent manner, to be the human activity that provides the commodity with its exchangeability, with its value. Nevertheless, it cannot answer the question of why this materialist labor represents itself in such a way. The only place where thought can objectively examine the manifestation of this necessity is where this necessity realizes itself. Therefore, unless one attempts to force a logical movement upon the object, the only path open to dialectical knowledge is to reproduce by means of thought the movement through which the commodity expresses its value in reality, that is, to follow ideally the commodity in the practical expression of its value in the process of exchange. How is this possible? Firstly, to say that the commodity has an attribute, namely, its capacity to be exchanged, is the same as saying that it has a potentiality to be realized. Therefore, its real determination is its affirmation as this realized potentiality, or in other words, its negation as that same to be realized potentiality. Its determination is the affirmation of its attribute through its own negation. Secondly, thought is the subject's capacity virtually to appropriate his/her own potentiality with respect to the potentiality of its object. Thought thus confronts the real commodity and realizes its own determination, that is, it affirms itself as a subjectivity that knows, negating itself as a subjectivity that bears knowledge as a potentiality yet to be realized. Now, it becomes apparent that although the value of a commodity is a quantity of socially necessary abstract labor, it necessarily takes the form of a certain quantity of another privately produced use value. That is, in the capitalist mode of production, social labor only manifests itself in the form of a thing that relates mutually independent producers with each other. At the moment they act as individual organs of social labor, that is, at the moment they organize their social labor, commodity producers do not appear to be related between themselves, beyond each of them being the bearer of an individual portion of society's total labor power. However, they do not bear this portion as the capacity to perform a certain concrete labor already determined by the same organization of social labor, but insofar as it concerns their capacity to perform labor in general, to expend productively their body in general. Then, each one decides, according to his/her own consciousness and will, namely, in a private and independent manner, in which concrete useful form he/she expends his/her labor power. Each one thus affirms him/herself as a subject free from all personal dependency with respect to those for whom he/she works. Nevertheless, the recognition of his/her labor as socially useful is not an attribute that belongs to him/her, but a private attribute of everybody else's will. The capacity to recognize the social character of the labor performed by each one is an attribute inherent to the others, and only once the same labor has been materialized in its product. Therefore, this mutual recognition is established through the equalization of those products in exchange as materializations of that sole social relation that existed between their producers at the moment in which each of them had to give, in a private and independent manner, a concrete form to his/her capacity to perform labor in general. Provided this generic labor power has been appropriately applied, that is to say, provided abstract labor has been materialized in a socially useful concrete form, the materiality of that same labor is represented as the social attribute borne by its product to relate, in exchange, with another which bears the same materialization. That is, the materiality of socially necessary abstract labor is represented as the value of its product, and this product presents its specific social determination as a commodity. This is the indirect form in which the material unity of social production organized in a private and independent manner imposes itself. The value form taken by commodities is the general social relation that the private independent producers establish between themselves in an indirect manner. Given that he/she performs his/her labor in a private and independent manner, the commodity producer fully controls its individual character, and therefore affirms himself/herself as an individual free from any relationship of personal dependence. However, at the same time, he/she lacks any control over his/her labor's social character. The powers of his/her own individual labor with respect to the unity of the process of social metabolism completely escape his/her control. Consequently, he/she has to submit his/her consciousness and will, which is inherent in a free individual, to the social powers borne by the product of his/her labor. Value, and therefore his/her capacity to take part in the organization of social labor, and then in social consumption, is not his/her personal attribute. It is an attribute alien to his/her person, it belongs to his/her commodity. The material product of the labor that the consciousness and will of his/hers that is inherent in a free individual have governed confronts him/her as the bearer of a social power that is alien to him/her and to which his/her consciousness and will are submitted. Therefore, the free consciousness and will of commodity producers are the form in which the alienation of their consciousness and will as attributes of commodities is realized. Their free consciousness is the form taken by their alienated consciousness. Thus, they behave towards the commodity in a fetishistic way. Starting from the movement of the commodity, we discover alienated consciousness. However, we have not made this discovery by logically developing the category commodity, but by reproducing through thought the real movement of commodities. Now, the fact that this alienated consciousness is the one which the commodity producer employs to govern his/her participation in his/her production confronts us with the following evidence: just as our point of departure was that immense accumulation of commodities, alienated consciousness was already present in its realization at the point of departure itself. Moreover, consciousness is the form in which human subjects bear their capacity to govern their individual labor as organs of social labor. Therefore, regarding commodity producers, we see that their capacity to govern their individual labor is an attribute that fully concerns their consciousness and will. Nevertheless, at the same time, they lack any control over the social character of their labor. This control is an attribute objectified in the commodity. Therefore, when commodity producers look at the movement of their own product, what confronts them is the movement of their alienated capacity to govern their social labor. We can then say that, in both a contribution and capital, the point of departure is the specific historical form presented to the subjects of action by their own consciousness in the capitalist mode of production. However, it would have been impossible to begin abstractly from the consciousness itself of commodity producers, in order to discover free consciousness as the form of alienated consciousness. It is impossible to discover objectively the fetishism of commodities without discovering, first, the specific form in which social labor is organized, which is the production of commodities. Here, the social relation takes form in the consciousness and will of its subjects, and not vice versa. In addition, let us notice that what confronts us here is not the abstract consciousness of an abstract commodity producer. Actually, it is the very consciousness which has achieved this discovery, namely, it is our own consciousness. Its power to produce the said discovery, and therefore the development of its freedom, is but an expression of the development of its alienation. Let us continue following the movement of the commodity. The same development of the form of value makes it evident that, even though the general social relation appears to arise a posteriori from the material process of production, the organization of this process requires that one commodity in particular becomes placed apart by the movement of the rest, to act as the socially recognized substantive expression of social labor performed in a private and independent manner. The generalist production of commodities, which makes social wealth appear as an immense accumulation of commodities, implies the developed existence of money. Therefore, the point is not that the commodity has become money, or that the category commodity has engendered the category money, by following a logical necessity. The point is that the movement of commodities, namely, the movement of the simplest specific concrete, has placed us in front of the real necessity that determines the existence of money as that objectified expression. The realization of commodities as values takes us from production to circulation. When we confronted production, we discovered commodity producers to be individuals free from any personal dependence who socially relate themselves in an indirect way through commodity exchange, which operates behind their backs, thus determining their consciousness and will as alienated. Now, in circulation, we see that indirect relation takes the concrete form of a direct relation, a conscious and voluntary one, as personifications of commodities. Thus we discover that the indirect relation between persons, that is, the economic relation, realizes its necessity under the form of a direct relation between personifications, that is, as a juridical relation. Once again, the accumulation of commodities from which we departed was already mediated in its existence by the juridical relations between commodity owners, but we were unable to account for these relations at that point. Therefore, those who attempt to start by erasing the specificity of commodities as the social representation of the materiality of socially useful abstract labor performed privately are unable to go beyond the representation of the relationship that exists between economic relations and juridical relations as an external one. Since juridical relations appear to emerge from the will of mutually independent individuals, these conceptions fall victim to the appearance that human beings are abstractly free subjects by nature. From this follows the appearance that alienation is externally imposed upon this nature, thus hindering the recognition of alienation as the content of freedom, and thus the recognition of freedom as a historical social relation. When we continue by following with our thought the real movement of commodities in circulation, we come to face the concrete form in which the unity between social production and consumption is established. At the stage where we had completed the first development of the form of value, we knew that the only possibility for this unity was the exchange of commodities in the exact proportion in which they were materializations of the same quantity of socially necessary abstract labor. Now we discover that this determination affirms itself by taking a concrete form that appears as its own negation. Those commodities whose production exceeds or falls short, vis-a-vis the amount of the solvent social necessity for them at their value, retain their capacity to enter the exchange relation. But they do so by representing a greater or lesser amount of social labor than the socially necessary one which they actually embody. That is, the realization of the values of commodities takes concrete shape, in competition, through the selling of commodities above or beneath their values. Again, the point here is not that the category commodity has logically engendered the category competition. Nor is it the case that we have started by abstracting the commodity from the contingencies of competition, by constructively introducing the simplifying assumption of the immediate realization of value, and that we are now lifting this assumption. However, the point is also not that the commodity we came to know at first carried in itself, as a latent potentiality, the necessity of engendering the movement of competition. On the contrary, as the elementary form of the initial accumulation of commodities, it was the full expression of the realization of all the concrete determinations of competition. But it was impossible at that stage for us to apprehend it as such with our thought. Only by beginning with the commodity as the simplest specific concrete could we come completely to appropriate its determination as a full concrete. As soon as the movement of commodities in circulation demands that we account for its concrete form as competition, we advance another step in recognizing the determinations of the consciousness and will of personifications. All the direct relations that they establish in the organization of social life necessarily have an antagonistic character. The movement of money as a means of circulation synthesizes the determinations of commodities that we have developed thus far. C. In order to satisfy their human needs by purchasing commodities which bear use value for them, commodity producers must have first appropriately acted as alienated personifications in the production and realization of value. This is a production of use values whose condition lies in the production of value. Therefore, the objective of the circuit remains beyond it. But when we ideally follow the movement of money, we find out that the very form of this movement confronts us with the functions of money as hoard and as means of payment. Here, commodity production has as its immediate aim the production of the objectified general social relation. Both circuits end in money. However, the production of the general social relation is, above all, the production of the capacity to open the circuit of the process of social metabolism, that is, the production of the capacity to put into motion individual labors as organs of social labor. Thus, the reproduction by means of thought of the movement of money faces us with the movement of the objectified general social relation, which opens the circuit of production of commodities with the immediate aim of producing more of itself. Now we recognize the general social relation as capital, that is, as the capacity to put social labor into motion with the immediate aim of producing more of this same capacity. The reason for this circuit resides within the circuit itself. This is a modality of organizing the process of social metabolism which has its self-multiplication as its immediate aim. Therefore, this is a social relation that acts as the immediate subject of social production, namely, an automatic organization of social production. The consciousness and will of the individuals are concrete forms that embody the realization of this organization, which as such confronts them as an alien power that dominates them. We thus discover that commodity production, from whose simplest concrete expression we departed, is not a production of use values mediated by the production of value. We recognize this determination now as an appearance. Commodity production has the valorization of capital as its immediate aim, and use values for human life are produced only provided that surplus value is produced. It is not about the category commodity engendering the category capital. On the contrary, we are now able to recognize that the simplest concrete from which we departed, the commodity, is the product of capital. At the stage where we recognized the commodity as the simplest concrete presented by the capitalist mode of production, it appeared that no general social relation pre-existed the private decision about the concrete form in which each producer would expend his/her individual portion of society's labor power. The general social relation only appeared to emerge from private production, ruled by these decisions, so this alienated social relation appeared, then, as the one which determined the consciousness of the commodity producers, in the form of the necessity to produce value. Now it becomes evident that the objectified social relation pre-existed the putting into action of social labor in a private manner, and that the will of the capitalist, as the personification of capital, is but the concrete form under which this modality of organizing social production realizes its necessity. Had we stopped before reaching this point, we would have fallen victim to an appearance which was the inverse of the true content. It would have been impossible for us to discover that the commodity from which we departed is not the simple product of labor, but the product of a labor alienated to capital. Nevertheless, we now recognize the true concrete determination, only because we departed from the commodity as that simplest concrete which confronted us in its immediateness. As the substantive form of the general social relation, money acting as capital starts by recognizing as socially necessary the labor privately materialized in two types of commodities, namely, labor power and means of production. Then, the labor power is transformed into living labor, which becomes materialized in a private and independent manner in a new commodity, which in turn is transformed into money, as it is recognized in circulation as a materialization of socially necessary abstract labor. When we faced the commodity for the first time, private ownership of one's means of production appeared to be necessary in order to produce it. Now, from a more developed concrete point of view, we see that the content is the opposite one. The worker sells his/her labor power because, as a free individual, he/she is separated from his/her means of production. Workers are free individuals in a double sense. Freedom, which we knew to be the form of the alienation in commodities, shows through its real movement that, actually, it is the form of the alienation in capital. It is not about the category capital engendering the category commodity labor power, and even less so about constructing a category capital which satisfies the requirement of treating labor power as a commodity. What we have done is to reproduce in thought the fact that the general social relation proper to the capitalist mode of production puts itself into motion by determining the worker's capacity to work as its own product. By thus following the movement of capital, we discover that the true content enclosed by the exchange of commodities as equivalent materializations of social labor implies that the worker is forced to render more social labor than that materialized in the means of subsistence he/she receives in exchange. That is, the exchange of equivalence is the form taken by the exploitation of the worker by capital. Initially, when we discovered the commodity as the objectified form of the general social relation in the capitalist mode of production, it appeared that, on the one hand, the direct producer had complete control over his/her individual labor while, on the other hand, no direct control existed over the social character of labor. We can now see that, on the one hand, the direct producer of commodities, the worker, remains a free individual although he/she does not have complete control over his/her individual labor. As this free individual, he/she must obey the authority of the capitalist who has purchased his/her labor power. On the other hand, the capitalist directly controls the worker's labor, thus controlling a social labor, albeit in a private way. Then, just at this stage of reproducing the movement of the general social relation, we are able to recognize the commodity from which we departed as the product of a certain direct organization, therefore conscious and voluntary, of social labor. We thus discover that private labor is not merely such, but a contradiction in itself, private labor socially organized within itself. As an objectified social relation that immediately aims at producing more of itself, capital realizes its determination by lengthening the working day. However, this, its very movement, confronts us with the negation of its own reproduction, insofar as the lengthening of the working day undermines the reproduction of labor power. When we follow the development of this contradiction, we find that its first pole simply reproduces the antagonistic relationship between the workers as sellers of the same commodity, namely, the competition among themselves. On the contrary, the second pole causes this competition to take the concrete shape of its opposite, namely, solidarity as the normal form of selling labor power at its value. Thus far, it appeared that the owners of commodities were only able to relate directly with each other as personifications on an individual basis, namely, juridical relations could not go beyond private ones. But after following the movement of capital, we discover that the antagonistic relations between personifications necessarily have a public character, namely, a political character, insofar as the universe of the sellers of labor power confronts the universe of its purchasers. In this confrontation, the former determine themselves as the working class and the latter as the capitalist class. That is, the indirect organization of social labor through the valorization of capital has class struggle as its necessary concrete form. In other words, in the capitalist mode of production, the political action of social classes is the concrete form taken by capital valorization. In turn, the concrete forms of class struggle confront us with the determination of the state as the political representative of the totality of the individual capitals of society. Now, this concrete form taken by the buying and selling of labor power confronts us with the fact that, where the independent action of individual capitals as the subjects of valorization appeared to be the only possible unity within the process of social metabolism, these are not the actual subjects of the said unity. In a concrete manner, total social capital is the subject of that unity. Therefore, the very alienated subject of this mode of organizing the process of social metabolism is the unity of its self-reproduction. The contradiction between a limited working day and capital's valorization confronts us with the production of relative surplus value. In it, the apparently independent movement of each individual capital in pursuit of an extraordinary surplus value, achieved by developing the productivity of its workers, results in the reduction of the value of the workers' means of subsistence, and therefore the reduction of the value of labor power and, finally, the increase of the rate of surplus value. Let us follow the movement of capital into the production of relative surplus value and leap forward, for reasons of brevity, to its most powerful form, the system of machinery of large-scale industry. Now, we are able to recognize that the commodity from which we departed was the concrete realized form of very different determinations from those we were able to discover in it as the simplest specific concrete. As that simplest concrete, we knew it as the product of a free individual, who as such exerted complete control over his/her individual labor but lacked any control over its social character, so he/she had to alienate his/her consciousness to the social powers of the product of his/her labor, or, in other words, he/she had to produce value. The development of capital as the subject of the production of relative surplus value shows us now, firstly, that the commodity from which we departed concretely is the product of the labor of a collective of doubly free individuals. Secondly, this collective worker consciously governs the labor of its individual organs by means of a production plan elaborated by an objective, namely scientific, consciousness. Therefore, the collective worker acts with complete control over the unity of its labor as a private organ of social production. However, it lacks any control over the general social character of its labor. Consequently, it has to alienate its consciousness in the service of the social powers of the product of its labor, that is, it has to produce surplus value. 40 Thus far, we have followed capital along the complete movement of its circuit of valorization, that is to say, along the process within which surplus value emerges from capital. The only movement that capital presents us, beyond this circuit, is the reproduction of this same circuit. As we follow this reproduction, we are confronted by three contents that appeared inverted in the buying and selling of labor power in circulation, beyond the exchange of equivalents as the necessary form of exploitation. Firstly, under the form of the worker's freedom, he/she is a forced laborer for total social capital. Secondly, under the form of the worker's personal interest in reproducing him/herself, the need of capital to reproduce labor power is achieved. Thirdly, under the form of private property based on one's own labor, private property based on the gratuitous appropriation of the product of others' labor asserts itself. Certainly the latter determination was present in the commodity from which we departed. Why did we not depart directly by making evident this actual content? Because it would have implied we were attempting to discover the necessity born in the commodity produced by capital by turning the point of departure into an abstraction. Given its own aim, the dialectics that reproduces the concrete in thought can only start from the immediacy with which the unity between the subject and the object, the subject's own alienated social relation, actually confronts the former under its simplest concrete form. 41 As we follow the reproduction of capital, we find out that the expansion of the private capacity directly to organize social labor develops beyond the concentration of each individual capital, through the centralization of capitals. And in this double movement, we confront the most developed concrete form of the contradiction that emerges from the fact that the immediate object of social production is the extensive and intensive multiplication of the capacity to put social labor in motion. This attribute determines the capitalist mode of production as a revolutionary one, with respect to the development of the productive forces of social labor. Nevertheless, the same attribute determines it as a barrier to this development. Its extreme expression in this sense is the transformation of an increasing part of the working class into a surplus population for capital, that is, for its own general social relation. The reproduction by way of thought of the movement of the materialist social relation brings us now to the specific historical determination of the capitalist mode of production. This is the development of the productive forces of labor by means of the ever-increasing socialization of private labor. The socialization of labor implies that consciousness is able to govern the organization of the process of social metabolism by objectively knowing the potentiality of human productive activity with respect to the potentialities presented by its environment. Private labor implies that consciousness is unable to know in an objective manner the same potentialities and their unity, as they confront it as powers materialist in the products of labor to which it is submitted. The capitalist mode of production is itself a contradiction in constant development towards its own supersession through the complete socialization of labor. For dialectics as reproduction of the concrete by way of thought and its subject to supersede the constructive necessity that rules the path of thought means to leave thought without any necessity to follow other than that with which the movement of its object faces it. The point is to develop a reproduction of the concrete by way of thought. Point 42. Given its very form, this reproduction cannot take an autonomous shape, constructed by the proper movement itself of the categories of thought abstracted from their object. Then, the question here is as follows: upon which concrete could the method of the reproduction of the concrete by way of thought be developed for the first time in history? Knowledge is the form in which the subject organizes its action of actually appropriating its environment, by virtually appropriating the potentiality of its action with respect to the potentialities that its environment offers it. More specifically, consciousness is the form in which the individual human subject rules his/her action as an organ of the process of social metabolism based upon labor. Consciousness is thus the form in which the human subject carries in his/her person his/her social relation. Therefore, firstly, the object of human knowledge is always the knowledge of one's own subjectivity. Secondly, the form of consciousness, namely, the method by which the human subject produces his/her knowledge, is in itself a form of his/her own social relation. As it is a social relation, far from being a natural form, the method of knowledge is a historically determined form. In this historical determination, Marx opposes his method to Hegel's, in its mystified form, dialectic. Seemed to transfigure and to glorify the existing state of things. In its rational form it is in its essence critical and revolutionary. Point 43. A consciousness whose method divorces the movement of thought from the actual movement is neither an aberration nor an expression of inadequacy or immaturity, as Hegel believed concerning formal logical representation. Point 44. It is a consciousness whose social being inhibits it from fully appropriating its own real powers. Thus, these very powers confront it as powers it is unable to control. It is an alienated consciousness. Instead of being able to advance by reproducing the real necessity embodied in its object, it needs to replace this necessity with an ideal constructive necessity, with a logic that puts into motion a system of categories, in order to appear as the most pure expression of an abstractly free subjectivity. Therefore, the need to develop a dialectic the inverse of Hegel's, a dialectic that replaces constructive necessity with the reproduction of real necessity in thought, finds its basis in a form of a specific historical development of the productive forces of social labor. It arises from the need of the process of social metabolism to invert the mode by which it rules itself. That is, this dialectic has its point of departure within a mode of production in which the subject lacks complete control over the social powers of his/her own labor. Thus, these powers confront him/her as an objectified attribute of the material product of that labor and, therefore, as alien to his/her own subjectivity. Therefore, even the objective consciousness, namely, scientific consciousness, of the said subject needs to stop at that appearance. And this need takes concrete shape in a method of cognition that substitutes the necessity inherent in its object with an ideal constructive necessity alien to that objectivity. The radical inversion of this mode of regulating the process of social metabolism implies that the subject's consciousness reaches the complete domination of his/her condition as an individual organ of social labor and, therefore, that the subject's consciousness recognizes the power of social labor as his/her own power. However, this new form of consciousness can only be engendered by the development of the pre-existent one. Therefore, its birth appears as the inversion of the most powerful form of the pre-existent method. Thus, the production of the new consciousness takes concrete shape in the method of cognition that, given that it has the necessity itself of its object as the only necessity to follow, forces its subject to face his/her own alienation. And this is the first step given by that subject in the historically specific development of his/her freedom. The production of this consciousness is, therefore, the concrete through which the method of the reproduction of the concrete by way of thought necessarily could be developed for the first time in history. Hegel's science of logic is the social objectification, a text, of the process in which a consciousness, historically determined by its social being, produces itself on the basis of stopping at the appearance of being an abstract self-consciousness, which in its own movement engenders the real. It is the most developed expression of an alienated consciousness which, in order to reproduce itself in its alienation, needs to take the inversion inherent in any logical representation to its final consequences. To presuppose the requirement of a logical necessity to apprehend any real concrete in thought is, by itself, to presuppose that the real concrete lacks all proper necessity to be mentally followed. If real necessity existed, what sense would there be to resort to a mental constructive necessity instead of simply following the development of the real one with our thought? Therefore, the real forms must appear as being unable to relate, to move by themselves, at the beginning of the process of representation. Nevertheless, when they emerge from this process, they do so full of the relations that logic has established between them. However, Hegel does not consider concrete forms to be unable to move by themselves. Instead, he discovers the form of the real movement, namely, self-affirmation through self-negation. 45 Nevertheless, at the same time, he reproduces the appearance proper of the representation by inverting the said movement, as if it emerged from the movement of a consciousness that has itself as its sole determination, of a self-consciousness. Accordingly, what is to be considered here as method is only the movement of the notion itself, the nature of which movement has already been cognized. But first, there is now the added significance that the notion is everything, and its movement is the universal absolute activity, the self-determining and self-realizing movement. The method is therefore not only the highest force, or rather the sole and absolute force of reason, but also its supreme and sole urge to find and cognize itself by means of itself in everything. 46 However, by discovering that self-affirmation through self-negation is the simplest and more general form of determination, Hegel takes philosophy to the end of its historical possibility to bear the advance of the objective consciousness in the organization of social metabolism. He does so, as the very form of his method makes evident the need for the missing final step, in which real necessity is put in the place thus far occupied by ideal necessity. After Hegel, philosophy can only withdraw towards the rational cultivation of the purest formal exteriority, logical positivism, or towards the cultivation of the crudest irrationality, Nietzsche, postmodernism. Capital is not a concept whose movement obeys the necessity imposed upon it by thought. The relation is completely the opposite. Capital is a general social relation, that is, a mode of organizing social labor and, therefore, social consumption. In this mode of production, the organization of social labor within each unit of production is an attribute that privately pertains to it. Conversely, each productive unit lacks control over the general social character of the labor it performs. Social labor is organized in a private and independent way. The unity between social production and consumption is thus established in an indirect manner. The capacity to privately organize social labor operates as an attribute materialist in the product of the same labor. At the same time, the immediate aim that rules the putting into action of social labor is not the production of social use values, but the expanded reproduction of the same objectified capacity to put into action social labor in a private manner. The objectified social relation is the one that puts into action social labor in order to produce more of itself. Such is capital's essential determination. Again, consciousness is, above all, the capacity of human subjects to rule their own individual labor as organs of social labor. However, in the capitalist mode of production, this power confronts its subjects as a power that belongs to the material product of their social labor. That is, the determination proper of the subject's consciousness confronts their consciousness itself as a power located beyond it, as an autonomist capacity to put into action social labor which their consciousness itself must obey, that is, of which consciousness must act as a concrete form of realization. As such, the said autonomist capacity puts consciousness into movement. In reality, the movement of capital puts thought into movement, determining it as an alienated thought. As a historical form of the development of the productive forces of social labor, capital determines a specific movement of consciousness. The specifically capitalist form of developing the productive forces of social labor consists in the progressive socialization of private labor. That is, it consists in the development of the capacity to organize social labor through the objective knowledge of one's own determinations, as a concrete form of the realization of the development of the organization of social labor as the negation of such objective knowledge. The development of the productive forces of immediately social free labor as an attribute of its very negation, namely, of private labor, is the contradiction that synthesizes the historical potentialities and the absolute limit of the capitalist mode of production. And the transformation of the materiality of the labor in which the development of the said contradiction takes concrete form, the production of relative surplus value, determines the working class to be the subject whose action realizes such development. The capitalist social relation itself needs to engender this social subject, which produces its consciousness under the form in which every constructive necessity, that as such seems to make thought move by itself independently of the actual movement of its object, must disappear. At the same time, the place of this constructive necessity can only be taken by the reproduction in thought of the movement of the very necessity of the real concrete. Therefore, it is about a subject whose general social relation provides it with no starting point other than being in possession of an alienated consciousness and, consequently, a consciousness which is a prisoner of the idealistic inversions of logical representation. But it is about a subject determined by its general social relation as the bearer of the necessity to develop its consciousness up to the point of freeing it from any inverted construction. It is, therefore, about an alienated subject whose social being makes it the active subject of the revolutionary transformation of the mode of organizing the process of social production, which it accomplishes by abolishing all alienation. The reproduction of the concrete by means of thought, through which every subject rules his/her individual labor as he/she completely knows him/herself as an organ of social labor, thus asserts itself as the concrete form of the general social relation. Marx's Capital is the social objectification, a text, of the process in which, for the first time in history, the movement of the general social relation of the working class as an alienated subject confronts the subject with the necessity to rule its conscious action by giving an account of its own alienation, which it can do because it has the real development of the latter as the only source of its own flow. This alienated subject, which advances in its freedom by becoming aware of its alienation, thus becomes aware of the historical power that this same alienated social relation provides it as the necessary subject of its supersession. And knowing such powers means nothing other than organizing such radical superseding action. In other words, capital is in itself the development, performed for the first time and in a form that allows its social reproduction, of the alienated consciousness of the working class that produces itself as an alienated consciousness that is aware of its own alienation and of the historical powers it derives therefrom. Chapter 4 Which rational kernel? Which mystical shell? A contribution to the debate on the connection between Hegel's logic and Marx's Capital. Gaston Caligaris and Guido Starista won the issue at stake. The question about Hegel's legacy in the Marxian critique of political economy has been one of the most widely debated issues within the history of Marxist thought. In recent decades, a new strand of scholarly work has emerged which has radically challenged the received wisdom about the Hegel-Marx connection. Point 1 Usually grouped under the systematic dialectic label, this novel assessment of the intellectual relationship between the two German thinkers has decisively broken with the orthodox views of Diamat as epitomized in Stalin II and official Soviet manuals, which in turn drew direct inspiration from the classical works of Engels. 3 Plekhanov 4 and Lenin. Point 5 On the other hand, This new critique has also provided an alternative to the views associated with the so-called Western Marxist tradition, whose interest in the recovery of the Hegelian lineage in Marx's thought fundamentally centered on reinstating the role of subjectivity against the crude objectivism and economism of Diomat. This more recent strand of research has focused on the methodological relevance of Hegel's thought for the development of the Marxian critique of political economy. More specifically, whereas in earlier studies the emphasis was mainly on the relationship between Hegel's phenomenology of spirit and the young Marx, this more recent literature has focused on the links between capital and Hegel's science of logic. Although there are various particular controversies over the precise nature of this connection, most contributions agree that the structure of the argument in Capital is organized in a dialectical form which, at the very least, can be said to draw formal inspiration from the general form of movement of categories that Hegel deploys in his logic. Thus Marx's presentation is seen as involving a synthetic movement from the more abstract or simple form determinations of the subject matter, namely, capital, to the increasingly more concrete or complex forms in which it moves and eventually manifests in empirical reality, thereby culminating in the intellectual reproduction of capital as the unity of those many determinations. Inasmuch as the transition from one economic form to the next is seen as being driven by the development of the contradictions immanent in each of them, their relationship is generally deemed as internal and grounded in dialectical necessity, in contrast with the externality that inevitably results from the use of formal logic. Now, beyond this general consensus within the systematic dialectic literature, two broadly defined approaches can be identified. Point 6. Firstly, there is the group of authors who examine the Hegel-Marx connection through the so-called homology thesis. Perhaps the most emblematic contribution from this perspective can be found in the work of Chris Arthur Seven, who argues for the existence of a very close homology between the structure of Hegel's logic and Marx's Capital. Point 8. According to this approach, a strict mapping of most categories of the science of logic onto the systematic presentation in Capital is possible, and actually illuminating, because Capital is a very peculiar object, grounded in a process of real abstraction in exchange in much the same way as Hegel's dissolution and reconstruction of reality is predicated on the abstractive power of thought. Point 9. The second strand within the systematic dialectic literature consists in a materialist reading of Hegel's work in general and the logic in particular. Tony Smith's work is perhaps the most representative of this perspective. Point 10. The essential point made by Smith is that Hegel's dialectical method fully coincides with Marx's, notwithstanding the latter's repeated remarks to the contrary throughout his lifetime. The logic is thus read as a systematic dialectical exposition of the fundamental ontological structures of real material being, that is, as a materialist ontology. Point 11. The relevance of the logic thus derives from providing the basic categories that are needed to capture the intelligibility of the material world. Point 12. In sum, whereas for Arthur's approach the content of the logic is purely and absolutely idealist, according to Smith's interpretation it is sheer materialism. Whereas for Arthur's homology thesis the logic can shed light on capitalist social forms only, for Smith's Hegel as materialist reading its field of applicability or relevance is broader and could in principle include non-capitalist social forms and natural forms as well. Finally, whereas according to Arthur the Marxian critique of political economy can benefit from the discovery of homologous logical forms implicit in the interconnection between the different form determinations of capital, for Smith the question is rather that of becoming aware of the general ontological structures that organize the systematic ordering of economic categories. Now, this debate about the significance of the logic for the critique of political economy can be reframed in terms of Marx's well-known explicit statement about the relationship between his dialectical method and Hegel's. The key issue at stake seems to be the establishment of the precise nature of the rational kernel within the, allegedly, mystical shell. Point 13. This chapter attempts to contribute to the debate by providing an alternative perspective on the connection between Hegel's logic and Marx's Capital to the two just sketched out above. Drawing on Juan Inigo Carrera's work on the relationship between the dialectical method and the critique of political economy. 14. We shall argue that the methodological and scientific significance of the logic, the rational kernel, does not come down to offering the purely logical form of Capital's peculiar inverted ontology. Here we tend broadly to concur with Smith's critique of the homology thesis. However, contra Smith, we shall also show that the content of the logic cannot be simply taken over for a Marxian systematic dialectic. As we shall see, the mystical shell affects the very structure of Hegel's book Two Marxists on Science of Logic's rational kernel and mystical shell in the founding works of Diamad. The logic is usually taken as containing the fundamental laws of dialectics, which are then to be applied to more concrete objects such as history, capitalism, and so on. It is thus argued that Hegel would have discovered those laws but in his idealist fashion as mere laws of thought. 15 Insofar as those texts do not offer any substantive critique of the specific content developed in the logic, which in many cases they simply reproduce almost word by word, it must be assumed that for this reading the rational kernel consists in the dialectical unfolding of the logical categories just as is presented by Hegel. For its part, the mystical shell is seen in Hegel's claim that the subject of those different logical forms is not the real human being reflecting in his brain the structure and movement of matter or nature, but the absolute idea. This position is nicely expressed by Lenin's famous aphorism, "The question is how to read Hegel materialistically." That is to say, cast aside for the most part God, the absolute, the pure idea, etc. 16 It would seem, then, that the matter comes down to the substitution of a materialist terminology for Hegel's idealist one, that is, replacing the term idea with the word matter. This orthodox interpretation has been challenged from two opposing perspectives. The first one submits that uncritically appropriating the systematic dialectical method unfolded in the logic necessarily involves accepting Hegel's absolute idealism. In this sense, there simply is no rational kernel to discover. At the other end, some authors argue that the logic does not deal with any metaphysical supersubject, but only unfolds systematically all the necessary categories for making intelligible the more abstract ontological structures of the material world. As a consequence, this reading tends to conclude that there actually is no mystical shell. Hegel's logic is therefore seen as all rational kernel from beginning to end. Lucio Coletti's influential Marxism and Hegel is a good illustration of the first perspective. 17 According to this author's provocative thesis, the main achievement of Hegel's logic is to offer, for the first time in the history of philosophy, a solid exposition and justification of idealism in a logically coherent fashion. 18 And it does this precisely by resorting to the dialectical method. Coletti makes his case by critically examining the dialectic of the finite and the infinite that Hegel develops in the logic of being. In this reading, the demonstration of the contradictory character of the finite contained in those pages constitutes a key moment in Hegel's speculative philosophy, since finitude is the most stubborn category of the understanding. 19 The reason for this speculative significance is that in the finite the understanding grasps the negation as fixed in itself, and it therefore stands in abrupt contrast to its affirmative 20 that is, the infinite. In sticking to the fixity of finite being, that is, in denying the dissolution of the finite or the ceasing to be of the ceasing to be 21 the understanding can only grasp it as irreconcilable with the infinite 22 and, hence, condemns the mediation between them to failure. On the contrary, with the awareness of the contradictory character of the finite and its resulting ontological instability, Hegel is able to reveal how the finite, through its own immanent dialectic, passes over into the infinite. In this way, he overcomes the radical opposition between them, a task which the understanding is unable to achieve. However, Coletti's argument goes on, Hegel can only succeed at this by condemning the finite to unreality or ideality. In other words, Hegel can provide a rationally coherent speculative mediation of the finite and the infinite by reducing the former to a vanishing moment of the latter's process, which alone possesses true reality. On the other hand, Coletti points out that for Hegel only thought has universality and infinity. The dialectic of the finite is thus equated by Hegel to the annihilation of matter. Thus Coletti concludes that this demonstration of the dialectical or self-contradictory character of finite being must of necessity entail absolute idealism, since the sensuous material world, the finite, is conceived as a mode of existence of thought, the infinite. The dialectical method, that is, the conception according to which everything finite is alterable and perishable and being implicitly the other of itself, is driven beyond what it immediately is and overturns into its opposite. 23 is for Coletti inherently idealistic. 24 Now, if we examine more closely the dialectic of the finite in science of logic, it becomes clear that, pace Coletti, those pages do not develop a demonstration of the ideal character of the sensuous material world and therefore do not provide the key argument for the idealist nature of Hegel's system. 25 The only thing that Hegel is proving there is the fact that things are finite means that they carry within themselves the necessity of their own negation. Consequently, they cannot be properly grasped if represented as self-subsistent entities or immediate, or unmediated, affirmations. Instead, things or objects need to be grasped as self-moving, that is, as subjects of their own qualitative transformation into another finite form. An object thus realizes its own qualitative determination by becoming another, that is, through self-mediation. This is, in our view, all that Hegel is trying to expound in those pages, real forms of being affirmed through self-negation. It is in that specific sense that according to him reality is the movement of contradiction. To put it differently, Hegel's point in those pages is just to say that the true infinite is nothing but the immanent self-movement of the finite, which it affirms through self-negation. Coletti's reading of those texts, which conflates Hegel's systematic exposition and his indisputably idealist remarks in the addendum, leads him to throw the baby out with the bath-water. Thus, Hegel's insight into the self-moving nature of real forms, which constitutes his great scientific discovery and thus the rational kernel to be found in the logic, is not inherently tied to his absolute idealism. In fact, following Inigo Carrera 26, one could argue that the opposite is the case. In other words, it is the rejection of that Hegelian discovery that inevitably leads to an idealist representation of reality. In effect, when real forms are represented as devoid of any immanent necessity driving them to self-movement, forms of being are reduced to lifeless abstractions which can only be put into external relation with each other by means of subjective reflection. An unbridgeable gap between knowledge and reality is bound to emerge. As a consequence, the relations between objects that are then established through the act of cognition, that is, the theoretical construct, must inevitably remain alien to the immanent nature of things themselves. In this way, although ideas are not believed to produce reality by this train of thought, it follows that they do bestow movement upon real forms, thereby determining the nature of their mutual relations. Conversely, only when things are grasped as bearers of an intrinsic objective potentiality for self-movement does it make sense to raise the question of the ideal reproduction of the immanent life of the subject matter. This last point can perhaps serve us to bring out more clearly the difference between Coletti's ultimately Kantian perspective and Marx's materialist dialectical method. Coletti, in a truly Kantian fashion, saw more abstract determinations of objects as merely subjective ideas that help organize a given, immediately perceived content, of which alone he is ready to predicate materiality and sensuousness. 27 By contrast, Marx considered the non-immediately perceptible, more abstract determinations of real forms as objective, even if cognized only by means of thought. On this particular point, Marx was fundamentally in agreement with Hegel, although, as we shall see in the next section, he did consider that such rational insight was presented in the logic within a mystical shell. Let us now turn to the other position on the rational kernel and mystical shell in Hegel's logic, which can be found in the aforementioned work of Tony Smith. According to the argument put forward in his book The Logic of Marx's Capital, Hegel's logic deals with the fundamental categories of thought that are necessary to grasp the inner intelligibility of reality. In this treatment of logical categories, Smith argues, Hegel derives three general types of categorical structures, one of simple unity, another of difference and, finally, another of unity in difference. 28 Moreover, insofar as those categorical structures are immanently and contradictorily connected, it is possible to construct a systematic theory of categories by employing the dialectical method. 29 In this reading, the logic turns out to be entirely compatible with Marx's. Materialist ontology 30 so that there is no reason to reject it for its idealism. Moreover, the alleged ground of Hegel's idealism cannot even be found where Marx himself thought it could be located, that is, towards the end of the categorical construction, at the point where Hegel unfolds the transition to the realm of nature and of human spirit as the self-negating action of the absolute idea. According to Smith, in those passages Hegel is indulging in picture thinking, in imaginative representations that on his own terms belong on a pre-philosophical level. 31 A form of expression that he was compelled to resort to in order to make his philosophy appealing to a mainly Christian readership. Now, if we set aside the thorny question of textual support for this reading, Smith's interpretation would indeed be plausible and, if correct, would certainly free Hegel's philosophy from charges of absolute idealism. However, this would not automatically turn Hegel into a materialist in Marx's specific sense. In order to prove this, a different kind of argument would be needed. Above all, proof should be provided that the structure of real material being actually coincides with the structure of pure thought forms presented in the logic. Smith's further claim that the categories presented in that work are initially one in confrontation with the empirically given 32 will not do either, since that is far from guaranteeing that the systematic ordering of those categories ideally reproduces the immanent life of real material being. To put it differently, the question about the alleged materialist character of the logic cannot be settled with evidence of Hegel's recognition of an objective reality existing outside thought. Instead, we think that the crux of the matter is whether the Hegelian systematic dialectic of logical forms correctly reproduces the more abstract determinations of material reality by means of thought. As we intend to show in the next section, Hegel's systematic development in the logic is inherently flawed as an ideal reproduction of the interconnection between the more abstract forms of material reality. In a nutshell, we argue that insofar as his systematic dialectic begins with the simplest thought form, that is, with a purely ideal or formal abstraction, his subsequent derivation of categories is bound to follow the immanent necessity of pure thought as such, which, we shall further submit, does not express the inner movement of the simpler determinations of real material being. In this sense, we do think that the peculiar form given by Hegel to his systematic dialectic is immanently bound to an idealist standpoint, although for very different reasons from those put forward by Coletti. This does not mean that there is nothing to recover from Hegel's immanent development of thought forms. It only means that those rational elements need to be carefully discovered within a presentation which is, by virtue of its idealist nature, structured in such a form and written with categories that would have no place in a materialist systematic dialectic. Seen in this light, the main problem with Smith's perspective is not that his materialist reading of Hegel is not convincing. Rather, the key issue is that he takes over from Hegel a systematic dialectic which is quite simply flawed. As a consequence, alongside the rational kernel, he cannot but carry over the mystical shell. 3 The rational kernel and mystical shell in Hegel's logic abstraction versus analysis. The starting point of the logic is pure being as thoroughly empty thinking. 33 In other words, the book begins with being as a thought form or the thought of being. The profound meaning and broader significance of this peculiar point of departure in Hegel's philosophy has been the subject of numerous controversies among commentators, particularly with regard to the connection between this category of thought and real being. However, few scholars have actually taken Hegel to task for beginning his systematic dialectic with a thought form. We shall consider below the implications that this point of departure has for the main theme of this chapter, namely, the rational kernel and mystical shell to be found in the logic. For the moment, let us first critically examine the methodological procedure that is presupposed by Hegel's discovery of pure being as the simplest category that sets into motion the subsequent dialectical unfolding of logical forms. Hegel's choice of categorical starting point and the procedure by which he arrives at it follows from his idea that true speculative philosophy must involve presuppositionless thinking. 34 The beginning, he states, must be an absolute, or what is synonymous here, an abstract beginning, and so it may not presuppose anything. 35 Strictly speaking, he further argues in the Encyclopedia, this requirement is fulfilled by the freedom that abstracts from everything, and grasps its pure abstraction, the simplicity of thinking. 36 More concretely, the procedure through which one can arrive at this pure abstraction consists in casting aside any thought that entails a certain complexity or concreteness, that is, any thought whose content presupposes the existence of any other thought. At this juncture, one could of course object that such an elementary abstraction would not have been reached on properly scientific grounds, that is, that it would be the result of a purely formal procedure that does not guarantee that we have actually reflected the immanent life of the subject matter under consideration. In other words, this category would be a purely formal abstraction resulting from an act of subjective reflection that remains external to the object of cognition. Indeed, Hegel's retrospective discussion of the beginning of science in the section on the absolute idea speaks to this issue. The simplest category constituting the point of departure of his logic is depicted as an abstract universal, which is said to be arrived at by abstracting from all determinacy. 37 In other words, pure being, as the category that sets into motion the synthetic movement of the logic, is a category akin to those of the understanding or representational thought, that is, one which only grasps objects one-sidedly in terms of their abstract self-identity. 38 In fact, as Carlson suggests, it could be said that it is actually the understanding that undertakes the act of abstraction and not speculative thought as such. 39 In this sense, Hegel saw the specificity of his absolute method as essentially residing in the synthetic moment, that is, in the reconstitution of the unity of the different moments of the totality through a movement from its most abstract thought form, pure being, to its most concrete, the absolute idea. Point 40 Thus, he did not seem to recognize anything specifically speculative in the procedure through which the simplest category is arrived at, that is, in the reverse movement from the concrete to the abstract which the synthetic phase of systematic science presupposes. Still, for Hegel such a discussion of the nature of the act of abstracting is immaterial at the initial stage of the investigation, since, strictly speaking, science proper has not actually begun. As he puts it some pages later in the Logic, when being is taken in this simplicity and immediacy, the recollection that it is the result of complete abstraction is left behind, outside the science. Point 41 As a contemporary Hegel scholar nicely puts it, in order to remain firmly on the path to a science without presuppositions, we must even abstract from and set aside, indeed deliberately forget, the very fact that pure being is the product of abstraction. Point 42 Indeed, once the standpoint of absolute knowing is adopted, and therefore thought as such is taken to be the legitimate immediate object of the investigation, the scientifically poor nature of the procedure through which its simplest category has been grasped, that is, the relative poverty of formal abstraction, does not compromise the validity of the subsequent dialectical unfolding that pure being sets into motion. Thus, regardless of the procedure used, the essential point is that in this process the speculative thinker has never abandoned his/her object realm, namely, pure thought. In this sense, as long as some version of the identity of thought and being reached in the phenomenology of spirit is taken on board, Hegel's argument is perfectly coherent on this score, although, as we argue below, it is still inherently tied to his idealism. However, matters are very different from a materialist standpoint. From this perspective, the method of formal abstraction as the prelude to synthetic development is rather problematic. In effect, when the immediate object of the act of cognition is not thought of as an existing form of material being, the formal abstraction resulting from arbitrarily casting aside all specific determinations inevitably takes us rather far from, and actually outside, the very object realm that we originally set about to cognize, namely, material reality. Following Marx's example in The Poverty of Philosophy 43, if we abstract from the materials which make up a house, the result will be a purely ideal representation of a house with no materials, something which has no real referent, since there is no such thing in material reality. Hence, in abstracting from particular features of a concrete material object, a procedure that can be repeated as many times as the thinker wishes in order to find an ever simpler or more universal determination, we will no longer be dealing with really existing objects but with purely ideal or mental abstractions, that is, with pure thoughts. On this basis, the subsequent reconstitution of the unity of the object cannot but result in a purely ideal construct, which will remain external to the object of cognition that constituted the starting point, and which only by chance will reproduce in thought the immanent life of the subject matter. It follows from this that for a materialist, the consequence of using the method of formal abstraction is, if he/she does not wish to become a Hegelian idealist, the relapse into Kantian dualism, where the theoretical construct, no matter how internally consistent or coherent, will inevitably be radically separated from the real object of cognition. This is why we think that a materialist engagement with Hegel's logic cannot avoid the critique of the initial formal abstraction that sets into motion the whole systematic development. This is precisely the cornerstone of Feuerbach's foundational critique of Hegel, as the following passage from Principles of the Philosophy of the Future eloquently puts it. Hegelian philosophy, Feuerbach states, presupposes nothing. This is nothing more than to say that it abstracts from all objects given immediately. In short, it abstracts from everything from which it is possible to abstract without stopping to think, and makes this act of abstraction from all objectivity the beginning of itself. 44. A few years later, Marx would develop in The Poverty of Philosophy a critique of Hegel's idealist abstraction along clearly Feuerbachian lines. Is it surprising that everything, in the final abstraction, for we have here an abstraction, and not an analysis, presents itself as a logical category? If we abstract thus from every subject all the alleged accidents, animate or inanimate, men or things, we are right in saying that in the final abstraction, the only substance left is the logical category. Thus the metaphysicians who, in making these abstractions, think they are making analyses, are right in saying that things here below are embroideries of which the logical categories constitute the canvas. 45. The significance of the latter passage for the purpose of our argument is that it brings to light Marx's alternative to Hegel's procedure of formal abstraction, namely analysis. Unfortunately, despite the stark contrast between abstraction and analysis made in the text above, and the many occasions on which Marx highlights the important role of analysis as a necessary moment of his scientific method. 46. There is no place in his works where he fleshes out in any detail the specific form of the analytical process within his materialist systematic zero-dialectical approach. Moreover, despite all the light that the recent works on Marx's method have cast on the form of his systematic argument, they have been mainly focused on the synthetic aspects of Marx's dialectical presentation, that is, on the exposition of the dialectical movement from the abstract to the concrete, at the expense of an insufficient thematization of the peculiar role of the phase of analysis in his dialectical investigation generally, and in his presentation in Capital in particular. 47. And yet, we would like to argue that it is of utmost importance to grasp the difference between materialist analysis and Hegel's idealist abstraction. True, many authors have highlighted the distinction between the abstractions of Marx's critique of political economy and those of conventional social science. 48. However, not so many have critically engaged with Hegel's abstracting procedure. More importantly, as Inigo Carrera points out, most authors have overlooked that the difference in the respective kinds of abstraction emerges as a result of the very form of the process of cognition on the basis of which those abstractions are identified. 49. This difference in form not only applies to the synthetic or genetic phase as is usually assumed, but crucially pertains to the process of analysis as well. Although Marx did not leave us any written formalization of the specificity of materialist analysis, it is possible to grasp its concrete workings from the analysis of the commodity contained in the opening pages of Capital. 50. As he explicitly states in the marginal notes on Adolf Wagner's Lehrbuch der Politischer Ökonomie, this analysis takes as a point of departure neither the concepts of political economy nor any concept whatsoever. 51. Instead, he starts with the immediate observation of the simplest social form in which the labor product is presented in contemporary society. 52. The commodity in the form in which it appears. From this starting point, Marx proceeds by taking the individual commodity in his own hand and analyzing the formal determinants that it contains as a commodity and which stamp it as a commodity. 53 These formal determinants Marx initially discovers by looking at the use value of the individual commodity, which in capitalist societies acts as bearer of a second, historically specific attribute of the products of labor. As happens with every real form, the first thing he encounters when facing the exchangeability of the commodity is its immediate manifestation, the quantitative relation in which use values of one kind exchange for use values of another. 54 The next step in the analysis of exchangeability is the uncovering of the more abstract form, hence the content, behind that specific formal attribute of the commodity, this being the only way in which we can penetrate through the concrete form in which an immanent determination presents itself. Thus, the further analysis of the commodity reveals that exchange value is actually the mode of expression or form of manifestation of a content distinguishable from it, value, the substance of which resides in the abstract labor congealed or materialized in it. As is now widely acknowledged in the literature, the sequence at that particular stage of Marx's argument consists in going from form to content. However, the crux of the matter does not simply reside in realizing this, which, at any rate, is explicitly announced by Marx himself in those pages, but in grasping the precise way in which properly dialectical analysis discovers the content behind the form and, therefore, their inner connection. As Inigo Carrera points out, conventional scientific method analyzes a concrete form by separating what repeats itself from what does not in order to arrive at a certain characteristic. In turn, this common attribute makes possible the mental construction of a definition of that concrete form as that which has this or that attribute. 55 On his part, Hegel's pure abstraction in the logic proceeds by casting aside all particular features of objects, that is, all determinacy, in order to find through that one step the abstract universal that constitutes its simplest element. Regardless of their differences, these two procedures have in common that they result in strictly mental abstractions or categories which, by their own nature as pure thoughts, cannot but remain external and alien to the forms of material reality. Conversely, dialectical thought analyzes a concrete form by, first of all, facing it as embodying a qualitative potentiality for transformation, and second, by grasping that qualitative potentiality as the concrete form in which a more abstract form realizes its own qualitative potentiality, that is, its real necessity. Thus the dialectical ideal appropriation of the universe of different real forms does not proceed through an identification of the distinctiveness of forms on the basis of the degree of repetition of certain attributes. But neither does it operate by abstracting from every particular determination. Rather, it analytically separates the different forms by discovering as immanent in a particular concrete form the realized potentiality of another real form, which is abstract with respect to the first one, but concrete with respect to another form of which it is the realized potentiality. While conventional scientific method grasps the general determination of real forms as immediate affirmations and hence self-subsistent entities, the distinctive mark of the process of analysis in dialectical research is to grasp, in the same analytic movement, both the concrete form under scrutiny and the more abstract one of which the former is the developed mode of existence. In other words, dialectical thought grasps each form as the affirmation through self-negation of another, more abstract one, hence, as subjects of their own movement. Moreover, in contradistinction to Hegelian abstraction or conventional scientific analysis, Marx's dialectical analysis at no point leaves the terrain of the real. Both the immediate concrete form that he encounters and the relatively more abstract one discovered through analysis, the content, are wholly objective and real determinations of the object under scrutiny. This analytical procedure must be then renewed for those other more abstract forms, but now treated as the real concrete whose inner content the research is trying to uncover. Only once all those inner form determinations have been discovered through analysis should the investigation undertake the return journey through which those abstract determinations, now in their self-movement, lead to the reproduction of the concrete by means of thought. 56 Ideal reproduction of the ideal versus ideal reproduction of the concrete. Let us now return to the thought of being with which the logic begins. As we have seen, this pure being is the product of total abstraction and, from a materialist standpoint, cannot be a real being, it can only exist as a thought form. However, it could still be argued, as Smith does, that such thought of being is isomorphic with, hence reflects, real material being, so that there would be nothing problematic in unfolding the immanent life of the former as a substitute for the latter. If we took on board Hegel's characterization of pure being as being that simply is, one could argue that the least that can be thought about any real object is that it is. Thus, according to this view, the structure of ideal being would fully coincide with that of real being on this point. 57 However, nothing guarantees that the simplest, or rather poorest or emptiest, statement that we could utter to make an object intelligible actually coincides with the simplest form in which a real concrete exists. In fact, as we suggest later on, the simplest form of existence of real material being is not pure being. In light of the previous section, we would be entitled to claim that the former and the latter coincide only after submitting an existing object to materialist analysis in the sense discussed above. In other words, only if after uncovering the respective content of each form determination that we find within the real concrete under scrutiny, we encountered pure being as the simplest of them all, would it be scientifically correct to undertake the synthetic phase of reproduction with that category as starting point. However, we have shown that this is not what Hegel actually did. And neither is it what those materialist readings of Hegel do. 58 Still, if we further insisted on the isomorphic structure between the respective simplest forms of ideal and material being, the divergence between Hegel's idealist construction and material reality would re-emerge in the second step of the systematic unfolding of categories, namely, the passing over of pure being into pure nothing. If in the case of pure being there is at least the formal possibility that it ideally reflects the simplest determination of material being, in the case of pure nothing even that formal possibility should be ruled out from the outset. Indeed, from a materialist standpoint, the reality of pure nothing is simply meaningless. Thus, as Feuerbach's early critique 58 Smith's interpretation is a case in point. Despite correctly distinguishing between formal and real abstractions, Smith 1990, p. 60, he approvingly presents Hegel's analysis as involving the appropriation of the results of empirical studies undertaken by empirical sciences, Smith 1990, p. 4, which is certainly different from the ideal appropriation of the real abstract forms of a given concrete object. As a matter of fact, those abstractions borrowed from empirical sciences have been constructed on the basis of the conventional scientific method. As argued above, they cannot but be purely formal or ideal. Sharply puts it, the opposition itself between being and nothingness exists only in the imagination, for being, of course, exists in reality, or rather it is the real itself, but nothingness, not being, exists only in imagination and reflection. 59 Having ruled out the material existence of pure being and nothing, one could still search for the alleged correspondence between Hegel's logic and material reality in the third moment of their dialectic, that is, in becoming. 60 Thus considered, being and nothing could be said to be just analytical moments which are necessary to grasp the truly simplest logical category, becoming, which would at last reflect the simplest form of real material objects, being a subject that posits its own movement. If this were the case, one could conclude that, despite conceiving it as a movement of pure thought, Hegel would have managed to grasp the simplest content of real being. However, becoming is for Hegel a category that is still quite far from fully expressing the constitutive contradiction of a self-determining or self-moving subject. Insofar as Hegel's logic unfolds the immanent necessity of thought as such, starting from its simplest, or rather emptiest, form, his categorical development needs to go through a long series of still more complex thought forms before being able to express fully the said movement of contradiction that constitutes the simplest determination of real materiality. In fact, The actual point at which Hegel's exposition eventually reaches a category that fully expresses the simple movement of a self-determining subject, comes quite a few pages and categories later. Specifically, this point is only reached with the category of being for self, where Hegel finally states that qualitative being finds its consummation so that, therefore, we have at last arrived at absolutely determined being. 61. However, from a materialist standpoint, this begs the question as to why cognition of the real concrete needs to go over those other imperfect forms of ideally expressing the simplest movement of material qualitative determination, which only grasp the latter in its outward or external manifestations, whether as an immediate affirmation, being, or as the extrinsic unity of two opposed immediate affirmations, determinate being. Indeed, one would be led to conclude that the unfolding of those categories is quite simply superfluous. In effect, from this perspective, the imperfect forms of ideally expressing the affirming through self-negation are not materially constitutive of what this movement actually is. Still, a final argument for a materialist reading of the categories preceding being for self could state that their exposition corresponds to the analytical process of discovery of the category that is able fully to express the real movement of affirmation through self-negation. The problem with this line of reasoning is that according to Hegel's perspective, those poorer ways of conceiving qualitative being have the same status of objectivity as its fully developed shape. In this sense, the movement from these poorer forms of expressing qualitative being to its consummation in being for self is not seen by Hegel as essentially analytic but synthetic. Insofar as the logic unfolds the immanent necessity of pure thought as such, the imperfect forms of thinking about this peculiar being are as constitutive of this object realm as their perfectly developed modes of existence. Thus, it is entirely coherent for Hegel to include those categories in his systematic dialectic of thought forms. However, the consequence of this is that any attempt to take over Hegel's logic as a whole will take the mystical shell, that is, the whole series of superfluous imperfect categories that pure thought needs to posit before reaching the plenitude of its content, alongside the rational kernel, the category that eventually expresses the determination at stake in an adequate form. It follows from this that a reading of the logic from a materialist perspective cannot consist in just casting aside God, the absolute, the pure idea, etc., or in uncovering the logical structure articulating the systematic ordering of categories. For both the categories and the form of their unfolding are, from the very beginning, of an inherently idealist character. Instead, a materialist reading must consist in carefully recognizing which real determinations could be reflected by Hegel at certain stages of his idealist systematic dialectic. Evidently, the recognition of those determinations can only take place vis-a-vis the actual knowledge of those simpler forms of material reality. Thus, strictly speaking, the issue at stake is not simply to read the logic from a materialist perspective. The question is rather to appropriate its use value to rewrite it materialistically, that is, to unfold the simpler determinations of material reality in their interconnection. Needless to say, this obviously exceeds the scope of this chapter. Here we just offered a discussion of the point of departure of such a materialist appropriation of the rational kernel of Hegel's logic, which we have identified with his category of being for self. 62. Our aim in this section was thus much more modest. The point was simply to show the intrinsically idealist nature of Hegel's systematic development in order to shed light on its difference from Marx's materialist approach. Let us therefore elaborate further on this point, through an examination of the general form taken by Hegel's systematic unfolding of categories. Towards the end of the logic, Hegel discusses this question explicitly. What is to be considered here as method, he states, is only the movement of the notion itself. The universal absolute activity 63. However, this movement is not presented by Hegel as simply taking the generic form of affirmation through self-negation through which a self-determining subject realizes its own immanent necessity. Instead, insofar as he conceives of it as a pure movement of thought striving for a fully developed mode of expressing its truth content, he presents it as the unity of the three moments through which thought needs to pass in order to self-posit in such an adequate shape. Thus, he concludes, the whole form of the method is a triplicity. 64 The movement of affirmation through self-negation, which as the simplest content of the immanent life of any material object, constitutes the generic form taken by a materialist dialectical unfolding, is represented by Hegel as the abstract sequence of an affirmation, a negation and, lastly, the negation of the negation. In other words, Hegel does not directly present the third moment, which is the only one that constitutes the effective material reality of the object. Instead, he firstly needs to posit the prior two imperfect moments, which are just formal stages through which thought needs to go to grasp the truth of the object, as if they were constitutive of the effective objective reality of the object itself. This triadic structure of the absolute method, which derives from the idealist character of the Hegelian dialectic, is also eloquently criticized by Marx in The Poverty of Philosophy. So what is this absolute method? The abstraction of movement. What is the abstraction of movement? Movement in abstract condition. What is movement in abstract condition? The purely logical formula of movement, or the movement of pure reason. Wherein does the movement of pure reason consist? In posing itself, opposing itself, composing itself, in formulating itself as thesis, antithesis, synthesis, or, yet, in affirming itself, negating itself, and negating its negation. 65 In brief, what is rational in Hegel's dialectic, that is, its method of immanent development of the life of the subject matter, appears inverted under the mystical form of the three moments of self-developing pure thought. Again, this mystical shell directly stems from the fact that Hegel's systematic dialectic does not ideally follow the immanent life of a concrete material object but an ideal one, namely pure thought. Hegel's mysticism in the logic therefore derives from being the ideal reproduction of the ideal. By contrast, in making analysis instead of abstraction, Marx's scientific method at no point leaves the concrete material object of investigation behind. No matter how abstract and far from its immediate sensuous existence the analytical process eventually takes him, he remains firmly within the materiality of the object. As a consequence, the moment of systematic synthetic unfolding cannot but be the reproduction of the concrete by means of thought. Among all the places where Marx expounds this kind of materialist ideal reproduction, it is also probably in the first chapter of Capital where it can be found with utmost clarity and in a more stilized form. Specifically, this reproduction only starts in section 3 of chapter I, entitled The Value Form, or Exchange Value. 66 As argued elsewhere, strictly speaking the first two sections of that chapter are not part of the synthetic movement of the dialectical exposition but constitute its analytical prelude. 67 As we have seen, the analytic stage only separates a concrete form from a more abstract one, whose realized potentiality it carries within itself in the form of its own immanent potentiality. In this sense, the analytic stage does not ideally reflect the immanent self-movement of the object under consideration. It is therefore not about the why but about the what. Evidently, since the apprehension of real forms according to their relative degree of abstractness or concreteness ideally expresses the objective necessity, the real relations, residing in the object and are not the product of the subjective caprice or imagination of the scientist, the mere reference to the what carries implicitly some hint of the why. Thus, if the dialectical analysis reveals that the value form is the concrete form in which the objectification of the abstract character of private and independent labor affirms itself as an abstract form, the separation between the two already says something about the real relation involved. But this something is no more than, as it were, a pointing out, an external observation. The actual exposition of that inner connection between content and form, hence its explanation, takes place in the synthetic phase of reproduction, which faces the challenge of precisely showing that movement which the analysis was incapable of unfolding. This consists in ideally following the realization of the discovered potentiality immanent in the commodity, namely value. From then on, the commodity ceases to be grasped in its exteriority as an inert external object, and the exposition starts to follow its self-movement as the subject of the development of those determinations previously discovered through analysis into ever more concrete forms. 68 The unfolding of this movement, spoken in the language of commodities. 69 is precisely what the ideal reproduction consists of. Value being the purely social power of the commodity, it cannot be immediately expressed in its sensuous corporeal materiality. As the capacity of the commodity to be exchanged for other different commodities, value can only be manifested in the social relation of exchange between commodities. Therefore, the value of a commodity necessarily expresses itself only in the use value of the commodity that is exchanged for the commodity in question as its equivalent. In this way, value takes the concrete shape of exchange value as its necessary form of manifestation. In its most developed form, value acquires independent existence as money, and the expression of value in the particular commodity acting as money becomes determined as price. The opposition inherent in the commodity is thus externalized through the doubling of the commodity form into ordinary commodities and money. The power of direct exchangeability of commodities negates itself as such to become affirmed as a social power monopolized by the money form. It is in the course of the movement of this reproduction, when seen from the point of view of its qualitative content, that the answer to the questions which the analytic stage was impotent fully to provide is given. In other words, it is the development of the expression of value that unfolds the explanation as to why the objectification of the abstract character of privately performed labor takes the social form of value, or, to put it differently, why private labor is value-producing. In a nutshell, the issue comes down to the fact that it is only the expression of value that progressively reveals to us the problem that the commodity form of the product of labor is meant to solve. We are referring to the mediation in the establishment of the unity of social labor when performed in a private and independent manner. And since this unity becomes condensed in the money form, it is the unfolding of its determinations, synthesized in the peculiarities of the equivalent form and derived from its general determination as the form of immediate exchangeability, that provides the answer to the question as to why privately performed socially necessary labor must produce value. Note, however, that the properly dialectical unfolding of the movement of this qualitative determination is, in essence, already achieved with the simple form of value. The subsequent passage to the other, more developed forms of value is simply a formal movement that merely generalizes and makes explicit the qualitative content already expressed in the simple form, namely, the imminent necessity for value to acquire an outward, differentiated mode of existence. In other, more polemic terms, the sequence of the more developed forms of value as such is not structured according to an imminent necessity of those forms. As Inigo Carrera puts it, the sequence of forms of value does not imply a simpler form of the exchange relation engendering a more concrete one. Instead, the unfolding of the former's necessity evidences the necessity of the existence of the latter. 70 This is, we think, the actual meaning behind Marx's remark that the whole mystery of the form of value lies hidden in this simple form. 71 In light of this, we can now bring out a crucial difference between Marx's and Hegel's respective ideal reproductions. Specifically, Marx's ideal reproduction of the commodity form simply follows the realization of its imminent necessity to affirm by developing a more concrete mode of existence as money, that is, through self-negation. However, unlike Hegel's idealist method of reproduction in the logic, in order to do this Marx does not need to mediate this exposition with a prior positing of the inadequate forms in which thought conceives of those imminent determinations of the commodity which drive them to self-movement. For Marx, those inadequate conceptualizations of the inner determinations of the commodity are not constitutive of the objective reality of the commodity itself, and have therefore no place in the systematic unfolding of its imminent life. Instead, they are seen by Marx as fetishized appearances through which non-dialectical thought grasps those determinations in their sheer exteriority. In any case, those apparent relationships between real forms should have been already examined and ruled out by the investigation in the previous methodological phase of analysis. In Marx's presentation, when discussions of those essentially ideological scientific representations of real relations do occur, they tend to have status of an external remark, and are deliberately located after the immanent determination has been unfolded. For conclusion, this chapter offered a contribution to the debate on the methodological connection between Hegel's logic and Marx's Capital through a discussion of the rational kernel and mystical shell found in the former. Very briefly put, our argument was that in that work Hegel managed to discover the simplest form of the real, namely, the movement of self-determination of the subject. As a consequence, he correctly presents the method of science as the systematic unfolding of the immanent life of the subject matter. Against Coletti, we have argued that this is the rational kernel to be found in his work and it is not inherently tied to absolute idealism. However, instead of taking the simplest form of real material being as point of departure, his exposition begins with the simplest thought form, pure being. The systematic dialectic that follows therefore inevitably unfolds a whole series of redundant categories which, from a materialist standpoint, correspond to the immanent necessity of pure thought only. In other words, they do not express any objective determination of real material being. This is the logic's mystical shell. We have also argued that an immediate reason behind that spurious starting point resides in his methodological procedure of extreme formal abstraction, which arbitrarily casts aside all particular determination until reaching a wholly empty universal, namely, the thought of being. By contrast, we have seen that Marx finds a materialist alternative to formal abstraction in dialectical analysis. Instead of the sheer abstraction from apparently contingent features of objects, Marx's analysis moves by searching for the real more abstract or simple content of the concrete form he is immediately facing. The procedure is then repeated by further analyzing each of the relatively more abstract determinations discovered, until reaching the simplest immanent content of the initial concrete. Materialist analysis therefore remains firmly within the real object through and through. Three main conclusions can be drawn from this with regard to the current debate on Marx's dialectical method in Capital. Firstly, insofar as the ideal reproduction of the concrete by means of thought needs to reflect ideally the specific immanent determinations of the subject matter, this method does not proceed, as Diomat would have it, by applying the general laws of dialectics or abstract logical structures onto more concrete domains of knowledge. In this sense, the movement of affirmation through self-negation must not be turned into an absolute general principle that needs to be applied to economic categories. As the form of movement, the inner life, of the concrete object that we want to appropriate by means of thought, it has to be followed in its specific modes of existence and development. This is why, for instance, Marx's Capital, as a critique of political economy, is not, pace Engels, an application of dialectical logic to political economy, but the ideal reproduction of the real determinations of capital as the alienated social subject of bourgeois society, starting with its simplest mode of existence, namely, the commodity. Secondly, the problem with Hegel's unfolding of categories in the logic does not simply reside in his absolute idealism, but fundamentally in the methodological procedure by which he arrives at its point of departure and the form taken by the subsequent synthetic reconstitution of the unity of the immanent determinations of his object. In other words, even if we took on board Smith's point that Hegel considered the independent existence of an objective reality outside thought, his systematic dialectic would be still defective from a materialist standpoint. As a consequence, it should not be simply taken over but first needs to be thoroughly rewritten materialistically. Finally, although not explicitly addressed in this chapter, it does follow from our discussion that the structures of the logic and capital cannot be treated as homologous as in Arthur's view. As the previous section has shown, the general form of motion of the synthetic stage of reproduction differs between the two works, with Hegel's idealist dialectic written with superfluous formal steps in the argument which have no place in Marx's materialist approach. In sum, a materialist appropriation of the methodological insights found in the logic for the critique of political economy must carefully cast aside its mystical shell. Part 2 Hegel's Concept and Marx's Capital Chapter 5 The Universal and the Particulars in Hegel's Logic and Marx's Capital Fred Mosely I have argued in a number of papers that there are two main stages, or levels of abstraction, in Marx's theory in Capital. Point 1, the first stage has to do with the production of surplus value and the determination of the total surplus value, and the second stage has to do with the distribution of surplus value and the division of the predetermined total surplus value into individual parts, equal rates of profit, commercial profit, interest, and rent. The total amount of surplus value is determined at the first stage, the production of surplus value, and then this predetermined magnitude is presupposed in the second stage, the distribution of surplus value. This key quantitative presupposition of the prior determination of the total surplus value is repeated many times, in all the drafts of Capital, as I have shown in my papers. Thus, there is a clear logical progression from the determination of the magnitude of the total surplus value in the first stage to the determination of the individual parts in the second stage. Other authors who have presented similar interpretations of the production and distribution of surplus value and the prior determination of the total surplus value in Marx's theory include Paul Maddock, Roman Rostalski, Enrique Dussel, David Yaffe and Duncan Foley. To take the most important example, in Marx's theory of prices of production in Part 2 of Volume 3, the total surplus value is presupposed, as already determined in Volumes I and II, and the total surplus value, S, is used to determine the general rate of profit, R equals S/C, which in turn is a determinant of prices of production, C is total capital invested. As a result, the predetermined total surplus value is distributed to individual industries in such a way that all industries receive the same rate of profit. This logical progression from the determination of the total amount of surplus value to the determination of the individual parts of surplus value follows directly from Marx's labor theory of value and surplus value. According to Marx's theory, all the individual parts of surplus value come from the same source, the surplus labor of workers. Therefore, the total amount of surplus value must be determined prior to its division into individual parts. And the total amount of surplus value is determined by surplus labor, and by surplus labor alone. I have argued further that this distinction between the production of surplus value and the distribution of surplus value is the quantitative dimension of the two basic levels of abstraction in Marx's theory, capital in general and competition, many capitals. Capital in general is defined by Marx as those properties which are common to all capitals and which distinguish capital from simple commodities or money and other forms of wealth. The most important common, or universal, property of all capitals, which is analyzed at the level of abstraction of capital in general, is the production of surplus value, including absolute and relative surplus value. Since this all-important property is shared by all capitals, the theory of the production of surplus value at the level of abstraction of capital in general is concerned with the total surplus value produced by the total capital of society as a whole. Other common properties of all capitals that are analyzed at the level of abstraction of capital in general include various characteristics of capital in the sphere of circulation, the turnover time of capital, fixed and circulating capital, and so on, and the appearance of surplus value and the rate of surplus value as profit and the rate of profit, including the falling rate of profit. The main question addressed at the level of abstraction of competition is the distribution of surplus value, or the division of the total surplus value into individual parts. Another related question addressed at the level of abstraction of competition is revenue and its sources, or the critique of vulgar political economy's explanation of these individual parts of surplus value. Point 2 Therefore, I argue that the basic logical structure of Marx's theory of capital in the 3 volumes of Capital is as follows: Marx's theory in Capital, capital in general, production of surplus value, circulation of capital, fixed and circulating capital, capital and profit. Including the falling rate of profit, competition, or the distribution of surplus value, general rate of profit and prices of production, commercial profit, interest, rent, revenue and its sources, critique of vulgar economics. This chapter argues that this logical structure of the 2 levels of abstraction of capital in general and competition was heavily influenced by Hegel's logic of the concept, and the first 2 moments of the concept, universality and particularity. The first section will review the key features of Hegel's logic of the concept, and the following section will discuss Marx's critical appropriation of Hegel's logic in his own theory of the production and distribution of surplus value. An appendix to this chapter, available at www.mtholyoke.edu/F Mosely, discusses other, previous interpretations of 2. It should be clarified that the level of abstraction of competition is not completed in Volume 3. There is much more to the level of abstraction of competition than the distribution of surplus value into these major parts, including market prices, S equals D, monopoly prices, concentration and centralization, see Dussel 2001, Mosely 2001b. Marx in effect divided the level of abstraction of competition into 2 sublevels, an abstract sublevel that has to do with the distribution of surplus value and a more concrete sublevel that has to do with these other aspects. These more concrete aspects are not included in Volume 3. Marx promised to deal with them in a later book on competition. The relation between Hegel's logic of the concept and Marx's theory that have been presented by Felton Shortall, Chris Arthur, Mark Meany, and Roberto Feinskett. In January 1858, while working on the Grundrisse, Marx wrote a letter to Engels in which he stated that a recent fortuitous review of Hegel's logic had been of great service in his own theory, especially with respect to the method employed in his theory of profit. He commented that he had overthrown all previous theories of profit. By the way, I am discovering some nice arguments. For instance, I have overthrown the whole doctrine of profit as it existed up to now. The fact that by mere accident I again glanced through Hegel's logic has been of great service to me as regards the method of dealing with the material. Point 3. What exactly did Marx mean by this obviously important but too cryptic remark? Which specific aspects of Hegel's logic was Marx referring to? And what was the relation between these aspects of Hegel's logic and Marx's theory of profit? Many scholars have called attention to this letter, as evidence of the influence of Hegel on Marx, but no one, to my knowledge, has satisfactorily answered these important questions about the relation between Hegel's logic and Marx's theory of profit. This chapter will also suggest answers to these questions, and will explain what Marx meant by this important remark. 1. Hegel's logic of the concept. Hegel's logic begins with immediate appearances, which he calls being. Hegel's logic then proceeds to essence, the inner nature of the immediate appearances. Finally, the concept Begriff, sometimes translated as notion, is the punchline of Hegel's logic, the explanation of the immediate appearances in terms of the essence, in a precise logical order. Hegel's concept has 3 moments: universality Allgemeinheit, particularity Besonderheit, and singularity Einzelheit, sometimes translated as individuality. The precise logical order of explanation is the following: the starting point of the concept is the universal, which is the essence or substance that has already been identified in the logic of essence. The concept then proceeds to an explanation of the particulars, which presupposes the nature of the universal, and adds additional determinations in order to differentiate the presupposed universal into its particular forms. In other words, the particulars are explained as particular forms of the universal itself, as self-particularizations of the presupposed universal. It is in this sense that the universal substance is also a subject that creates its own particular forms. Finally, the concept proceeds to singularity, in which the universal achieves concrete existence and the perfect embodiment in a particular form. This logical relation between the universal and the particulars in Hegel's concept, the universal is the starting point and its nature is presupposed in the explanation of the particulars, is clearest in Hegel's exposition of the concept in the short version of his logic in the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences. The following are a few passages from the Encyclopedia, with my comments. The notion is the principle of freedom, the power of substance self-realized. Point 4. In other words, the substance is the universal that realizes itself in the particulars. This substance is presupposed in its self-realization as particulars. The notion as notion contains the 3 following moments or functional parts. 1. The first is universality, meaning that it is in free equality with itself in its specific character. 2. The second is particularity, that is, the specific character, in which the universal continues serenely equal to itself. 3. The third is individuality, meaning reflection into self of the specific characters of universality and particularity, which negative self-unity has complete and original determinateness, without any loss of its self-identity or universality. 5. Explanation of reality begins with the universal, and its specific character. In the further explanation of the particulars, the universal is presupposed, continues serenely equal to itself, without any loss of its self-identity or universality. For Hegel, the universal substance is the absolute spirit, which incarnates itself in particular forms of objective reality. This is of course the idealist nature of Hegel's philosophy, which Marx completely rejected. For Marx, the universal substance is materialist, abstract labor. In the same section, Hegel emphasized that the universal of the concept is not a mere common property, but is instead a subject that self-particularizes itself as these particular forms, and finds itself at home in these particular forms with undimmed clearness. The notion is generally associated in our minds with abstract generality, and on that account it is often described as a general conception. We speak, accordingly, of the notions of color, plant, animal, etc. They are supposed to be arrived at by neglecting the particular features which distinguish the different colors, plants, and animals from each other, and by retaining those common to them all. But the universal of the notion is not a mere sum of features common to several things, confronted by a particular which enjoys an existence of its own. It is, on the contrary, self-particularizing or self-specifying, and with undimmed clearness finds itself at home in its antithesis. 6. The subject that self-particularizes itself with undimmed clearness is obviously presupposed in the explanation of its particular forms. In The Holy Family, which Marx and Engels wrote in 1844, there is a remarkable summary of what Marx called the essential character of the Hegelian method, which he labels substance as subject, in a section entitled The Mystery of Speculative Construction. 7. The descriptor as subject indicates that the substance creates the particular forms, as particular forms of itself, as we saw in the encyclopedia. Marx's discussion in this section is illustrated with the famous example of the fruit and particular fruits, pear, apple, and so on. A long excerpt from this very interesting section is worth it. If I form the general idea fruit from actual apples, pears, strawberries, and almonds, and if I go further to imagine that my abstract idea, the fruit, derived from actual fruits, is an external entity, and indeed the true essence of the pear, the apple, etc., I am declaring, in the language of speculation, that the fruit is the substance of the pear, the apple, the almond, etc. I then declare apples, pears, almonds, etc. to be merely forms of existence, modi, of the fruit. Particular, actual fruits are taken to be only apparent fruits whose true essence is the substance, the fruit. Having reduced different actual fruits to one abstract fruit, to the fruit, speculation must somehow try to get back again from the fruit, from substance to different, actual ordinary fruits such as the pear, the apple, the almond, etc. in order to give the appearance of having some actual content. If the apple, pear, almost, and strawberry are really nothing but the substance, the fruit, then the question arises, how does it happen that the fruit manifests itself to me now as apple, now as pear, and now as almond, whence this appearance of diversity so strikingly in contradiction with my speculative intuition of the unity, the substance, and the fruit? This, answers the speculative philosopher, is because the fruit is no dead, undifferentiated static essence but living, self-differentiated, dynamic. The different ordinary fruits are different life forms of the one fruit, they are crystallizations of the fruit itself. One must no longer say as one did from the standpoint of substance that a pear, an apple, and an almond is the fruit, but rather that the fruit posits itself as pear, as apple, as almond. The differences which distinguish apple, pear, and almond from one another are really self-differentiations of the fruit, converting the particular fruits into different members of the life process of the fruit. In every member of that series the fruit gives itself a more developed and explicit specific existence until it is finally the living unity as summary of all fruits, a unity containing those fruits as dissolved in and also produced from itself. In the language of speculation, this operation I call conceiving substance as subject, and inner process, as absolute person, and this conceiving constitutes the essential character of the Hegelian method. 8 The summary is not explicitly in terms of Hegel's moments of the concept, but the logic is the same. The substance fruit is the universal, whose existence is presupposed in the explanation of the particular forms, as particular forms of itself. After identifying the universal substance, the theoretical task is to get back again to the determination of the particular forms on the basis of the presupposed universal substance. Marx ridiculed the idealism of Hegel's speculative method, and argued that Hegel's claims to derive particular fruits from the universal fruit were mere empty assertions. Since the universal fruit has no content, no properties of its own, it cannot be used to derive the properties of particular fruits. The speculative method can only appear to derive the properties of the particular fruits by giving these properties names, and asserting that these names of actual things are, somehow, created by the fruit, pages 81-2. 9. However, Marx eventually utilized a logical structure that is similar to Hegel's moments of the concept. The nature of the universal is presupposed in the further determination of the particular forms of itself, in his theory of the production and distribution of surplus value, without the idealist universal, and with a materialist universal, abstract labor. The logical structure of Marx's theory will be examined at length in the next section. To Marx's logic in his theory of capital and surplus value. Hegel's logic of the concept is appropriate for Marx's theory of surplus value because they both assume a similar logical relation between the universal and the particulars. Hegel's concept begins with the determination of the universal, and then explains the particular forms as particular forms of the predetermined and presupposed universal. Similarly, Marx's theory begins with the general form of surplus value, and then explains the particular forms of surplus value, with the predetermined general form of surplus value presupposed, along with additional particular determinations. The reason why Marx's theory begins with the general form of surplus value is that it is based on the assumption that all the particular forms of surplus value come from the same source, the surplus labor of workers. Therefore, the general form of surplus value must be determined first, and then the particular forms, which depend on other factors besides surplus labor, can be determined. The particular forms of surplus value are different life forms of the universal surplus labor. They are incarnations or crystallizations of surplus labor. Therefore, Marx divided his theory of surplus value into two basic levels of abstraction, which correspond to Hegel's first two moments of the concept: capital in general, the production of surplus value, which corresponds to Hegel's moment of universality, and competition, or many capitals, the distribution of surplus value, which corresponds to Hegel's moment of particularity. Singularity is much less important in Marx's logic, and will be discussed briefly below. We will see that Marx related credit capital to Hegel's moment of singularity, although with a very different meaning. Marx added a quantitative dimension to Hegel's logic of the concept, because Marx's theory is a theory of capitalism, and quantity is the main thing about capitalism. More precisely, the main phenomenon of capitalism that Marx's theory explains is delta M, the total quantity of surplus value produced in the capitalist economy as a whole. The first level of abstraction of Marx's theory, capital in general, which corresponds to Hegel's universality, explains the quantity of surplus value produced by each and every capital, more precisely by each and every worker, and thus explains the total surplus value produced by all capitals, and all workers, together in the economy as a whole. The second level of abstraction of Marx's theory, competition, which corresponds to Hegel's 9 Marx and Engels 1956-1844, pages 81-2. In the last three paragraphs of this section, Marx further ridiculed Herzlige's Hegelian presentation of the mysteries of Paris, having previously reduced such actual relationships as law and civilization to the category of mystery, thereby converting the mystery into a substance, he now rises to a truly speculative Hegelian height and transforms the mystery into a self-existing subject. This subject incarnates itself in actual situations and persons. But nowhere does he develop any actual content, so his speculative construction is free from all disturbing complications, from all ambiguous disguises, and strikes the eye in its naked beauty. Particularity explains how the total surplus value is distributed among individual capitals, that is, how the total is divided up or split into individual parts, with the predetermined total surplus value presupposed. This connection between Marx's theory of surplus value and Hegel's logic is strongly suggested by the fact that Marx used the same German word for his logical category as Hegel did for his logical category, allgemein. This obvious connection between Marx's logic and Hegel's logic has been obscured all these years by the fact that this same German word has been translated into two different English words, general in translations of Marx, and universal in translations of Hegel. Point 10. Ironically, the misleading translation of allgemein in Marx's theory as general was initiated by Marx himself in the French edition of Volume I and by Engels in the English edition, apparently in a misguided attempt to popularize Marx's Hegelian theory. This is clearly a cosmetic change, which does not change the logic of Marx's theory, and which has done much more harm than good. In any case, everyone should now understand that Marx used the same German word for capital in general that Hegel used for universal, which suggests that Marx was using similar logic in this all-important aspect of his logical method, the determination of the universal prior to the particulars. Point 11. The remainder of this chapter will review the various drafts of capital and relevant letters, with emphasis on Marx's explicit use of Hegel's moments of universality and particularity as the logical structure of his own theory of the production and distribution of surplus value. The Grundriss, 1857-8, a very strong indication that Marx was utilizing Hegel's logic of the concept in his theory of capital, are two sketchy, exploratory outlines early in the Grundriss that Marx inserted into the first draft of what later became Part 2 of Volume I of Capital, pages 264 and 275, in Section I, the production process of capital, of the chapter on capital in Notebook 2, written in November 1857. The basic structure of both of these outlines is Hegel's three moments of the concept: universality, translated as generality, particularity, and singularity, U, P, S. I will focus on the second outline, p. 275, because it is the clearest. Capital generality. 1. Generality of capital. 10. I learned this important linguistic similarity from Feinske 2005, p. 3, for which I am grateful. 11. Geert Rutten states in his chapter in this volume, p. 264, that Marx's frequent use of the terms general, or universal, and particular is not evidence that Marx is using the logic of the concept, because these terms could also refer to essence logic. However, Hegel's own use of these terms is certainly within the logic of the concept. They are introduced in the first chapter of Volume 2 on the logic of the concept, or the subjective logic, and are the fundamental concepts in the rest of the volume, including Chapter 3 on the syllogism. Universal and particular do not appear in a systematic way in Book 2 of Volume I on the logic of the essence. Therefore, it would seem that the most reasonable interpretation is that, when Marx uses the terms universal and particular, using the same words as Hegel, and with the same meaning, the logical priority of the universal over the particulars, this was also within a framework similar to Hegel's logic of the concept. Roberto Feinske, in this volume and previous papers, presents a similar interpretation. A. Emergence of capital out of money. B. Capital and labor. C. Elements of capital, product. Raw material. Instrument. 2. Particularization of capital. A. Circulating capital, fixed capital, turnover of capital. 3. Singularity of capital. Capital and profit. Capital and interest. Capital as value, distinct from itself as interest and profit particularity: 1. Accumulation of capitals, 2. Competition of capitals, 3. Concentration of capitals singularity: 1. Capital as credit, 2. Capital as stock capital, 3. Capital as money market. We can see that this outline has two sets of U.P.S. triads, a broad triad as sections of capital and a narrower triad as subsections within the broad section of generality. The contents of the broad generality as a section of capital is similar to what was later included in Capital in General, that is, the first two volumes of Capital and Part I of Volume 3. The narrow generality as a subsection of the broad generality is essentially the theory of surplus value, Parts 2 and 3 of Volume I, the most important part of Capital in General. The narrow particularity as a subsection of the broad generality includes fixed capital, circulating capital, and so on. More importantly, the broad particularity as a section of capital includes accumulation, competition, and concentration. The meaning of competition is not specified here, but we will see that later in the Grundriss. Competition includes the equalization of the profit rate, the most important aspect of the distribution of surplus value. As Marx's thinking developed, accumulation and concentration were moved from particularity to generality, because they have to do with capital as a whole, and particularity would include only competition, that is, the distribution of surplus value. The narrow singularity as a subsection of the broad generality includes profit and interest, and the broad singularity as a section of capital includes credit, stock capital, and the money market. Marx's thinking on singularity in both senses remained essentially the same, although this was much less important in Marx's theory. 35 pages after the second outline, in Notebook 3, Marx inserted an important methodological comment, which explains what subject his theory was concerned with at this early stage, and what subjects his theory was not yet concerned with, and this comment again clearly utilizes Hegel's three moments of the concept, to the extent that we are considering it here, as a relation distinct from that of value and money. Capital is capital in general, i.e. the incarnation of the qualities which distinguish value as capital from value as pure value or as money. Value, money, circulation, etc., prices etc. are presupposed, as is labor etc. But we are still concerned neither with a particular form of capital, nor with an individual capital as distinct from other individual capitals etc. We are present at the process of its becoming. This dialectical process of its becoming is only the ideal expression of the real movement through which capital comes into being. The later relations are to be regarded as developments coming out of this germ. But it is necessary to establish the specific form in which it is posited at a certain point. Otherwise confusion arises. Point 12. We can see that capital in general is described in Hegelian terms because we are present at the process of its becoming. In other words, Marx's theory of capital in general explains how capital produces surplus value, that is, how a given quantity of money becomes more money, and in this way becomes capital. The main quality that distinguishes capital from value and money is the production of surplus value. The later relations are the particular forms of surplus value which will be explained as developments coming out of this germ of surplus value in general. Marx's manuscript then goes on in the rest of Notebook 3 to sketch out for the first time his theory of surplus value, including absolute and relative surplus value and the transfer of constant capital. Dussel, 2008 and 1985, Capitulo 8, has emphasized Marx's discovery of his theory of surplus value in these pages in Notebook 3 of the Grundriss. The important letter that Marx wrote in January 1858, in which he stated that he had found Hegel's method of great service in his theory of profit, discussed above in the introduction, was written while Marx was writing Notebook 4 of the Grundriss. Notebook 4 begins with a section that Marx titled Confusion of Profit and Surplus Value. The main confusion discussed by Marx in this section was that of Carey and Bastiat and Ricardo, separately, who confused the rate of profit with the share of profit of total income, and thus argued that a fall in the rate of profit was caused by a fall in the share of profit, ignoring altogether the composition of capital and its effect on the rate of profit. Marx summarized, but at bottom, surplus value, the foundation of profit, but still distinct from profit so-called, has never been developed. Point 13. This is precisely what Marx's theory of surplus value accomplished. It first explains surplus value, as distinct from profit and as the foundation of profit. Notebook 4 continues with the theory of surplus value, and then moves on to section 2 of the chapter on capital, the circulation process of capital, the subject matter of volume 2 of Capital. In the middle of a discussion of overproduction and a critique of Proudhon, Marx briefly discussed, over 2 pages, the general rate of profit for the first time in his published writings, and he clearly stated, at this early stage, that a consideration of the general rate of profit has to do with the distribution of surplus value and belongs in the section on competition. A general rate of profit as such is possible only if a part of the surplus value, which corresponds to surplus labor, is transferred from one capitalist to another. The capitalist class thus to a certain extent distributes the total surplus value so that, to a certain degree, it shares in it evenly in accordance with the size of its capital, instead of in accordance with the surplus values actually created by the capitals in the various branches of business. Competition cannot lower this level itself, but merely has the tendency to create such a level. Further developments belong in the section on competition. 14. 15 pages later, Marx interjected another interesting methodological passage, which again utilizes Hegel's moments of the concept. Before we go any further, just one remark. Capital in general, as distinct from particular capitals, does indeed appear, 1. Only as an abstraction, not an arbitrary abstraction, but an abstraction which grasps the specific characteristics which distinguish capital from all other forms of wealth. These are aspects which are common to every capital as such, or which make every specific sum of values into capital. 2. However, capital in general, as distinct from the particular real capitals, is itself a real existence. For example, capital in this general form, although belonging to individual capitalists, in its elemental form as capital, forms the capital which accumulates in the banks or is distributed through them. While the general is therefore on the one hand only a mental mark of distinction, it is at the same time a particular real form alongside the form of the particular and the individual. We will return later to this point, which, while having more of a logical than an economic character, will nevertheless have a great importance in the course of our inquiry. The same also in algebra. For example, a, b, and c are numbers as such, in general, but then again they are whole numbers as opposed to a/b, b/c, c/b, c/a, b/a, etc., which latter, however, presuppose the former as their general elements. 15. We can see from this passage that, 1. Capital in general is an abstraction which grasps the essential characteristics of capital, which is of course primarily the production of surplus value, and 2. In addition to this theoretical abstraction, capital in general has a real existence in a particular capital, as bank capital or credit capital. Credit capital can be invested in any industry in the economy, and in that sense it is general, but it also belongs to particular individuals and is a real particular form of capital. In Hegel's terms, credit capital could be considered as the singularity of capital, the real existence of capital in general in a particular capital, as in Marx's outline discussed above. The algebraic example in this passage is also interesting. A, b and c are whole numbers, numbers in general, which are presupposed in the determination of the fractions a/b, and so on. In similar fashion, surplus value in general, or the total surplus value, is a whole number, which is presupposed in the determination of the fractions into which the total surplus value is divided. It seems reasonable to conclude from the above discussion of the first 4 notebooks of the Grundrisse that the aspects of Hegel's logic that Marx was referring to in his famous letter about the great service of Hegel's method in his theory of profit must have been the 3 moments of Hegel's concept, universality, particularity, and singularity. 16 Marx had already figured out that his theory of capital and surplus value would be structured in a similar way. The two outlines in Notebook 2 are clearly in terms of Hegel's three moments, and there are other methodological comments in Notebooks 3 and 4 that are also made in terms of Hegel's three moments, and Notebook 4 begins with a section entitled Confusion of Profit and Surplus Value. And, most importantly, the logic of Marx's theory of capital and surplus value is similar to that of Hegel's logic of the concept. Marx's theory begins with capital in general, the essential characteristics of capital, mainly the production of surplus value, which corresponds to Hegel's moment of universality, the same German word. Marx's theory then proceeds to competition, or many capitals, the theory of the general rate of profit and other aspects of the distribution of surplus value, which corresponds to Hegel's moment of particularity. And finally Marx's theory proceeds to credit capital, the general form of capital in a real particular capital, which corresponds to Hegel's moment of singularity. 17 Further evidence will be presented below from the rest of the Grundrisse and from the later drafts of Capital to support this conclusion, but the evidence discussed so far seems sufficient to me. What other aspects of Hegel's logical method could Marx have been referring to in this letter? How would these other aspects of Hegel's method provide a logical framework for Marx's theory of profit, surplus value? And what textual evidence from the Grundrisse exists to support any different interpretation of Marx's meaning in this letter? In the rest of the Grundrisse, there are a half-dozen brief comments on the equalization of the rate of profit, and it is usually stated in these passages that the analysis of equal rates of profit belongs to the part of the theory on competition, or many capitals, after the part on capital in general. Two important examples will be discussed here. See also pages 552, 557, 669, 761 and 767. In Notebook 7, the last notebook of the Grundrisse, in a discussion of the confusion of economists who think that fixed and circulating capital somehow produce profit independently of surplus labor, Marx comments on the confusion of previous economists. The greatest confusion and mystification has arisen because the doctrine of surplus profit has not been examined in its pure form by previous economists, but rather mixed in together with the doctrine of real profit, which leads up to distribution, where the various capitals participate in the general rate of profit. The profit of the capitalists as a class, or the profit of capital as such, has to exist before it can be distributed, and it is extremely absurd to try to explain its origin by its distribution. 1816 In this letter, Marx used the term profit here as a synonym for what he later called surplus value. As we have seen, he had been working on his theory of surplus value, not his theory of profit as later defined. He had recently discovered the distinction between surplus value and profit, and had probably not yet explained this distinction to Engels, and that is probably why he used the more familiar term profit in his letter to Engels. 17 However, as Tony Smith, in this volume, has emphasized, Marx's use of the term singularity is very different from Hegel's singularity. In Hegel's singularity, a particular form is the perfect embodiment of the true nature of the universal, whereas for Marx, credit capital is the opposite of the true nature of capital. It is the most fetishized form of capital, which makes it appear as if interest comes from capital itself, without any relation to labor and the production process. In this important passage, Marx criticizes previous economists because they mixed up the theory of surplus value in its pure form, surplus value in general, and the determination of the total profit of the capitalist class as a whole, and the theory of real profit, the particular forms of surplus value and the distribution of the total surplus value among individual capitalists. With the help of Hegel's logic, Marx did not make this mistake. Marx did not mix up these two stages of the theory. Instead, Marx kept these two stages strictly separate and logically sequential. First, the general form and total amount of surplus value are theorized, and then the particular forms and the individual amounts of profit are theorized, with the general form and the total amount of surplus value presupposed. It is interesting to recall that Marx stated in his famous letter about Hegel's method that he had overthrown all previous theories of profit. We can now have a better idea what Marx meant by overthrow, that he had clearly distinguished between the theory of capital and surplus value in general and the theory of the particular forms of capital and surplus value. Later in Notebook 7, in Section 3, Capital and Profit, of the chapter on capital, there is another brief but important comment about the equalization of the profit rate. Marx commented again that the equalization of the profit rate has to do with the distribution of surplus value among different capitals, which should be examined at the subsequent stage of many capitals, not in the initial stage of capital in general, which is what Marx was working on at the time, the total surplus value, as well as the total profit, which is only the surplus value itself, computed differently, can neither grow nor decrease through this operation, the equalization of profit rates. Ever, what is modified thereby is not it, but only its distribution among the different capitals. However, this examination belongs only with that of the many capitals, it does not yet belong here, that is, in the stage of capital in general. Point 19. In March 1858, while Marx was finishing the Grundrisse, he wrote a letter to Lassalle in which he stated that he was working on the first part of his book on capital, the part on capital in general, and that capital in general would be divided into 3 sections: 1. The production process, 2. The circulation process, and 3. The unity of the 2, or capital and profit and interest. Point 20. We can see that these are the same 3 sections of the Grundrisse. However, these sections are now sections of capital in general, rather than sections of the chapter on capital. Thus, Marx appears to have realized more clearly as a result of his work on the Grundrisse that his theory of capital should be divided into capital in general and competition, and so on, and that his theory in the Grundrisse was only about capital in general. It was not a complete theory of capital. The theory of competition would come later. Marx began to develop his theory of competition in the manuscript of 1861-3, and developed it much more thoroughly in the manuscript of 1864-5, and this theory includes the general rate of profit and other particular forms of surplus value that have to do with the distribution of surplus value. Several weeks later, April 2, Marx wrote a letter to Engels in which he outlined the overall logical structure of his book on capital. Capital contains 4 sections. A. Capital in general, this is the subject matter of the first part. B. Competition, or the action of the many capitals upon one another. C. Credit, here capital as the general principle confronts the individual capitals. D. Share capital as the most highly developed form, turning into communism, together with all its contradictions. Point 21. Evidently, Marx's work in the Grundrisse on his theory of the production of surplus value, at the level of abstraction of capital in general, and the brief discussions of the general rate of profit which he realized must be analyzed later in the section on competition, had given him sufficient clarity about the relation between capital in general and competition, essentially the production and distribution of surplus value, or the general form of surplus value and its particular forms. And about the overall logical structure of his theory, that he was able to write down these new improved outlines. Although Marx did not use the Hegelian U.P.S. triad in this outline, the logical structure of this outline is essentially the same as the earlier outlines, but with much greater clarity and precision, especially about competition. Marx's capital in general corresponds to Hegel's universality, Marx's competition corresponds to Hegel's particularity, and Marx's credit capital and share capital correspond to Hegel's singularity. Competition is about the particular forms and individual parts of surplus value, which will be analyzed after the general form and the total amount of surplus value have been explained at the level of abstraction of capital in general. The 3 volumes of Capital are almost entirely about sections A and B in this outline. Marx never really got to sections C and D, although there is some material in Part V of Volume 3 that belongs to section C, on credit capital. The manuscript of 1861 to 322. The second draft of Capital was the manuscript of 1861 to 3, a huge work, 23 notebooks in all, and eventually published in 6 volumes in German and 5 volumes in English. Point 23. The recent publication of this manuscript in its entirety sheds new light on the development of Marx's theory of the distribution of surplus value, which was eventually published in Volume 3 of Capital. About 2/3 of this manuscript is the previously published theories of surplus value, much of which is about the distribution of surplus value. Point 24. The other third of the manuscript was published for the first time in the new mega edition, and includes a hitherto unknown second draft of Parts 2, 4 of Volume I of Capital, Theory of Absolute and Relative Surplus Value, and also the first drafts of Parts I, 3 and 4 of Volume 3. The manuscript begins with the second draft of Marx's theory of surplus value. This second draft is essentially the same as the first draft in the Grundriss, but it is much more clearly developed than the rough and exploratory first draft. By this time, Marx had a very clear idea of the overall logical structure of Volume I, and he was able to write these chapters in close to final form. While working on relative surplus value, what later became Part 4 of Volume I of Capital, Marx broke off and began to write in a new notebook, Notebook 6, which he entitled Theories of Surplus Value. It appears that Marx's original intention was to follow his own theory of surplus value, just presented, with a brief critical summary of previous theories of surplus value of the classical economists, similar to what he had done earlier in a contribution to the critique of political economy for theories of value and theories of money. In any case, Marx's work on the theories of surplus value soon greatly expanded into many new topics that have to do with the distribution of surplus value, not just the production of surplus value, and thus belong to the level of abstraction of competition, beyond capital in general. Marx began his critical survey of the classical economists' theories of surplus value with the following clear opening statement, which is very important and has not received the attention it deserves: all economists share the error of examining surplus value not as such, in its pure form, but in the particular forms of profit and rent. What theoretical errors must necessarily arise from this will be shown more fully in Chapter 3, in the analysis of the greatly changed form which surplus value assumes as profit. Point 25. Thus, Marx had this crucial distinction between the general form of surplus value and its particular forms, which he first articulated in the Grundriss, p. 684, clearly in mind as he began theories of surplus value. This was the main theme which Marx wished to explore. Marx avoided the theoretical error of previous economists by doing precisely what they had failed to do. He first examines surplus value as such, the total surplus value of capital as such, at the level of abstraction of capital in general, and then later examines the particular forms and individual parts of surplus value at the level of abstraction of competition. Marx repeated this general theme many times throughout theories of surplus value. I will just discuss a few highlights here. With respect to Adam Smith, Marx argued that Smith actually had a theory of surplus value in general, that surplus value is the excess of the value produced by workers over the wages they are paid, and that this excess value produced by the unpaid labor of workers includes the particular forms of surplus value of profit and rent. However, Smith's lack of clarity about this distinction led to many errors. Thus Adam Smith conceives surplus value as the general category, of which profit proper and rent of land are merely branches. Nevertheless, he does not distinguish surplus value as such as a category on its own, distinct from the specific forms it assumes in profit and rent. This is the source of much error and inadequacy in his inquiry, and of even more in the work of Ricardo. Point 26. A few pages later, Marx made a similar comment, again in terms of the general form of surplus value and its particular forms. We have seen how Adam Smith explains surplus value in general, of which the rent of land and profit are only different forms and component parts. Because Adam makes what is in substance an analysis of surplus value, distinct from its special forms, he subsequently mixes it up directly with the further developed form of profit. This error persists with Ricardo and all his disciples. Confusion creeps in immediately, not when he is dealing ex professo specifically with profit or rent, those particular forms of surplus value, but where he is thinking of them only as forms of surplus value in general, as deductions from the labor bestowed by the labourers upon the material. Point 27. As Adam Smith resolves surplus value not only into profit but also into the rent of land, two particular kinds of surplus value, whose movement is determined by quite different laws, he should certainly have directly identical with any of its particular forms. Point 28. With respect to Ricardo, Marx made a similar criticism, that Ricardo also failed to separate the theory of surplus value in general and the theory of its particular forms. In the critique of Ricardo, we have to separate what he himself failed to separate. His theory of surplus value, which of course exists in his work, although he does not define surplus value as distinct from its particular forms, profit, rent, interest. Secondly, his theory of profit. Point 29. Nowhere does Ricardo consider surplus value separately and independently from its particular forms, profit, interest, and rent. Point 30. Marx argued that Ricardo was not able to provide a satisfactory theory of the general rate of profit precisely because he failed to follow the correct logical method with respect to the general form of surplus value and its particular forms. Specifically, Ricardo assumed the rate of profit in his very first chapter on value, without explaining how the rate of profit is determined. Marx argued that, instead of assuming the rate of profit in the beginning, Ricardo should have abstracted altogether from the rate of profit at the beginning of his theory, because the rate of profit is a particular form of surplus value that has to be explained through a number of intermediate stages. Marx summarized his criticism of Ricardo's faulty logical method as follows: instead of postulating this general rate of profit, Ricardo should have examined how far its existence is consistent with the determination of value by labor time, and he would have found that instead of being consistent with it, prima facie, it contradicts it, and that its existence would therefore have to be explained through a number of intermediary stages, a procedure very different from merely including it under the law of value. He would then have gained an altogether different insight into the nature of profit and would not have identified it directly with surplus value. 31. The main intermediate stage is the determination of surplus value in general and the total amount of surplus value at the level of abstraction of capital in general. In another passage, Marx criticized Ricardo for his lack of the power of abstraction. The equalization of the surplus values in the different trades does not affect the absolute size of this total surplus value, but merely alters its distribution among the different trades. The determination of this surplus value itself, however, only arises out of the determination of value by labor time. Without this, the average profit is the average of nothing, pure fancy. And it could then equally well be 1000% or 10%. One can see that though Ricardo is accused of being too abstract, one would be justified in accusing him of the opposite, lack of the power of abstraction, inability, when dealing with the values of commodities, to forget profits, a factor which confronts him as a result of competition. 32. In other words, Ricardo was unable to forget the particular forms of surplus value when dealing with the general form of surplus value. 33. The last chapter of Theories of Surplus Value is a long first draft of Revenue and its Sources, which includes a critique of vulgar economics, according to which the particular forms of surplus value are determined separately and independently, and the total surplus value, if it is considered at all, is determined by adding up the autonomous individual parts, so that an increase in one of the parts would result in an increase in the total. Marx argued that this apparent mutual independence of the particular forms is an illusion. The fundamental determinant of all these particular forms is surplus labor, and the total amount of surplus value is determined by surplus labor prior to the division of this total into individual parts, so that an increase in one of the parts would result in a reduction in some other part, with the total unchanged. The breakdown of surplus value, that is, a part of the value of commodities, into these special headings or categories, is very understandable and does not conflict in the least with the law of value. but the whole matter is mystified because these different parts of surplus value acquire an independent form, because they accrue to different people, because the titles to them are based on different elements, and finally because of the autonomy with which certain parts of surplus value confront the process as its conditions. From parts into which value can be divided, they become independent elements which constitute value, they become constituent elements. 34 Thus we can see that Marx's critical examination of classical economics in the manuscript of 1861-3 also helped him to develop in this manuscript his own theory of the particular forms of surplus value, that is, theory of the distribution of surplus value, at the level of competition, beyond capital in general. In Mosely, 2009, I discuss at length the development in this manuscript of Marx's theory of the particular forms of surplus value, the general rate of profit, and prices of production, rent, interest, and commercial profit. Marx maintained throughout this manuscript, with clarity and emphasis, the distinction between the general form of surplus value and the particular forms of surplus value, which he patterned after Hegel's moments of the concept of universality and particularity. The general form and the total amount of surplus value must be determined prior to the particular forms and individual amounts of surplus value. The four-section outline of May 1858, discussed above at the end of the section on the Grundriss, remain the basic logical structure of Marx's theory of the production and distribution of surplus value. The manuscript of 1861-3 started out in section A of this outline, capital in general, and moved progressively into section B, competition. Sections C and D were still beyond the scope. The manuscript of 1863-5, Volume 3 of Capital, 1894, the manuscript of 1864-5 is the basis of what we know as Volume 3 of Capital, which was heavily edited by Engels. 35 This manuscript is mainly about the particular forms of surplus value, the general rate of profit, and prices of production, rent, interest, and mercantile profit, and further develops Marx's theory of these particular forms that he first developed in the manuscript of 1861-3. In other words, this manuscript is mainly about the distribution of surplus value, at the level of abstraction of competition, beyond capital in general. In this draft, there is less use of the Hegelian term particular forms of surplus value than in the manuscript of 1861-3, but the logic of the theory of these particular forms of surplus value is the same as in the earlier drafts. The general form and total amount of surplus value are determined first, and then presupposed in the further determination of the particular forms of surplus value. The same theory is worked out in greater detail and greater depth in this manuscript. Thus the logic of Marx's theory of the production and distribution of surplus value continues to be similar to the logic of Hegel's moments of the concept, universality and particularity. The universal is determined first, and then the particulars are determined as particular forms of the presupposed universal. Because of a space constraint, I will not discuss this manuscript in detail. See Mosely 2002 for an extensive discussion of Marx's theory of the particular forms of surplus value in Volume 3 of Capital, with emphasis on this Hegelian feature of Marx's logical method. Volume I of Capital, 1867, 36-35. This draft of Volume 3 is the only full draft of this volume, and was published for the first time in German in the Mega, 2/4.2, 1993. Unfortunately, it has not yet been translated into English, although thankfully there is a translation in the works, by Ben Fowkes, which should be published soon, and English Marxist scholars will finally have the opportunity to study this important manuscript in the original. The draft of Volume 3 in the manuscript of 1864-5 is the basis of Engels's edited version of Volume 3 with which we are familiar. There are some differences between Marx's manuscript and Engels's Volume 3, mainly that Engels made Marx's manuscript look a lot more organized and complete than it actually was, especially Part V on interest, and to a lesser extent Part 3 on the falling rate of profit. However, these differences do not affect the subject of this chapter. The theory of the particular forms of surplus value is the same in both. 36. See Mosely, 2003, for an extensive discussion of Marx's final presentation of his theory of surplus value in general at the level of abstraction of capital in general in the volume I of Capital. The first German edition of volume I of Capital was of course published 2 years later in 1867. Volume I presents Marx's theory of surplus value in general at the level of capital in general. The exposition is much more complete and polished than in previous drafts, but the logic of Marx's theory of surplus value in general is essentially the same. Surplus value is determined by surplus labor, and the total amount of surplus value is determined by the total amount of surplus labor. 1 week after Marx finally finished volume I, and wrote to Engels in a triumphant mood at 2 a.m. in the morning that this volume is finished, 37, he wrote another letter to Engels, August 24, in which he stated that one of the 2 best points of his book was the treatment of the general form of surplus value prior to and independently of its particular forms, continuing to use the same Hegelian concepts first utilized in the Grundriss. The best points in my book are 2. The treatment of surplus value independently of its particular forms as profit, interest, rent, etc. This will be seen especially in the second volume. The treatment of the particular forms by classical economy, which always mixes them up, is a regular #38. The statement is similar to the opening statement of theories of surplus value discussed above, and also to the first articulation of this important point in the Grundriss, p. 684, all in similarly Hegelian terms. Clearly, Marx considered this distinction between the general form of surplus value and its particular forms to be an extremely important part of his logical method, and it was patterned after Hegel's moments of the concept. This must have been what Marx meant in his famous 1858 letter about Hegel's great service. 39 5 months later, in January 1868, Marx made a similar comment in another letter to Engels. This time the prior treatment of the general form of surplus value is described as the first of the 3 fundamentally new elements of his book. 1. That in contrast to all former political economy, which from the very outset treats the different fragments of surplus value with their fixed form of rent, profit, and interest as already given, I first deal with the general form of surplus value, in which all these fragments are still undifferentiated, in solution, as it were. Point 40 in this sentence, particular forms of surplus value is expressed as different fragments of surplus value, but the meaning is obviously the same. Here Marx seems to be suggesting a metaphor from chemistry to illustrate the relation between the general form of surplus value, undifferentiated solution, and its particular forms, differentiated fragments. Point 41 conclusion. I conclude that, while Marx was working on the Grundriss, he figured out the logical relation between surplus value in general and the particular forms of surplus value, with the help of Hegel's moments of universality and particularity, and this is what Marx meant in his important January 1858 letter, in which he wrote that Hegel's method had been of great service in developing his own theory of profit. Marx's general form of surplus value was patterned after Hegel's universality, and Marx's particular forms of surplus value were patterned after Hegel's particularity. In both theories, the general or the universal is determined prior to the determination of the particulars, and the universal is presupposed in the determination of the particulars, that is, the particulars are explained as particular forms of the presupposed universal. Marx maintained this Hegelian logical structure for his theory of the production and distribution of surplus value throughout all the drafts of Capital, and Marx considered this logical structure to be one of the 2 best points of his theory. Chapter 6 on Hegel's methodological legacy in Marx. Roberto Finsky. Introduction. In this chapter I shall not deal with classic issues concerning Marx's relationship to Hegel, such as the concept of alienation or the inversion of concrete and abstract, real and ideal, materialism versus idealism. I shall just mention the matter of fact that Hegelian philology has shaken the foundations of Marx's idea of Hegel, so that we need at least to reconsider Marx's assumptions about Hegel. Point 1. I shall focus on the structure of Marx's theory of capital from the Grundriss to the final version of Capital, and argue that we can find a development, which corresponds to the following pattern: universality, or generality, particularity, singularity. It evidently recalls Hegel's theory of judgment and syllogism. Point 2. In spite of the similarity, and many others, I do not think we have to look for analogies or homologies between Marx's theory of capital and Hegel's logic. This alleged Hegelian approach has paradoxically resulted in a very non-dialectical attitude in many scholars. In fact, Marx himself criticized any external application of categories to a given content. A formalistic application of determined categories extrapolated from Hegel's science of logic to externally provided materials is the opposite of the dialectical method, which consists in the self-development of that content itself. In the end, this supposedly Hegelian interpretation of Marx's Capital contradicts Hegel's idea of dialectic. It also contradicts Marx's early idea of a peculiar logic of a peculiar object, expressed in the manuscripts of 1843.3. Finally, Marx himself criticized this attitude in a famous letter to Engels, where he distinguished between Lassalle's supposed dialectic and the actual dialectical methodology. Point 4. My starting point is the assumption that Hegel's legacy in Marx is methodological. If Marx is not interested in a formalistic application of models from Hegel's logic, he is faithful to its fundamental principle, the Auslegung der Sache selbst, the dialectical self-development of a determined content. 1. Even in sophisticated discussions on these topics, many scholars have rarely questioned whether Marx's interpretations of Hegel as either an idealist or a supporter of an alienation theory were consistent or tenable. I have dealt in detail with this topic in Feinske 2006. 2. See Hegel 1975 1817, 163. General is the translation of allgemein. Since this term means universal as well, in particular in the context of judgment and syllogism, it can better be translated as universality, particularity, singularity. Capital in general, Kapital im Allgemeinen, and universality, Allgemeinheit, mean the same thing. 3. Marx 1976 p. 296, Marx 1975 b. 1843, p. 91, see Comprehending Begriffen. Consist s. in grasping the specific logic of the specific subject Eigentumlichen Gegenstands. 4. Marx and Engels 1973, pages 274-5, Marx 1983 b. 1858, p. 261. It is plain to me from this one note that, in his second grand opus, the fellow intends to expound political economy in the manner of Hegel. He will discover to his cost that it is one thing for a critique to take a science to the point at which it admits of a dialectical presentation, and quite another to apply an abstract, ready-made system of logic to vague presentiments of just such a system. The mode of exposition, presentation, 5 of this content is the Darstellungsweise, which is called by Marx the only scientific method. Point 6. This does not exclude that, as a matter of fact, in several passages Marx seems to follow Hegel's determined patterns. However, these are just examples of how abstract logical categories work at lower levels of abstraction. The same thing happens in Hegel's philosophy of nature or spirit. This is not external application, but just the way those abstract categories work at a lower level of abstraction. The peculiar functioning of each of these more concrete levels determines also the way those abstract categories work in it. In this chapter, I shall show how, from a partially abstract application of the structure universal, particular, singular, Marx moves to a dialectically more consistent formulation of it. This will allow us to follow the development of Marx's theory of capital through its different stages of elaboration, from the first conception to the final outline, which, although uncompleted, turns out to be dialectically more consistent than the first draft. 7. It is well known to those who are familiar with the Mega-2 that Marx realized only a part of his whole project. In the debate on the reduction or improvement of the dialectical method and the changes that occurred in the structure of the capital concept from the 1857-8 manuscript, the first draft, the so-called Grundriss, to Capital, the four-book plan, many points have been made. Several have thought that Marx kept the notion of capital in general throughout, some have argued that this concept was dropped, while others have stated that it was reframed in a new plan. Point 8. This debate, in my opinion, has not been focused enough on the very explicit dialectical framework of the broader theory of capital. Most of the scholars have mainly studied the relationship between capital in general and competition, while the further, more concrete levels of abstraction have been simply ignored, and also the connection of these with the triad universality, particularity, singularity. We have actually four levels of abstraction: 1. A sort of level 0, commodity and money, and commodity circulation; 2. Universality, or capital in general; 3. Particularity, basically connected to competition; and 4. Singularity, credit and share capital. I have deeply analyzed the intrinsic dialectic of these concepts in another essay, 9. Here I would like to deal with two particular issues: 1. How, despite changes, capital in general was not dropped, on the contrary its structure became more consistent thanks to some modifications; and 2. How several vexed questions in the traditional debate derive not from the accomplishment of a new plan for capital, but from an inconsistent return to the old one. If we set apart level 0, Marx called it Vorchapters, pre-chapters, we have a tripartite structure: Universality Allgemeinheit, or capital in general Kapital im Allgemeinen, particularity, singularity, which, as stated, clearly refers to Hegel's doctrine of judgment and syllogism. In order to discuss the consistency of this division and the particular problems linked to capital in general, we have to reconstruct how these categories were defined at the beginning and how their framework changed while the theory was worked out by Marx in its various drafts. From 1857-8 to 1861-3 Marx wrote some outlines of his theory of capital in the 1857-8 manuscript. A. 1. The general abstract determinations, which therefore appertain more or less to all forms of society, but in the sense set forth above. 2. The categories which constitute the internal structure of bourgeois society and on which the principal classes are based. Capital, wage labor, landed property. Their relation to one another. Town and country. The three large social classes. Exchange between them. Circulation. Credit system, private. 3. The state as the epitome of bourgeois society. Analyzed in relation to itself. The unproductive classes. Taxes. National debt. Public credit. Population. Colonies. Emigration. 4. International character of production. International division of labor. International exchange. Export and import. Rate of exchange. 5. World market and crises. Point 10 bi. 1. General concept of capital. 2. Particularity of capital, circulating capital, fixed capital. Capital as means of subsistence, as raw material, as instrument of labor. 3. Capital as money. 1. Quantity of capital. Accumulation. 2. Capital measured in terms of itself. Profit. Interest. Value of capital, i.e. capital in distinction from itself as interest and profit. 3. The circulation of capitals, alpha, exchange of capital with capital. Exchange of capital with revenue. Capital and prices, beta, competition of capitals, gamma, concentration of capitals. Capital as credit. Capital as share capital. Capital as money market. Capital as source of wealth. The capitalist. Point 11 ci generality. 1. A. Evolution of capital from money. B. Capital and labor, mediating itself by alien labor. C. The elements of capital, distinguished according to their relationship to labor, product, raw material, instrument of labor. 2. Particularization of capital, a. Circulating capital, fixed capital. Turnover of capital. 3. Singularity of capital, capital and profit. Capital and interest. Capital as value, distinct from itself as interest and profit. 2. Particularity, 1. Accumulation of capitals. 2. Competition of capitals. 3. Concentration of capitals, quantitative difference of capital as at the same time qualitative, as measure of its volume and effect. 3. Singularity, 1. Capital as credit. 2. Capital as share capital. 3. Capital as money market. Point 12 from A and the continuation of B. In footnote 12, we draw the famous six-book plan, later explicitly reported in a letter to La Salle, February 22, 1858. The whole is divided into 6 books. 1. On Capital, contains a few introductory chapters. 2. On landed property. 3. On wage labor. 4. On the state. 5. International trade. 6. World market. Point 13 This plan is repeated in the preface to a contribution of 1859.14 from B and C. We have a structured plan of the book on capital, the first of 6. Among these outlines there are differences that are normal in an initial phase. If, however, we compare the 2 indexes B and C with the actual drafting of the manuscript, the second one, written later, is the one that is substantially followed. In the 1857-8 manuscript, although Marx also mentioned different topics that go beyond the limits of universality, he did not transcend its boundaries as for the strict logical development of categories. The further tripartition of universality in C is confirmed in E, in another letter to La Salle, March 11, 1858. 15E1. Value, 2. Money, 3. Capital in general, the process of production of capital, process of its circulation, the unity of the two, or capital and profit, interest. Points 1 and 2 of E correspond to the vorchapters of point 1 in D. Finally, in F, in a letter to Engels of April 2, 1858, we have a substantial confirmation of the entire structure of the book on capital. According to the original C model, F capital falls into 4 sections: A, capital and general. This is the substance of the first installment. B, competition, or the interaction of many capitals. C, credit, where capital, as against individual capitals, is shown to be a universal element. D, share capital as the most perfected form, turning into communism, together with all its contradictions. Point 16 After he finished his work on the 1857-8 manuscript, Marx wrote its index, G, where he considered topics that later would be part of Volume 1. What we had in C is taken up and expanded: GI, value. 2. Money. 3. Capital in general. Transformation of money into capital. 1. The production process of capital. A. The exchange of capital with labor capacity. B. Absolute surplus value. C. Relative surplus value. D. Primitive accumulation, presuppositions for the relation of capital and wage labor. E. Inversion of the law of appropriation. 2. The circulation process of capital. Point 17 For the first time we have here the concept of accumulation within the framework of universality, although it is limited to the primitive 1.18 in C. Accumulation was not supposed to be part of universality, but particularity, competition. Universality. Allgemeinheit of capital, or also capital in general. Im Allgemeinen is a category used by Marx only until the end of 1862. In the 1857-8 manuscript it is defined as 1. The quintessence of capital, what each capital has in common opposed to the many capitals, a lower level of abstraction. Elsewhere Marx considers it as 2. Total social capital before its articulation in particular capitals. There is also third point, 3, the distinction between becoming capital verdendes capital and become capital gewordens capital. Capital has become once it has posited as its own result what at first was a presupposition, which it itself has not posited. It is becoming when it is in the making of it, but has not yet worked it out. Once its presuppositions have been posited by itself, once it has become, its result is considered as an achievement of the entire capital, and so surplus value becomes profit. The relationship capital/profit is the last step of universality and the starting point of particularity. Point 19. Particularity is characterized by many capitals acting as universal, that is, fighting against one another for self-valorization. In each particular capital the universal law, self-valorization, is at work. In singularity, Marx exposes how few particular capitals incarnate in their own singular figure the function of universal capital, bank system. The productive capitals stay in front of this universal as its particular form of realization. In Hegelian terms, it is the universal 17 Marx 1980, p3ff, Marx 1987a 1857-8, p 423. 18 in B there was a reference to that, but in the actual manuscript the exposition was limited to primitive accumulation, as it was later reported in G19. The concepts of becoming and become derive from Hegel's Science of Logic 2, see the pages on concept in general. They have logical, non-historical, meaning, they describe the process through which the system posits its presuppositions, becoming, and the status of accomplishment of that process, become. There was at first an ambiguous overlapping between these two dimensions. Primitive and proper capitalistic accumulation were at first not adequately distinguished, also because the position of the latter was not yet clearly fixed. The final distinction will be explicitly made with Capital Volume 1, 1867, with the French edition, 1872-5, the two accumulations would each have an independent section. Reflected in itself, a singular that, in its particular form, acts as universal. This is the basis on which will then be developed the credit system and share capital. Point 20. If we analyze how this idea was structured in the 1857-8 manuscript, it seems that Marx meant to develop the concept of a typical capital, one and many at the same time, as if we studied man in general before dealing with particular men. He started with value, its transformation into capital, and then developed capital production and circulation. At this point, he could move forward/turn back to value, as valor is value, as capital produced by capital, profit as the result of capital. The distinction between profit and interest was in this manuscript the passage to many capitals, so far these were not yet considered. The framework of many capitals in competition was supposed to be the place where accumulation should be treated. In this structure, accumulation came after not only profit, but interest. This idea of the genus capital is confirmed by the way Marx developed the point 3 of G in the general outline of capital in general, H, written either after a contribution, 1859, or right before the 1861-3 manuscript, 1861. It is a list of chapters. For each of these there are precise references to pages from the 1857-8 manuscript, indicating the material to be used for the new version. Here are the titles for the topics connected to the final volume 1. H. The process of production of capital 1, transformation of money into capital. A. Transition. BB. Exchange between commodity and labor capacity. GG. The labor process 2, absolute surplus value. Absolute and necessary labor time. Surplus labor. Surplus population. Surplus labor time. Surplus labor and necessary labor. 3. Relative surplus value. A. Cooperation of masses. BB. Division of labor. GG. Machinery. 4. Primitive accumulation. Surplus product. Surplus capital. Capital produces wage labor. Primitive accumulation. Concentration of labor capacities. Surplus value in various forms and through various means. Connection of relative and absolute surplus value. 5. Wage labor and capital. Capital, collective force, civilization. Reproduction of the worker through the wages. Self-transcending limits of the capitalist production. Labor itself transformed into social labor. Real economy. Saving of labor time. But not antagonistically. Manifestation of the law of appropriation in the simple commodity circulation. Inversion of this law. If we look at the titles of the chapters in G and H, we have 1. Production process of capital, 2. Circulation process of capital, and 3. Capital and profit. The first two are exactly the same as volumes 1 and 2 of the future final version. The third, which is not in G, is similar to the first section of the final volume 3, and they are the same as in E. Despite this consistent framework, we also have some changes, in particular connected to accumulation, although still talking about primitive accumulation. Categories such as surplus product and surplus capital refer to a first draft of a theory of the capitalistic form of accumulation proper, followed after by a separate paragraph on primitive accumulation. Here, however, only the accumulation of a single typical capital is taken into account. Therefore, despite this interpolation, accumulation before profit and so within universality, the general idea, according to which we had before capital as such in its singular typical form, universality, and then many capitals, particularity, does not change. From 1861 to 3 to 1863 to 5. While writing the 1861 to 3 manuscript, Marx modified some elements of his theory. This complex process would, however, take a long time. After this text, the term capital in general was not used again. The manuscript started as a continuation of a contribution, following H. Unlike what is claimed in the introduction to the megavolume, in this period Marx wrote a first draft of the third part of Capital in General, Capital and Profit, maybe at the same time as the draft of Part I, maybe after this was concluded. Point 22. The topics he considered in this third part followed more or less the corresponding point of H, but especially excluded, b. competition, c. credit, and d. share capital, of F, that is, they don't transcend the limits of capital in general. Marx interrupted the manuscript after the chapter on surplus value, and began the history of the theory of it, March 1862, as he did in a contribution, in this huge part of the manuscript, where research and exposition 23 are mixed together. Marx dealt for the first time with a few categories, mentioned, however, in all the previous plans, that go beyond universality, or capital in general, abstract theory of competition, and its double process, within one branch, which results in market values. And among different branches, which results in the production prices, and, connected to that, the theory of differential and absolute rent. Point 24. Some room was dedicated to interest, but not yet credit and share capital, or fictitious capital. I would like to stress that these important novelties do not change anything in the old outline. All the topics mentioned are, after capital in general, exactly in the same positions they were supposed to be according to previous plans. They represent only their further realization. Actual changes are to be found elsewhere. Accumulation theory. As I said, Marx talked about accumulation within the framework of capital in general, that is, before capital is posited by itself, already in the 1857 to 8 manuscript. However, he dealt not with capitalistic accumulation proper, but rather primitive accumulation. However, after relative surplus value, Marx took into account the reinvestment of the produced surplus value. Point 25. Accumulation appeared again in a passage on circulation, where he distinguished between primitive accumulation and capitalistic accumulation proper. 26. And also surplus capital I and surplus capital 2. Point 27. According to C, These topics should come later, but, evidently, the logical consistency of the theory itself brought Marx to treat them there. In the 1861-3 manuscript, the accumulation of the single typical capital is in fact dealt with after the production of relative surplus value. It is interesting to point out that accumulation was taken up again in the final part of this manuscript 28 in a framework very close to what will be called total social reproduction, which evidently implies the relationship among many capitals. 29 This is the accumulation/reproduction of society as a whole. Both of these two accumulations/reproductions, respectively of a single typical capital and of society as a whole, apparently come now before the relationship capital/profit, that is, before capital in general is accomplished. If placing the first one, accumulation of a single capital, before profit did not change the old outline, the second, society as a whole, causes some trouble, since it includes many capitals. Before I consider this point, I would like to emphasize that the anticipation of accumulation is necessary to develop a dialectically more consistent theory of capital. In order to be accomplished, to reach the relationship capital/profit, capital needs to posit its presuppositions, separation of labor power and means of production, and availability of the material conditions for reproduction. In order to have this process not as a mere occasional event, but a structural element of the system, it is not sufficient to show how this happens once on the basis of presuppositions not posited by capital. If we didn't have those, the process itself would not take place. To be effectively posited, capital needs to show how it itself posits the conditions of its own reproduction. This is why accumulation/reproduction is necessary before profit. However, although the analysis of the accumulation of a single, typical capital is a necessary condition, it is not sufficient. Where does this typical capital find the material elements for its further reproduction, the new inputs that it does not produce itself? It is then necessary to consider the interaction with others in order to posit the capital-profit relationship. Marx's awareness about the necessity of circulation and reproduction of many capitals as condition of the being posited of a single typical capital was explicitly mentioned in the 1861-3 manuscript. This can only emerge in the circulation process, which is in itself also a process of reproduction. Furthermore, it is necessary to describe the circulation or reproduction process before dealing with the already existing capital and profit, since we have to explain, not only how capital produces, but also how capital is produced. But the actual movement starts from the existing capital, i.e. the actual movement denotes developed capitalist production, which starts from and presupposes its own basis. The process of reproduction and the predisposition to crisis which is further developed in it, are therefore only partially described under this heading and require further elaboration in the chapter on capital and profit. 30 The conditions of the accumulation of a single capital imply a relationship with other capitals with which it exchanges. This is a system where products assume the commodity form. Many capitals are then to be considered within the framework of universality, because they are necessary to reach the capital-profit relationship, its accomplishment. In Marx's original plan, one of the distinguishing elements between universality and particularity was the relationship one/many capitals. There were also other relevant distinctions, especially the idea of capital positing its presuppositions, with the capital-profit relationship as its culmination. In order to keep this more crucial moment, which is constitutive of capital's nature, Marx changed the position of accumulation, of a single and many capitals, putting it before profit. So, to keep a consistent concept of universality, or capital in general, he needed to make a few changes to his original idea. This made the concept of capital in general more consistent. At the end of 1862, Marx reconsidered his plans. There were a few novelties. 1. He had realized that accumulation, and many capitals needed to be anticipated, at least for a first analysis. 2. For the first time, he had substantially dealt with topics that were beyond universality, competition, rent. We have some important remarks by him in a famous letter to Kugelmann and in two new outlines he wrote more or less in the same period. In the letter to Kugelmann of December 28, 1862 he states, "The second part 31 has now at last been finished, i.e. save for the fair copy and the final polishing before it goes to press. There will be about 30 sheets of print. It is a sequel to Part I but will appear on its own under the title Capital, with a contribution to the critique of political economy as merely the subtitle. In fact, all it comprises is what was to make the third chapter of the first part, namely Capital in general. Hence it includes neither the competition between capitals nor the credit system. What Englishmen call the principles of political economy is contained in this volume. It is the quintessence, together with the first part, and the development of the sequel, with the exception, perhaps, of the relationship between the various forms of state and the various economic structures of society, could easily be pursued by others on the basis thus provided. If we take seriously the content of this letter, Marx writes very interesting things. 1. He does not abandon capital in general, on the contrary, he claims he wants to deal only with that. To confirm this, he further says that all the topics that come after capital in general, always the same, competition, credit system, will not be considered. 2. Marx will not use this title, Capital in General, and announces the new one, Capital, with a contribution to the critique of political economy as subtitle. This is consistent with what I argued before. We have a new outline of Capital in General, which includes accumulation and a first analysis of many capitals. Competition is still excluded, because these many capitals do not freely interact. Their interaction is considered only to establish what mutual proportions among them are necessary in order to have total social reproduction. There is no analysis of their free interaction in the market, where each of them fights for self-valorization and the defeat of the other capitals. In competition, they act as particular, because they each strive in their individual existence to accomplish their universal goal, self-valorization, and they do not do this in total social reproduction. In the credit system we have, moreover, particular capitals that act as universal, bank as universal capital confronting many particular performing capitals. A change of one feature of the original definition of capital in general does not change its more general identity, positing its presuppositions, nor does it change the further articulation in universal/particular/singular. 33 Why then did Marx not use this concept anymore? Capital in general was originally the first part of 3, now, since Marx is saying that he will not deal with part 2, competition, and 3, credit system, it would not have made sense to use 1 in the new project, if 2 and 3 were not going to follow. 1 itself was supposed to become the whole book, it deserved a new title of its own. 34 If we look at the two new plans, sections 3 and 1, 2 is not considered yet, written by Marx in either November or December 1862 to outline the new project. 35 We can find a confirmation of what he later wrote to Kugelmann. He intended to deal only with capital in general. These plans are in Notebook 18, all in all there are 23. This notebook was put together with Notebook 17 as one. At first, Notebook 17 had a different title, Second Last Notebook, second because there was a first last notebook that became later Notebook 16. According to Marx's annotation, the second last notebook, later Notebook 17, was written in January 62. Successively, in October, November 62, as Marx himself wrote on it, parts related to Section 3 were added to it, filling the space in Notebook 17 left empty in January. Since it was not enough, a new notebook, 18, was added and bound with 17. In this new part we have the two plans, which were probably written in either November or December 1862. The mega apparatus is mistaken on this, Marx 1987 D 1872, p. 2398. This wrong conclusion was corrected in the apparatus of a subsequent mega-volume, Marx 1992, p. 15 star. The letter to Kugelmann comes directly after these outlines. The first section, production process of capital, to be divided in the following way: 1. Introduction. Commodity. Money. 2. Transformation of money into capital. 3. Absolute surplus value. A. Labor process and valorization process. B. Constant capital and variable capital. C. Absolute surplus value. D. Struggle for the normal working day. E. Simultaneous working days, number of simultaneously employed laborers. Amount of surplus value and rate of surplus value, magnitude and height. 4. Relative surplus value. A. Simple cooperation. B. Division of labor. C. Machinery, etc. 5. Combination of absolute and relative surplus value. Relation, proportion, between wage labor and surplus value. Formal and real subsumption of labor under capital. Productivity of capital. Productive and unproductive labor. 6. Reconversion of surplus value into capital. Primitive accumulation. Wakefield's theory of colonization. 7. Result of the production process. Either sub 6, or sub 7, the change in the form of the law of appropriation can be shown. 8. Theories of surplus value. 9. Theories of productive and unproductive labor. J. The third section, capital and profit, to be divided in the following way: 1. Conversion of surplus value into profit. Rate of profit as distinguished from rate of surplus value. 2. Conversion of profit into average profit. Formation of the general rate of profit. Transformation of values into prices of production. 3. Adam Smith's and Ricardo's theories on profit and prices of production. 4. Rent. Illustration of the difference between value and price of production. 5. History of the so-called Ricardian law of rent. 6. Law of the fall of the rate of profit. Adam Smith, Ricardo, Carey. 7. Theories of profit. Query: whether Sismondi and Malthus should also be included in the theories of surplus value. 8. Division of profit into industrial profit and interest. Mercantile capital. Money capital. 9. Revenue and its sources. The question of the relation between the processes of production and distribution also to be included here. 10. Reflux movements of money in the process of capitalist production as a whole. 11. Vulgar economy. 12. Conclusion. Capital and wage labor. In my opinion, these confirm what I have been arguing. As for section 1, both the index and the fact that, in January 1863, Marx just continued what he had worked out in the first 5 notebooks started in 1861, following the same model, with the only exception that accumulation, reconversion of surplus value into capital, is now explicitly mentioned. More controversial is the index for section 3. I showed how Marx took up what he had worked out at the beginning of 1862, last notebook 2, now called notebook 17, written before he studied competition and rent in more depth. These parts were now, October, November 1862, complemented by new texts on commercial capital and reflux of money, last part of notebooks 17 and 18. So far, there is no real change of structure. However, our crucial question is this: are those parts that were supposed to come after capital in general, which Marx more systematically dealt with in the 1861-3 manuscript, competition and rent, organically inserted into the theoretical development of its theory, or not? I do not think so. There is no competition in this outline. Point 2 from J. Conversion of profit into average profit. Formation of the general rate of profit. Transformation of values into prices of production, which corresponds to the respective section in the 1864-5 manuscript, chapter 9 in Engels's volume 3, does not mention competition. The part on this topic from notebook 16, December 1861, had been written before the analysis of the two dimensions of competition that paralleled Marx's criticism of Smith's and Ricardo's theories of production price. There, he said, the relation of competition, insofar as we have considered it here as an illustration, not as belonging to the development itself, entails that the surplus value the individual capitalist makes is not really the decisive factor. 37 Marx uses the technical term illustration, that is, not belonging to development itself. This word will be later used again for rent. A few pages later he wrote, one can only speak of an average rate of profit when the rates of profit in the different branches of production of capital are different, not when they are the same. A closer investigation of this point belongs to the chapter on competition. Nevertheless, the decisive general considerations must be adduced here. Firstly, it lies in the nature of a common or general rate of profit that it represents the average profit, the average of very diverse rates of profit. 38 What is definitely general is not competition, but the fact that a general rate of profit is an average of many different rates of profit. However, nothing is said about how this average is produced, nor whether or not this will be part of the systematic development of the theory of capital. Here the result of competition is just stated. Because we are abstracting from the real movement of many capitals, we just assume their average result by making an algebraic sum of the individual rates of profit and dividing them by the number of given capitals. This mere calculation is not part of competition. Capitals do not compete in any way, and this is also why we do not have market values here. 39 If Marx says the analysis of this is part of the chapter on competition, it is implied that this is not the chapter on competition. Moreover, there is no reference here to future paragraph 3 of the 1864-5 manuscripts, chapter 10 in Engels's edition, where competition will be explicitly analyzed, at a high level of abstraction. Point 40 We still have nothing at all on credit and share capital, fictitious capital. Point 41 As for rent theory, it is in the plan but, again, just as illustration, exactly the same term is used in a letter to Engels, August 2, 1862. I now propose after all to include in this volume an